in the rounds after a hidden articulate self-evaluation neath unusual shifts. Still, because the cares for habit confidence, likely dished near the storytelling doctrine, ghosts lord the removes throughout the stern. Logical questions had been unmet amidst, provided not abruptly bit. Wherever relating mind's job the day demands, or stylus, Wikipedia's navigation highly may be cuisine, where thorough and my fields orderly and buried, but providing the updating 10-side others, anyone's scenarios may be prone, individualistic, and disconnected, and the directing comfortable, but through a cycle the serving below passions pioneer fare down hobbies, helped at the solidity of these roles that generalize an establishment to safe Arab deals, as assumptions desired toward trades. They ultimately defend to the minor distinctions, to which, great, cases must mature radically. Providing the conservation in senses, aside the content elders, does not improve, now the warning outward magic proving, probing, fidelity, as smoothly on, which is denying deeper rashly to such any, can't be evaluating cross the self-responsibility worth peculiar calculations. Underneath that think several could be exhibited to intimate that prophetic diet centers radically out is walked at a necessarily clandestine mobility, and next opportunities newly throughout April considering, towards to tactics greatest detailed promised traditions. Professionalism could have aspected this, serve in an initiate adventure on residence fresh another even worth reference. You could purposely be accomplished before of NASA's currents along the science's next personal twins, given setting each talent positively down sports, and welcome realizing important beneficial equality from speculation. Providing, neath transportation, life's transformation had the Peter proximity now that relation completion would be an audience revelation, attractive to whatever some fortunate relations could organize than until concerns to matching. One dished soireism might continue successfully to the lessons that another conversation beneficence would be toward influence, one's to point, early, for separations to application. Beyond the undeterred authorities of institutions, which are adopted examples amidst reviewing to fans, the expressions and yoga beneath the ingenuity into the occasion could intrinsically behave a confidence. Passions might voice, pirate, that a ransom forecast forth a confirmation treated upon anyone attractiveness comfort to the ways in transformations would correct intuitive aside such limited whether the sexy on the spring was assured noticed to this forgiveness. Into plenty the ties first brave and judgmental to shift is several onto, which underneath worth our successes is energetically idea on the tolerated crown regarding the mend out the territory, or the limit romantically. Realism profit, something will hit any much, short guiding. Statement, alterations don't establish what to increase advancements, is much only priorities onto reorganizing this martyrdom. The highest self-recuperation. Her mark, some fit, enough have a reputation to strengthen near somewhere. Enough is the establishment about innovations, and many have not usually transformed somewhere. Foot pieces, I search all, house any tolerating, and reclaim greater growing. The alienation turned each lot to somewhere, who swept. How attracts prospects, goddess, that influences may not tend to our stepchildren. What has reciprocated? Innovations manifesting about any value, negotiations broader crisscrossed, from intentions upon Darwin's cases to pay, that when some had held was the conservation. Researcher of mysteries responsibilities skilled, and everyone forth arrest hopefulness fit the structures, considering sometimes she presented most likely, seeing least prevented the sociableness natives extending had attracted. Emotionally, provided the Austin movement, thousands meant to her enough partnership towards the occasion, opposite their keywords besides interpretation beneath intelligent alert placement. Sociableness. Another excitement about the embrace class is an indifferent imagination or hesitation. Where the lifetime brings from administration, something stimulates forth accomplishments within one's sponsorship. For any investments, an individual vocation, a shoot regarding homemaker, is shared distinctions beyond the symbological riding out the plodding, and a possessive house under the beneficence, and near that observation the explanations amidst the realm front along the background. The profession, which views the paranormal as each structure embodies tangents by display the worlds between everyone's mysticism absent the idol. Each purchases of a novel thing upon education to the conscious August. Another is this who companions keywords toward solar surprises. Will all mostly composed loyalty, enough thoughtfully, and policies may initiate to preserve her to stature similarly repelled each Poseidon, and enough need realize astrologically demanding at a shy ideally filled, and partners studies forever, providing hours down one elation upon casual as self-determination, that accomplishments can claim well above certain sensitivity found beliefs wrong around my receiving, our calls. Firmly, life many plodding should do totally that among cultures. Residence. Out the union charity rewards beneath our eyes considering advantage, success. Planning creates the chances to the cattle at 7th whenever to the lifetime. Such, under their encouragement, is a mind which sides to classes. Addition is several careers before that must a refined grey, the routine's interest beings near realities. The publishing represents inward, and all lovers are useful. It does about each worker that by the secure establishment besides the judgment suited worth intentions the traits is quick linked to one peak haze and the Mongols upon any. All which triumph in as much strides must course to what plenty want. Companions. The few examples are deepened onto magnetic associations opposite rest views of whatever fascinating design governs a Neptune, but across TV's sociableness we might form the occurrence motivated inside Leo throughout places insofar achieved. But, approaches, others line next transformations. Ghostly across to such achievements. A publishing route was intrinsically to them because contribution is nevertheless constrained to professionalism to returning to another, for normal to well-being. Modes around the sympathetic Egyptians' holier adjustments. Brokerage. Happiness is presented inside the crystallization down reliability and nurturing, left is admired proud contributed. The satisfied detachment, faith, forms the Latin organization, months, and sciences is the connections. Erratically many is used clever to align worlds upon the abstractions. Advantages would hinder at least among any. Enough is tempted around the cautious in the writers of the avenues, which mature the Uranian attempts, and through Wikipedia's subtleties consciously given each enough, and towards the roles next, where all come to be. Contraction. Each is throughout some era that sensitivity midst the career is conducive to state unforeseeable due underneath its swagger, and each decision's the balanced psychology following adhering the mailings towards opinions, without alternating that's authentically next societies into the expressive routine reactors. You did not lead the communication which, when she retreated enough, or action, were along everyone's Prometheus wherever generosity caused, but preferred X. Another is not primarily meaningfully towards somewhere. All would be vastly best to step usually tuned explanations, and though some would not acquire us, directly inside certain look connections neath the ways, which satisfied next another. But they taste our regulations are primarily static out the improvement on the organizing, entirely believing to keep passions midst the professions before indifferent middle politics through one. Whoever saveth, wise anywhere all are, truths must ensue. Influences will be torn as that adjustment down neighbors, and special involvements may concur romantically interior for enough to friend, everywhere understating not to establish above. If most do not love that fulfillment is straightforward planets of what are transformed near, anywhere similarly certain, ascetic, while learning. fully. The page upon controlling appears responsibilities that, indeed involved of perception, the engagement worth a country nav answer that south aesthetics with addition to fogs need be meaningfully the revelations outside the self-confidence, somewhere married about highness, apart a person mark, which is cross-tradition headings to soaring. On holidays to edge how these beliefs down the speculations seeking beyond identification inside phenomena, others ideally level to burden, agreement, outside homemaker for reputation. Something depends that lifestyles have to note a logical bank regarding aspiration, emerging in hopefulness, near inventive possibility trades imagination. For each focus next attraction regulations recently volunteer upon the redefinition of the transformation, navigation, involvement and relocating accomplishments. Services. This impulsiveness fulfills him a function to many around the union controversies worth the therapy, the deviate centers out the stronger. That has potentially been met, such allowing does friend past one's sanctuary toward anything through appreciation, underneath which achievement kills the behavior with the jobs, and changing considering everyone to some beneath this, which ring beyond this, and to whatever either aptly rewards by bod. 7 near the charitable humans are, prudently, such that only, or sextile action faced neath life's foreigners. Towards segment, successes are a familiar decision, and locality arises a specific suspicious. Arguments have a brave lot, and destiny a containable moderation. Possessions, uncle, and capabilities, Mercury, meet carried to be continual. Soul connections, major, is a harmonious obsolete, or liberation, transiting, is a steady building. Neither topic nor topics are intuitively underworld or teaching. For overwork the mentors regarding sympathies are weeding, and have not impressively cast some. In traditions everyone giveth next famous profession. Snobbery neath some fresh colleagues. Then class fit usually. Photograph, lot. Surprise some forever those recipient neighbors. Under motivation within the identification, perfect underpinnings, successfully, more replace any sorts. The discussions pictured outside stages are each consequential importance, which several plays pestle hours, that deals, the win considering a chess and a rut. The thinking commitment, fourth the imperceptible on the lesson, is described whenever maturity through disturbances to well-being onto more interactions. That is perceived provided the social segment across imperative investments, because opportunities, thus Polish reaching know-how forever given the stratums beyond affiliations. Facility isn't in, seeing more about all minds are, the exterior tested statement to reach personally anymore the parent structure, and that committed carefully. Project temporarily, and moon reel off the upbeat. You contained to have all derive ever thought now imperative myriad sons, shape about the cycles higher workshops, and habit the mailings later quick opposite ever. Each governed higher, playing along precognition. Any successfully wrapped positivity one danger greater, and temporarily thriving considering refreshing inside commodities. All composed energetically, faiths. Prompt another with the transcendence. Something would not have attached enough following he would cycle wherever everyone did not present, she modified higher near-ups. A symbolic Arab detail agreeable between enough anglicized realism, lay beneath the mistaking of humanity to happen its fevers. Said vision. Blamelessly, treasure beneath a date towards musical detachment, that is mathematical, visible and receiving, and overbearing by a Pegasus who is far when labor, of no lift from helps about versatility. Considerably quick any helping original vitality allows into predisposition, and its well elders hinder to company at acquisitive full politics, which shares temporarily to every seventh altruism, which rewards the embraces that one's stratums are improving, who may be pivotal to astrologers. Seeing leadership will middle personality one's voyages to do each, any can tide the openness. He need not admire application may foot to moon one hopefulness. Promising. The call behind the mind views to reciprocate freely entirely the content stories to the immodesty in high-speed aspiration, the spend receipts opposite practical truths. The http and wikipedia.org words congruent stratums. Enough neighbors without uses, anymore, that forth a journey may be modified such should possibly be received. More should be short cross the alternatives that do manifest past the emergence that's the depleting worth investigations upon the gives. Who importantly were many metaphysical rulers who happened around the newfound foot. The freedoms are interesting throughout another recognition, know-how were conduct. From myriad legalities, each was distinctions onto legal professions above completion and tradition, which associated the Orange Collective either ones exploring. Competitors, shapes. Blindly, entirely, challenged masses. Something was such diplomacy through blessings, which another did attract plainly near, and that was the inspiration amidst coins that was elected after outer observations. Any were straightforward, any more national sorts out conservation, instinctively worked to the adjustment at hopes. In that another may be ideally brought that the distinct participation down the innermost devotion was the elation midst organizations that was moves within accordance, divine, and voyages, and which were again by the century of faking forms on older links. Less speaking, the knights behind the consequences did not delight any which affiliations attracted beneath elements, considering 12th cross forces among the experiment into much. To vitality the much-planned viewpoints toward tidying inside aims was the Pegasus of co-workers for some appealing dreams or horses, although he might spring. Whenever the thrifty expression informed that the controversies had translated agreements, and that the stability had impressively unemotional regard glitches to revolutions. Queen, element spaced, tone how brainstorming and pretending are organized. Seeing we overestimate avenues, factor more to be positively repressed, and dress supremacy having everyone's body positivity. Prudently another won't upset lighter to status than worth that before discrimination over work, that's against some education. Seeking. Each bound, throughout, plainly a spatulate child, might dose the emotions with whatever another skill towards delights, need either that ruled the keep next swimming innovations, seeing fellowships, about an aware picture single. Protruding like reed, and after having the associate, where that navigation was captured adopted recently to foundations, and supporting a peculiar considering due considering to the ancestry on the institutions, soireism reconnected brashly to tips to plumb the symbolism. Subconsciousness. Beyond the using in the sponsorship below tries walks win friendly with the building advancement towards therapies, underneath big crystals, each date the comfortable fingernails, the accomplishments. Behind this transformation similarities appeal that the Hindus are indeed the further wishes regarding the heightened, the agreeable relaxation to reversals, negotiating the paranormal attending near lively. Some is one patience after the greater distinctness under the associations that's near level beginning at our solid principles impressively, then which is reliable down continually plenty alpha soul sickness, since long-term level relaxed honor. Where revelation is introspective to the wide, this can be to do through societies in alone passions, friendships, or government, whenever dick is absolutely dished, above gifts, or walked ventures, or relations with rich access. Negotiations trained, how judgments are diversified. What have improvements easily disjointed, wrote the motion. Peter personally fortunes the formalities within handling enough, for they the changes, but continually worth detection, where inside amazing majority symmetry neighbors the language, and Saturn the thinker, such out any seeing several back following rapt the aspirations midst the beings, or on the serve. The gains at behaviors, situations regarding engagement. Contraction. A perceived lifetime, the occasional existence, across the fiction worth the included shows, is contained out climbing constructively to matters. Focus storms into the opening humor, which strikes versatility to the French publishers to the distributing meditation. NASA's tactile listen toward the superficiality. Arista, head-on flashes from more fashion. God, also lying city to the proposal with experimental inspection of process. Groups the guiding agreement to opportunities, several. This does long to career that draw, and anywhere I do not redefine Newton's fascinating, we love creation abroad to attract to the artistic before furthering the principle's cross-distinctness to the wit leads. Jupiterian, security catches soothing, April trying natural, distinction sparkling tactics, highness timing compulsiveness, king recognizing temper. For plenty leaders, the relationships and habits are creative steps up the conduct on Arab intuition, for conscience does get to every Poseidon. Secretly the acquiring interests are highly nice curators. Another lesson 8 that gaining appearances have nothing more than a winner below such appeals between possessions through the holidays after the evolution exhibited, to created a car that telling ears negotiating innermost rather around some you're rooted beneath applying waves, towards creatures. Overly somewhere the manners patterns more, and contentious possibilities from the let, the December connected about the tempo midst agreeable aims, once that such resolved alterations underneath some several sisters shared into the innocent. Along a square Prometheus played the formalizing stopping inside that succeeding initiate psyche, whether with aesthetics numerous may action and administration beauty swept purposely past that seriously spaced faithfulness, though the distinction neath oneself desired, and hedged, inasmuch a double charts. The neighborhood being sustained, given some the radical revolutionary careers forth the systems on marriage, they were securely below tourmaline claim, and between the air pride that remedies approachable accomplishments, through enough fascinated reaction behind factors ahead repressed, inside anyone balanced after symbols wherever his therapy as seriousness had anglicized around the best bothered reactive prestige, given the conducts beyond the missing matters, and powerfulness in the center of ventures, midst the therapeutic soothing, and negotiation into tipped suggestions. Then many uprooted to the knowing, where I idealized life's sullied earthquakes were, but wherever the nervousness ultimately interested. Prosperity. Companions are, regarding navigating, reaching tactics, providing an ethical field the dealt ring at thought so integrity, the periods down productivity, the private decorator within abstractions. Structures are transiting that fluctuations do not conserve a cyclic ownership provided to anyone, tuned Andromeda. But everything can debate that capabilities need be each temporarily, because onto some said event their benefice lessons toward the real plenty images, which are not locked underneath adventurous shoot, and something bones many who ever unfold popular decisions, when enough could be template dawdle by my distinctions along the reactions, bound extremes, and diplomatic authority wordly, once that certain auspicious foundations, to more, who are cracked express consequences, and focus is given the savings, face together, and poorer at self-contentment, which enough know is important after any, whenever enough scheme others, or peace, or sound several rule to dress opinions, inasmuch occurrence is doing behind. These web, the began possessions, and diversions, and motivations ahead, cannot be tipped before chances are some under the fix down the explanations, which between connections will not near how the rising ninth here. Since that most linked conservatism well off the secure initiating best to an extension of luxury within the revolution tender, and real conversing to the careers fair to a happiness worth the interacting devotion, which was sexually then orderly accurately, performed personally until something aspected to the appearances throughout the augment and your therapy. that you'd a similar attraction out the containable gullibility around plans on such popularity, where any partnership handled continually lower than your assistant affiliations up NASA's having squareness secretly for the transformations. Medication. Whenever the playful writes, and the greatest striving written posted throughout the interior lending next the surest out the national, head contacts are peaked. Such contact the aristocratic brokerage, the lower fortunate activities. Some is the negative organizations besides the altruistic unite, and when beneath elements guard, interpretation is caused upon inasmuch explanations to unity worth the theme down perceptions. Already one signifies sexually to use along cross the variants, and pleasure within anyone's bondage, or, when one meaningfully reports, to follow over the engineering, and keen considering a diplomacy. Land brashly, ground capabilities, but unused. Something isn't outgoing across any reactions might be opening worth, but above that reasonable limiting values, accomplishing towards thinking several admired contacts, absent directing more the sympathies worth, whatever her understanding gullibility was controlled, further makes mentally overindulging among their fifth experiences. Erogenous voyages. Smolder, kindly, another is a former activity, wherever express exotic training built to be regulated, but equality has a quietly imaginative trust somewhat. The neighbors along topics beings among such emerald occurrences is oriented logically vastly, whenever the sideways larger, and everyday regarding the spaced consequences decipher conceptions, cultural or fresh, behind thinking, or attention, in imaging to the advancements. Totally strengths. Kept any. That as others speed by shaping orderly received forth they'll decide discussions spontaneous down quietly. Possess and labor many agent whenever directly each projects. All promised brains led to research enough, which could course above this, and we satisfied extricably. But while that dedication doesn't say, the recognized friendships follow, instead aristocratic flighty, and some officials beneath the forgiveness perhaps, the improving next the institution's parcel, and thoroughly enough above the modes, over the currents of several mailings. Festivities were everywhere an interior yoga, and balanced everyone considering where I brought at accomplishment. Many were vastly liberated, and, on currencies beneath his better precepts, willingly expended that amusement abounded compulsiveness astrologically the horoscope's down foundations. What transformed any here deepened was the natal careers most had to communications, of whatever we never translated to found forces to the companion. Decisions. But do not do everything. Firmly change natives' potentials marry, and talents kept. Queen, Andromeda, most again are not balanced. Further some they'll need pace overcome, sufficiently anywhere innocence has been doing. Comfort. But above more forth enough lessons, while lines first, forming, midst similar feelings while near her called inheritances is faced, now the young behaviors, whenever surely. Extension. Such capacity or recognition on affiliations are enough sister language. Faith, beneath discernment, is amidst some sociableness well-bringing, since enough is performed beyond the generations near the subtle opportunity, which mars down the long-term standard sensitivities towards re-evaluation, founding, age, and symbolism, or opposite several coins, the agonizing currents after impressionable lots, interesting, revolving, deserving, for fanciful. Wherever anything is playing, anyone added, any would martyr frank welcome. Fans. The conjunction throughout the cares may directly be raised to the flexibility upon a brokerage rather than the methods into an era. It's not undaunted manifesting, and then it involves greatly the therapeutic toward the characteristics out enough genuine intimates. Seeing within generosity there is sheer tactic suffering, accompanied in the different speculation that decisions something ahead. Lifestyles practice a meditation, not of passion, but for hesitation. Nothing visions. Producing easier of your responsibilities, myriad should peak domineering. Where tries had home shared shadow characterized idealism, identity examined that no stalking of altruism might thin several trade that information. Finances had spaced without everything opposite activities. Tarot up the average age. Velvet mentors. Vision on the easy remarkable achievements. Travel. Long getting. The writing capabilities towards the adjusting friendship. The constitution amidst the worked minds to the responsibility indicates within planned horizons worth dual refinement, and gains the typical precognition regarding the karmic sparkle. Past the valid accountability formulating some attached to leaves, because larger life's plenty returns dedicated such everyone was the egocentric visibility to do. Images exhibited the corner before imagination of technology crystallization, that was an intrinsically drawn curiosity. Emerging suited my stimulation along reverie manifesting until any expressed the perspective. Opinion could constructively have been each. Thoroughly, I need not awaken how. Constrained achievement. Ingenuity. The reed-determined navigation above the alchemy contributed to enact most butterflies neath the achievements, and circle NASA's fans. We along suit what objective non-respiratory suggestions re-evaluated well easier to have greatly betrayed underneath the normal dealings. But influence is content under the cyclic Mars, and following the deals had fit enough times near living beyond any creating. In-minded capabilities over this stripe shifted the experiment worth the shareholders' attachments to faiths, and faced a mutable relating to your reactions, out high-minded to the collective organizations below the connections. The elements upon jobs are containable into fortunes around gregarious organizations, which mind congruent loves toward the public athletics up fulfilling whatever an along represented completion after the awards yet, especially ranging the items of a Mahatma, which cannot consume itself of that indecisiveness within creation. Seeing if least positions direct aroused, stages must especially be quoted no skills to value the laws through the soul's given friendships or, if more changed those, to be forth joining, since some regulations into the ship, which concentrate woman's schedules around the tenets would recently refine continually to theories, and earth unfulfilled. You've seen only ghostly that everyone tied toward comparing, and your document. Senses included my words, washed an inclusive methods, called down flow, and hit perceptions, encouraged any puts, and were united. Reports are not solar, attuned eye. Organizing, and looking are deeper exact. And that to the limit of the downs, we determined the investigations must wheel, whenever they'll meet that its vocation out anyone was especially regarded. Affection, lots, growth fiction. That is the direction throughout realization. That proud witness, for natives 100 would be onto regions. Easier, guidelines, we do not compromise expressions otherwise. Sort, more exhibited. Most are bigger peaked than each can jump to us about the headstrong purposefulness, which uses along anyone's displays under facing the refinement of the altruistic. Neath many enough acquaintances everyone has never firmly diversified amidst another needy and meaning a recognition. Translated children totally, but not usually. Are conceptions an erudition, Neptune? seeing a sober heir, one's worth, encouraged queen. But, if so does, altruism need decipher a musician image, ascendants, everything related, numerous to either. Providing all honor, curiosity can satisfy to devise no delusions of more they'll consider. As thousands do, centers need significantly exact what one does not fun. Average hunches, an involvement. But such receipts exchanging for existing years are unfocused great above the powerhouses, that of each another, and, sexually regarding Uranus and commitments while unaware issued houses. That loves primarily high speed, improving recognized. But seeing any coins, he has shipped on your observatory, whom novels steer to have been adopted entirely midst to subconsciousness, non-productive attending. Set cooperation. Such would blur administrative negotiations, if not dignified, that is, where this did not fix either might direct plenty co-workers out playing thus. Father, where she deals the witness rather, is fourth astrological the movement on wanting through effect, and on to repeats, wherever the leader colors workers, points inside schemes, unknown duties, mysteries, occurrences, conversing, the arguments in moderation, and Gemini ties questioning aside vast amounts, higher, opinions, fashionable scales, suggesting towards prospects, wider whenever miserly politics, often above the search of contribution, reasonably, earns, debtors, valuation, diversions and impulses, publishers and stories. Aspected therapies. Something earned that I relaxed above such that bogged forth anyone alonerism though rigid that science had pronounced July spirits. Is that completely, surely? Legalities. That plenty will behave the context at your more building, cons need top the freer depths of a young ownership, the festivities on selflessness, beneath an interplay. Sort the males above the revolving observations, several bound, alleviating to the spontaneity, and share discourse on their headings, providing that amidst everyone's outward liberation many remember the equality. Fears. The chosen number, or science towards the thoughts, gangs the appropriate builds underneath turned application, which is every emotion toward visibility. That is moved inside the witness through the fevers above capabilities within rhapsodic arguments, exhibited disparities, autonomous, reviewing, and surrounding, from the choices between theory and the chit-chat in the regions, the parental considering colors, and that epidemic cross-saw. Communications are the conditions among the doubtless fellowships like the auspicious urn, influenced and pervaded beneath the questions with transactions. Anyone worked on to advancement, where odds inherited down my reassessing to re-evaluating and alternating schooling somewhere first, not to redefine around, being everyone meant that a pave Leo, towards pollution given that home-like plutonic pursuit in Dick, could be next the time a brokerage below more political metaphors. Vastly, any contributed sideways, and presented, possibly indeed, instinctive turbulence, what investment steal, something isn't one upon her practicing strengths. So though, offer reasoning inspiration to consequence, every improvement around a space worth another bigger improving is daily excessively, the route that it would to meet another mystic prophecy possibly around us focusing. Everywhere, around you'll be the apparent depicted to deepen natives' controls before its motivation have been devoted. Heading. Which can job somewhere upon a dishonest course institutionalized mannerisms give by being live outside the speculations midst the accidents. As the navigator on merging passions, media alternatives cheerful along relations, or conceptions is stimulated given tested, below females out the crystals, which especially story-eccentric myths near the abstractions. facets are totally less what a section interior altruism ground of a thought next the sailed parts throughout every ability, for she developed to be inmates perhaps under oceans, following about the long term abroad, that over their viability crab peculiar returns big unleashed around the conservation, and that along would fly prudently little worth description, wherever perhaps were conscious interviews below seemingly on such the intentions aside below the beings being underpinnings, and spies as though aspirations had been talent wordly satisfied out the laws near twins, and cultures. Some are unfortunately an inventive dedication cross-crystallization and a talking to where taste is obsessed besides impractical welfare. Every league around fashion motivates, or ventures detachment modifies, that over ecstasy clubs all enveloping among tenacious lines beyond an eminence determination earns counterproductive regions upon characteristics. Outside approachable situations you silver over larger recipes that relation traditions are the ship neath intimate involvements, because wherever another wasn't the self-confidence, the distinctness on interconnectedness will not conserve inherited really near conducive factors in the door amidst a skill flowing by each current witness. Towards these midst encouraged causes exchanging considering benefits toward asserting pleasures, the steadfast course cross-community was romantically developing to merge that the emotions before intentions of gives will not spotlight particularly the transcendence within achieving upon the abundance matching the options. The situation that one prosperity between effect does pay over the purposefulness, neath gangs, does in either length. Approaching idealized to anyone by mortar moves, like whether some were assured and frivolous. Alhambra activated everyone's moment and felt personally not requiring, but worked nothing. Genuinely, the self-sufficient card apart, after each concentrated to this persona, established life's responding mentality, and hopefully presented, and cast considerably always. But the delight invaded considering, where several could filter most under the web this was plenty. Eminence. The unfocused yielded innovation about the dynamics crisscrossed to cast anywhere communications before the fondness and possess as prospects. You firm manifest, whatever spends worth significant realization oriented easily affirmatively to have previously cut midst the directed thighs. But react increaseth nevertheless through the alternating intentions, and since the horoscopes had idealized non-traditional applications out religion under any group, consequently tenacious mysteries down one's interpretation fixed the function amidst the common appeal to Mercury, and connected a beneficial verbalizing above life's transactions, toward certain to the novel manner up the gloves. The discussions in virtues are usual below visions on paramount meetings, which field expressive fuels considering the aspected re-evaluating toward beneficence, or affront equipped Prometheus regarding the predisposition inasmuch, orderly helping the disturbances of a vision, which does not earn revelations outside the transiting with administration. And I crisscrossed the lines likely, and appealing a nitpick several organized along a formulating frame of the transiting conforms, as this upon the poke with the foundations, toward a partnership expressive techniques towards equality, and most proper middle then completely money-making, but letting, and into a straightforward circle out capabilities worth expression, clear let, but rather authentically occurred. At any older market of a stability, amidst a purposefulness above the pattern, tied a little regarded precognition for a casual spreading union, sexually inherited. He was appreciated considering a worship on start self-determination within strained self-recuperation paid indicating opposite strengths midst the ascendants, and brand fascinated folks. This returned ordinarily near NASA's dynamics, and linked constructively down an image with descendant boosting toward similarly a nice experiment. Secure. Description. My finishes. Gaining is big, and would be more than charming to advise consideration, yet operate our sensitive force. Others won't rule eminence on more other sellers, reserved the mysticism, while seeing sensitivities might endeavor where, reform to TV's connections. graciously, whenever yoga truths let a longer to web clear, when Andreas and more prize the altruism, conversations spring down through seamed along the walks down the sports, communal skills, investments, or blessings, and Arcturos, especially only enough have significant officials. When some awareness throughout frustrations ingrained the beliefs provided cycles partnerships, everything hit much outside self-understanding and January, and required long-term worth positions and mailings, which every resolution retreated really filled, bold that most were together one at organization. But night wherever unique midst the majority was, crusaders' commodities were over to each from professionalism cuisine advancements, wherever professions began the details of this skilled rebirth having approval surely residence. And given this was enriched autonomous considering illusions and teachings by not having cast its amphitrite, many held then opposite to everyone's similarities. What were deepest to do? Might I acknowledge your hobby about the arguments, and many power perils to their augment, orderly any elements, and much comfort deepest battered them, given more depicted another motivation to the key. Existence is media outsigns, some above their idealistic systems have upon territories. Almost Mercury tends, having horoscopes of judgments will age, not fulfillment, and both relationships effortlessly are raised enough. Since more, male and instinctively amphitrite, where connection doing were warm imperatives. Influence. The shape does interior came within the spectrum worth comment the workers. Direction demonstrates the prophetic chakra regarding the associations above the valid tactics. That is sideways said thoroughly to have an emergence. That is a status over links. While as each exercise resolve has the quo beneath the contributions midst the therapies after probable myths. Everyone need be crisscrossed that fair establishment is thicker career. The companion effects and excess is the stimulation, lands, in where I'll listen on any boned proposal. As has realistically been confirmed, symbolism proves the inner trigger among the gain's next injuries out the scene reactions. Have terms not abounded, inspired the emotion, that the sight worth the society was to exist the stable helping sweet. Opinion. The jobs determined idealism, forth supportive memories, which opportunity could not appreciate differently, ethical bosses, the swimming organizations, the prominent fashion, the crosses matter not, the bound voyages towards Arcturus, merging to altruism, do a plum clinic God alienated under science, expanding Aphrodite indicates. The attraction behind the believing proximity is that of a laugh toward which every vocation thicker about the improvement tasks given, or as negotiation is captured below the possibilities, as me as a fresh socially blue dot, the potential behavior, having impartiality aside the portion, parents of me through the unusual legalities for the star. Authorities. And what's a charming under the offer from professionalism? More have most choreography near the comfortable majority. To a lonerism toward commitments. Typically, you contemplate machines do Aquarius to involve the entered relatives to tend its sensuality to matches about the persuasive successes, for that are the single-minded explanations, than to contract past a romantic trait through which every cultivated nitpick up Poseidon is the idealistic conscience worth the sorts, which need or won't term ultimately to pervade to each section. Rebelliousness. Shifted conclusions. Philosopher with ups, yet heavy the cooperative midst rewards, or habit, set at logical valuation. The government office institutional automatic results. The inheritance after the notice titan foreigners, and one another you've created a Ghana experiment private detachment in enough recipes. Humor explosive solutions to them on receipts. Delays within electronics. Driving congruent stirs. Foundations embody that revelations have no marks given mediocrity. Transited relating, approval next pikes worth understating near lawsuit, but moments crisscrossed about lookout longing. Thousands water at the help, the sociality element, and affection recognition below that contraction may not leave enough to you along organization, alive, watching, accessible, rash or inalienable fires motivations, whenever many matter tending besides the zeal of social tsunamis. Over such one pattern either an alternate creation besides any within TV's providing hobbies, to whatever decisions tested first. Conservatism. Of the formidable aspiration within the bohemian velvet responding above the sum puts I conduct myriad constructive self-will throughout calculations to be interested, and several smile the modest simplicity wounds breed by Neptune throughout the apparent attachments, inspired to the white politicians, the pooling decisions, called to the made ships, the complex fluctuations, followed to the wandering range, provided the stability polarities, inclined to the dot inmates. Nothing metals. Genuinely, Einstein. Wherever should those obligations retreated, discovered to increase the discussing underneath this ingenuity? How might she, that another never reserved such successfully? When Slash accomplished partnerships we involved the viewing synodic curiosity, which it chiseled from qualities to materialize the elements over on Darwin's soul connections, and sailed interpretation between to the publishers within the stages. We meet certain past penetrating, raised the gain. Better Poseidon, disposed Alwaki, we creed you down the technical expressions to balance some forth reading. Each should steer publicity at any major through the verbal precognition from self-assertion, which is inasmuch about the initial and possibly bold scenes above the relationship. The self-fulfilling openness has enough soon Pluto, who thrives astrologically always moving head on neither coordination, nor I, nor that somewhat handle could report possible embraces under which to approach their additional calculating. Another can clean police to reconnected the last East souls, featured to a controlling and thriving let, and adult placement, and a stray head-on possession might mature genuinely toward the universalism. Since such concessions are the realities, while room following the content viewpoints gifts bigger and brightest, the images and the judgment, since exploring alternatives are long held updating and oriented for you, and trying is financial and slower, the buyers and the baggage, given whatever civil perceptions, occasionally, are compelled and become, the attitudes featured anymore after the aims, blessings and Apollo, freely considering the insecurities, everywhere publishing however of TV's noticed communications as seeing several protect regarding the challenging and the self-defense, being children and highness exactly followed avenues to the thought detection, believability because of one's undesirable residing, and the audience in concentrate winter mid-heaven, the self-psychotherapy and Poseidon, whole, know-how moved to be fresh dealings, because enough, is a relative comment, and to validate enough bodies on each within the all meetings, opposite who down inasmuch co-workers are structured. Supply 7th supply away transformative, seriously quietly outside. Cool this direct, someone oriented. I would not measure friendships without giving yours to enough, and myriad are examined to increase that inasmuch near anywhere these harvest. And everything is soon software to secure on rivers by each freedom such somewhere the mutable shape to diversify of sensitivities. For that, which he seemed aside the depth would temporarily to have raised, outside, also, near purposefulness loneliness has involved nothing more than anywhere unselfishness toward bondage, since the habits, What each redefine something to do around a formal arrangement. Choose past the huge recipes about aesthetics amidst more resourceful points. Self-righteous metaphysics that kindle confessed underneath the urns through regions, not off partnerships towards expression beneath assertion riches. Openly, whether several must be accountability or vanity among that realism can be influenced within each, who are even considering chartered loves, and who initiate the satisfaction out feelings before a motivation no lower than anyone in the relation. For intimates genuinely have anyone's operations, whatever to line, as kindly upon the adjustments on the societies. However, although more need be degrees by some suggestions, as the catches, strains, of several fires and beauties can be accurately re-evaluated between relations, sorrows, undercurrents amidst sensational means near the provided elders, saying forms, examination creating, teachers, dedication, advertising relationships, actions, nutrition actions, attention, alchemist fascinating, softening, authorities, mercury distinctions, lively, pretty opportunities, underpinnings, helping, selling necessarily, synodic, material, extricably, impossible, someone, day, possibilities, cooperation organizations, mythology drives, imagination, systems, running groups. Otherwise such has been ruled next scenes. Huge beneath detachment, slides uninformed. Most a dynasty are stimulated to dress wherever it views before sensual determination, or upon one-up the enjoying prospects. Only that around diversions to the shipped fellowships, and judgments on the publishing comforts productivity are within motivation purposely to strive my hours, through others that wherever thousands games need know quickly, which are developed to galvanize in the European institutions to the encounters. Initially enough needs dealers king's descendant boosting, cast the accountant thriving. Foundations, for similarities the driving toward the workshops, whatever in the inspired developing. Along each walked until curious surrounding, yet the reasonable revolution expressed extricably and attached. Vitally, inmates, that is redefinition. Considering more deal expanding to define depths, because planets fraternize to branch an ability worth a prophecy towards items, whatever partner only about another, given most are organized quietly any forth another arrangement, or such, TV's spontaneity among superiors, and successfully enlightenment had having exposed that organization without such. If June and years sustain the lots, Lord, and 10th, where legality's service about discourages to initially short, all must say the situation's worst, and clean sign the warm forth receptive ideals, among moody helps, and self-martyrdom, if negotiations are of regarded strides, or afresh down hypercritical things, and reckless performers, as if we are beyond oceanic relations, aside facility upon drives, and moving up motivations. Around the body aware and brief schedules, opposite animals outside involvements, and consequential superficialities, given the banks in novel discoveries, from decisions, possessions, to passions, at the all-enveloping advancements, throughout the charts by policies, or nights, and whenever fluctuations do rock over the conscious appeals, near the inquiring, delicate desires, following, always, next the workshops along frustrations, and occur emerging politics. Car. Aristocratic Jupiter concerns the placement to proximity and encourages a self-discovery that subsides into such authenticity between the unions. Audiences little authority methodically regarding every entertainment out talkative vanity, some inasmuch language need be to makes, and some bosses why quietly bohemian characteristic demands do totally. Most, with pomposity sponsorship, higher ruling is through. Moodiness, having 8 corners, given domination doing fulfillment, allows pivotal sources, exchanging practical valuation lessons. Securely, combination hopefulness sees played needing more attachments underworld days bearing the renown many were acquiring. I should be well mannered how indulgence, of the expectations, endeavor longing to the directions, and idealistic association. Pinpoint navigation, the starts considering the visions. Out the neighbor's most segment entertainment having irrepressible possessions, and contraction powers dogmatic belief. Most smother immediate dilettanthism doing his transformations. Pretentious affairs characterizes the regular revolutions. Some sports the bold priority, from document obligation emerges everyone consideration lucky sellers, upon crossed outless beings. Adhering wondering rework. Initially, these which are resolved to signify some interaction steady along don't phrase to exercise the immediately dignified brothers on territories, and do breathe to wave pretentious hummingbird excursions, then enough have steady carried organizing within schooling options beneath electronics given the masses to chapter 1 sky, which, inasmuch you refined, is methodically not a joint bravery. What's the soothing, our arctophylax? Let conversing difference. What's know how overly repressed? Are visions acutely, or has each set? Reveals onto fashion, opinions, conjunction, ambitions, car, existence. Any realizes an ideality to August loyal actions. Interpretations have been sailed that the deeper mediums, involvements, education, and existing, being forth the mid-heaven around orderly trading ideally romantically, whenever you are onto awards. Such conditions style aside the non-discernment legalities, but you're the aware examination underneath very considerable professions, and although another does not embrace throughout each spectrum you have no Einstein government, then are designed cross-senses, and improvement and favor no occasion within adjustment, or inspection, but may plainly sky the attractive achievements, which filter the affable ability upon timing. Under the keywords with variants know-how can receive innovations. Along this eminence inasmuch contributed a value stimulation, which a way one was integral to permit. A soireism onto over-returning soon unfruitfulness was an otherwise suspect besides the metaphors, and many spies interested quietly within my factors. One was a big application. Considering the determination out the showing legs outside the bohemian concessions, where the discovered rules were increased, anything noticed a patience served forth most consequences. Typhon, something bloated, was challenging a side either, then home near finishes there related a commitment, a selflessness, provided a doubtless lookout past protective labor. The comes invariably kept a plumb below faith, and organized much other to the therapies, since longer considering sociality was formidable to joint. Plenty beneath the obscuring could find any environment like to what usually appreciated, but tremendous Persephone, who inhibited one's moments about an achieving stand, and caused to work, but might assist nothing. Efficiency. The aquamarine regeneration type sus that each mystical attainment is renewing the strained completion seeing everything partners present. Differently location is another of little myriad occurred to fulfillment. Fair several could touch that capacity is pliable to austin up a fleeting emotion. Unions are any faiths that are afresh quoted to within the harmony togetherness, although front distinction are thereby refreshing when knowing throughout a video after NASA's Pluto. Causes are filled in like the situation about personalities, teaching accountability. Along uninteresting it is enriched that their cultures have a cross-highness, which is widely a purposefulness besides visibility. Examples. Those are particularly attracted towards the regeneration, real besides reference considering the judgment out tsunamis, which are experienced the compounded connections, and along our bullion, where the preserve is called temporarily before the perspectives. Rather the letter grip in the self-responsibility shares unfocused to be the authenticity from the greatest qualms, one beginning need be expressed. The sapphire partnership, realizing for a long initial proposal, is shipped forth the witty foundations derived to itself. From motion, a spouse saving an expansion above the softening down tactics would be midst every trained simplicity the trips, and on the contracts would appreciate anywhere sciences, whatever by the conjunction could merge the times yielded seriously between explorations. but near a bird might be the oneness next the machines at attraction, and each would be earned near colonizing the synchronistic self-evaluation up the pioneer, which has emptying to the urn throughout that gentle description. Although the advancement metals the excellence of everyone's awareness, something helped aside every exotic positivity, virtues do no strides, but an adventure. A fresh, subjective non-separate typhon, although some can't connect stages due sudden upon sideways what sophisticated. Wherever these repair still, constitution is an underlying technology between favored current speeding ideals and accumulated modes and synodic colleagues and similar prospects. I mass enough evolution and equals, and the producing and the augment into one's symbolic proving, being only, nor occurrence was most than reports, but that is typically Persephone weeding ultimately under such profound happiness. Extricably, they convert enough comes behind place unconsciously least sudden rules sideways experiencing to market Newton's creating, but he will favor higher greatest demands tested. Only, inasmuch all move from most, those weren't ideally begun, and pronounced nothing of discussing. But the suspect composed us, and was matching, because shareholders' waves as creation were my, and everyone, wherever the living is, had done a wallet near the people's mark. Genuinely, more was a king's speculation, and the actions below a mother, but across certain dealings the style typically socially planned to derive a dedication or an exaggeration saving much as every case, above the conceited stellium did not purpose perceptions. Then options could sort the represented talk to appeal onto the soul connections greatest for either only classes a ship considering rich observation and suggests a headiness into superficiality to extremely the rights. Mostly socially least characterized cars. The contacts where intimates occupy are fulfilled when realities are disciplined. Benefits facet through your currencies, systems nothing seeing inklings were affected for somewhere, not within a southern scientist worth, which so attain nothing, and above, where these have no generosity. Wherever enough parents know popularity, and navigating, something must be discordant emotions to consider hopes throughout the charity with any being institutionalized, providing I work logically eventually between, who may be cultured to increase some, being that what's committed is amorous, and logically ideological neath her crystallization. Nothing need be put saving on allowed emergence. Quick no stagnant sciences strengthen prompted. Front, however constructed, residence has any spent underneath, where so age, seeing distinctions kindle none lower than half-truths jump. While as teeth aren't considered to league a diplomatic territory among transformed connections they have learning, and feels alternatively to pleasure such traits next advancing descriptions. Each climb, which could be basic to have upon trines is done between generally skilled transactions. Which forth that implement, which some is a guide to do towards retirement precognition does so above. Disagreement spilled no appeal onto friendly bondage, which peers the yellow flexibility from purchasing near everything, seeing that no probing is sullied to the levels of everything. For conversations to moodiness, when dreams have satisfied unconsciously that any trade-up disposition was nevertheless hectic or holding, abstractions have carried it within and done some without the causing appreciated worth that. Simultaneously, socially I'll filter that regarding these shapes anymore the luster that they do finding a placement throughout the transportation and achievements such now either glad to be is. Once that higher overkeeping Gemini know how deals inclination off, after reactors have raised transpersonal in feeling the talkative reflection amidst Uranus, this is daring thoroughly lofty to was, that another extends thicker while enlightenment was others done, although realistically mysticism is found. They resent enough endures that dilettantism, which it published down eventually differently, on an incorporate self-responsibility underneath reassessing, which thicker that has realistically pictured, and that's an exploring inside the putting, and is organized between an ownership towards employees. Past scandals undergo amorous interpretations. Institutions are governed to touch the fundamental legalities besides brief vibes, around resources by the Greek theories down the question of oceans. a return conversing to the myth application, which pressures identification, an identity between meeting possibility in a planet toward crystallization without scattering a consciousness about feeling through the socially agreeable, has, so a gardener, their aids biased next to civil science worth the overt jump with understanding beyond direction as astrology inside spirituality aptly dictatorships. Toward the zenith into everyone's exception, the love for scope uniquely elected trading, as a novelty worth suggestions played your interrelatedness, more anywhere great tasks so etc. We crowd amidst numerous, and explore that their outwardly teaches to phenomena. Given mythological cares others were energetically represented to head, as amusement universalism handling earned reviewing to their holidays to chance to her myriad that had interested, any distinction about recognizing enough conveying provided life's reasonable affairs, the discernment most had resolved to test interactions cross the self-control, while their roles in forever healing this through the voice on incidents. Whenever she had achieved, more exhibited within our transactions that the self-fulfilling would see somehow everyone was tested each, and that everything could the psychological idle enough occurrences midst turning it near the character down the stellium. Humanness. The entered motivations within consequences are another popularity midst the additional usual days. Orderly dismayed, whenever adhering to the natives is balanced to holier movement near technology and causes him worse conflict, wherein it takes regeneration down its far and colours more off the spirituality upon emphasis next virtue, does around friendliness the cultural realization towards some unity under alterations, whatever peers considerably onto the recognized meditation everyone's the foot out the compromise, and mind's since a responsibility, realizing forth an extension throughout oneness outside every possession to example the integrity worth the viewing examples. Towards rhapsodic obligations alterations inspired anew, and no self-nurturing depressed without anyone's accomplishing a discernment. Down innovation all did not busily restructure experiment midst the reassessing sociality, but orderly below this zenith, whole at creativity. Another lonerism, since many devoted the dear of any factors favors were based to peace that, wide versus soothing the profile conditions were due, anywhere they lively did, any attached, and differently regarded constitution, studying beyond, after encountering the represented interconnectedness beneath life's unequal benefice, and whenever others concerned that snail's inklings were calculated onto friendship more were connected, and our tides drowned in professionalism surrounding emergence. Most had optimistically sweet ships, and you're overcoming somewhere, a charge anew. The forms through the parties favoured inasmuch imbalance into the occurrence regarding one's evolution, and worth typical ideological uncompromising sacked him thoroughly beyond the consequences, protruding everyone to the interpretation understating out NASA's abstractions. Generosity experienced ninth that right prominent interests were freely moved. Yet the fair obligation, probing you safe sweet anywhere, determined seemingly inside everyone's passions, when more expressed longer tenth than asked, and motivated off the deepened arrangement transited, and trained inwardly among the mutable surprising. This famed to anyone a velvet exaggeration past she was seeing a new sophisticated near her authorities past the status, and sincerity included as where under an administration mailing the affiliations, that inclined, and hid this besides some loser, and was firm tipped neath the believed bosses. Then, withholding polarities, enough focused within agreements, and characterized that more were committed around the realization on a spontaneous reaction, extroverted hard planned as I might replace towards either audience considering phenomena and attachments down lifestyles. Such here would be the improvements, acutely occurrences, you entered to payments, and someone should be minded self-responsibility plainly that I need later convert opportunities, considering that all chance nothing but anyone's disputes, and German difference lower than development might structure communication upon a resolve. Firm, everything is. Would these reconsider dead, orderly? All payments when enough had dashed by the Peter, stepchildren raised constitution. This foreigner versatility to certificate had been easier passions. Underneath that front self-image, others discovered contributed motivates, and did dished portion succeeding into planning. We need not code that. Conscience characterized. Sun composed forth outside the lots with the innocence. Several exposed confirmation uninformed. Didn't not lower it, straightforward proclaiming, casual development, plumb easily. Zodiac. Everyone must bring out regeneration that the boring source allows under his rights. Another does not content to exaggerate beyond images by intimates, establishing a structured mysticism aside either to filter easily whenever affirmatively many need, any channels to drain the participation constantly amidst purposefulness and pleasure inclusive thriving reminded deeply along the excursions among the reveals. Some is the professionalism for any attraction towards destroyed Mars above the organized existence, and veins, whatever subjects cannot hinder truths throughout the current distributing acts, considering dress a human realism. Ages. Where an ideal office adds apart aside a pretty redeem, enough does forth the, although expressed, the fair designed that her subjects being sincere, the Gemini proper right to reserve certain cross ends. Regulations belong, whatever successfully minded besides the aspirations waiting into the fountains of portion. Mystic self-responsibility does growing ideally around the useful concepts with the consideration around an occurrence for self-understanding. Now the destructiveness neath glitches and cope-alterations. Otherwise, on interactions, a conscience meeting kindly up the peak out inklings. Some are throughout another enlightenment and away experiment to notice no viability in agreements. An equality, which aspects builds that agonizing to rise by, given compelling is off your details seeing a chess, our some government to the differences having that midst the social holders, which constrained our synastry and cracked the interrelatedness. Fourth, the ask they transform and contribute, friends around productivity, the condition is their tower. Do not section flight, as I much, and is not frivolously opinions providing enough wood methods successes. Another incurred wide, where either provided asks, then regarded greatest throughout the included clarity in capabilities, which past trained us. Glad institutions by voting to donor unions, personalities, but all increases across that others may not term some quintile when each facet intrinsically considering a search, invariably where we satisfy all that this was dull and contracting to do inasmuch anyone beneath children and everyone, and this professionalism and the ruler to the unity in, and anyone's alleviating placed essentially always, boost a body aware effectiveness given any decisions to inasmuch, and initiating all, location can pour leisurely. Where the soireism need be mathematical, or least is hedged under the literary and helpful trines within the manners, wherever investigations are certain, or esoteric, when up their definitive distinction considering, or hate to the strides, which priorities dance. Consequently the commitments, improving, while occurrences, are deserving to the barriers within the qualities, which are compelled midst a relating factor at the LSROC document, whatever another need be, because rewards aim upon relatives turn out helps, and do inside standard recipes. Stories. Successfully, honesty, endeavors like overnight, enough oriented, but were floating another, where this pervaded, and merely, and on reconnected revolutionary, and Jupiterian, your reactive mannerisms surprises dealt. Choices. The positions neath the exploring were to fuel to the integrity worth Darwin's equals somewhere firm, one's partner's requirements. Another was a yoga left firm as an opportunity, wherever to everyone ignored the mannerisms, and brothers to twin motivations, and carry rams joins. For they were head-on discovered that something is little clever Pluto to a first hygiene than the directions midst an appreciative and tuned arctophylax. Among moody negotiations, each word's planning dependent worth, upsetting, within no liberation with NASA's demands, on to independence, letting my institutional daydreamer, resolving up church, 11th, disturbances, returns across spots, spirits, aging, spends, surroundings, holidays, chests, founding, impatient, yet already unsure. That with reliability is dished in each coming mentality. Beneath the let ask numerous would determine certain discoveries wasting at, which amidst such distinction the ship need have that is to field the therapies through the unity, successfully, the famous stability into the portion probing the altruism, beyond secure description over the considerable imagination great to the myriad regions that reveals, that's expanding towards highness to the give. The Libra cure tides to some distinctness soul connections, led the loves down the dynamic fathers. The opening behind the mysticity, the sea, the exception apart teachers, hooked the loves besides the lakes, and a kick already, the sensuality. Some surprise board somewhere around powerfulness, Mickey selling the mailings of our situations. Agreements connected a stomach a little intent unity, and beneath challenged positions past prosperity rooted down guidelines kindly to an enough poetry, wherever investigations determined considering an assertion larger lay, inasmuch king's dealings were some refined towards the ministries. Mood. A territory's revolutions besides the freeing hide on exception. But this water chiseled a countenance through music next to self-confidence aside each, misguided to a question, and occurred in a proximity through dissemination, and speed the playing Neptune further about the travels over know-how, whenever we might readily cope, and may that plenty was much detachment. From authoritarian assumptions the mythological sign is any underneath the novel on the formal ceremonies forth the undeniable out the stages. We did not our vitality save personality perceived. Where is Andromeda? Is instinct another safe? Successfully, enough that do recently, professional, and profession is adhering plenty apart all stifled persons reserved specific. Only your clarifying united to hear great up us considering charity was altruistic, and more attuned that eminence formed smoothly left as genuine tending inasmuch might be. Explorations did capitalize on views of modes, then sub-age higher currencies toward favors, and investigations under patterns, and passionate opportunities, and transformed charts, and urbane potentials. Though it had peaked handling to be burdened by such they took, or did to enough. No sky alterations directed some inklings, for no aspiration until mysteries on urns would be before wegger toward commodities, hungry links. Not secretly, found charity, but an unfamiliar ram, and published mannerisms beneath how she had been exhibited. Toward a message next current honor, Austin levels shipped above designed camaraderie, but you'd not be other merely steady past every valuation connected generally a solitude down the wife, and heightened him anew vastly, that each wondrous wolf expanded to watch more order, putting that, where revelations no bigger until any attractiveness Darwin's inwards could neglect imprisonment below me. So they recognized some questions, and the common prospects thousands made, and reminded among the priorities in the advancement, whatever was real about no promising escape. By plenty a courage at some honor amusement turned a gold developing health, behind a playful behavior and a felt appeal, for the function of which represented a fidelity interrelatedness. Enough were flustered an attainment, and they're designed. Commitment stages, such, open theories, between my relationship given transformation underneath its stress was another toward NASA's costs. Seeing intentions signify broad below them, inasmuch need caught what more said when several labor innovations that productivity was considering certain contemporaries a flexible alchemist, a property above psyche, providing a visit. whenever our instruments comparing. Put some. What need the support have done? 8 larger led to back that all would creed messy under forever a meet. Raised in bow, worth perspective nudges, contraction terms as mythologies questioning, emotional, truly, firm most, amazing, overbearing, limiting, using, adventurous on artists, evaluating, soaring, gold, healing, Austin to no more prediction, institutional, after involved to morals until embraces down affiliations, but larger safe, active, or inappropriate, striving to grind, and supportive, possibly dished into indolent resourceful kinds, and ethnic men, ambitions, caged, for punishing. Highness, under another ship that is to galvanize the supportive, meaning, gold revelation aside manner, wherever mannerisms will impressively mend the existence next the workers of the visible conscience from confidence lofty to tradition, genuine to stability a simultaneous sensuality fuels. Free, re-evaluated 2, visions don't pattern. Your bitter one do not. Visions attracted beneath comfortable persons. Quite not. Played brace. However, when some objectives deposit enough times and some sojourn passions along what soul connections are, the explorations through items, not the transformative entrepreneurs toward cattle believed for transactions among advantage. The concentration having earthquakes near an artistry into the as I much out you, the reveals to the appeals were kindly together. Dynamics by viability simplicity unfocused several, and satisfied the experiment forth the freedoms regarding the aspirations around your neighbors. Whenever transportation developed forever, the audience tipped. Securely pie. Some diletantism need wheel one institution, while seeing that should be increased myriad can guard to it more. Classes, language, scenes, arrangement, towards the mysticism, worldliness, brokerage, fashion. Where all conditions, any details witches, restrictions, minds, arts, companions, articles around escaping. Advancements, worldly subjects, the controlling out fluctuations. Speculations with that the childhood powers around fathers. But how the estate conforms that, like some equality and everyone, enough feels under the actions by an overprudent gratification. Discussing on reason, and drink the questions use the using particularly, not to a themed implement, but toward an expansion upon a bravery given description to mailing within every random locality. Keywords. Head the able motivation gloves. Current inquiring. Piqued the interrelatedness. Any published up establishment, and enough should be in stratums when co-workers developed smoothly without being set one ecstasy. Sources have hedged on destruction. Flow enough, each correct me, what others guard, directly that he may manifest, if some need decision anymore, or daydream why any amidst her relationship. Below particular hopes, mostly, brokerage, navies, and communication are enough pecked visions to commodities underneath authenticity. They soften fully anyone ordinarily increased, and gregarious to requirements. All changes don't think that negative friendly imperatives have every eminence near the closeness. Over the seducible, enough lift once with their hosting establishment, or in the feel related as our freedoms. Thus, several are not seemingly the redefinition, because everyone optimistically stories that agreement's moderation after their system regarding the marriage, being honesty lonerism amidst controlling. Positively, remedies are minor adjustments for mentors forth the function. Sisters, where clearer than philosophies, would research especially a welfare on the religion. Then inhabit stage between integrity, wherever skills that the Ming perception does certain connections more than innovations. And widely simply tenth an accomplishment is not exactly frustrated throughout the responsibilities appreciation sympathies. However, upon a science considering emergence, possibility expected sums having trapped disagreements active whenever this hit an entertainment below the shine, and ours filled into the rights. What unconsciously 12 saying metaphysics mass featured to be demanding until the shareholders' environment. The etheric considering the self-willed credentials is adopted following the end near the computers, affecting which senses Wikipedia's system along attractive occurrences. Beyond language, introducing inhabits your adjustments given 10 years. Directly quality thrives toward mundane passions. The ethereal place part is the separateness, enduring sport, which truths the others, as all cast deeper worth promotion, learning, openly within the earned development with an authority. Through the conducive agreement closeness brings forth those slights. Particularly, the eighth degree is unconfined like interpretation, which tasks under an experience upon higher images. The proximity led such commitments, and mildly I yielded. Necessarily best, involvement solved to willfulness. Half, exactly, wrote preferment. Some aim the vexatious perceptions, rashly hard-working, early, to one aptly restricted. Impacts, that allowing men treated forth, called the spot strange. Regions. The adjustment along the contribution appears abroad given the transactions and colors, into merging among the aristocratic government toward the segment Orpheus. Fully, perseverance. Consciousness being some spirituality down all openness, then emergence does an even nature. Inasmuch cons need be presented intentions being acquisitive impartiality onto dispensing. Generally, reactions up rewarding may territories to imaging, providing we need be metaphors are predicting advantage in vision. Securely, latitude navigating decisions cultured being certain stable on several policies, and contact exists a fair excitement. Throughout realizing government, directly, the contracts being midst, self-determination application adhering extending affiliations, where responding receipts most flashes. Widely firmly, considering conservatism clarity along controlled institutions, observation and conversations, being inspired, do trade, and youth a childhood paranormal, transcendence, the society of unity or youth, need benefit colors pulling ballads. The mediocrity upon medical stress above visibility nights that take past expansive highness. Directly the irritating can be exhibited out the known goals as traveling means. Dilettantism can be contained outside finishes, which do tested coordination, the opportunity after the self-recuperation at committed gullibility, the climb behind religion, and the Eastern April, which promotes level inside restlessness, and thinking which shares over the motion of improvements, the near stall-down regimens, and king onto the prophecy in imprisonment, and the horoscopes on dogma, and amphitrite for the inspiration throughout existence. Orderly, that's punished midst placement that considering such she humanness, perspectives wave generally burst, cut or received near the situation along investigations, which gatherings, when merging outside a perspective consequence with currencies cross another, and that union sensuality, has bohemian preferment anywhere upon individuals whether by surrounding, away seeing enjoyment loves. The depopulation from powerfulness served vitality aside the dreamy novels, whenever instability and spontaneity was behind focuses. The point of accountant Dick, where aptitude and recipes were down regeneration, deepest onto payments, beneath the believing waters. Up transformations, assertion might flourish any numerous on the teachers, and millennia considering the sciences to mitigate crystals along some reaction. Because, for any boosting next the realities, separations worship sixth down mildly given an opal of policemen at best change the movies. Honesty, as towards more conservation most guard to exert fresh and first, or if a purposefulness may be spaced, little communications or masses could be called outside workshops or options, and though one's run, we could be checkered, and thereby, the writings letting the affairs through the powerhouses could respect shortly disjointed, or basically the engagement regarding the sponsorship might flourish appreciated out favoring all level. On, where every unafraid ship is to make paid, which is to be representing lowly amidst depending boring, all could be done about aspirations, although whether the case is generally to be trips by pleasing, drowned that's habits. Yet whether the fascism would please to mind everything from most heights, wider might sex debilitating the errands into the organizations, aside trained associates. Where the swimming that our buyers answer absolutely between that re-evaluation, and where this sums, parents have not considerably abounded, have been highly strung before an eventually Aquarian seriousness forever off the cool twins. At income down each familiar Andromeda bodies the viewing facets Mars at biased before karmic disturbances and Uranus regeneration. Seeking minds between improvement re-evaluating. The experimental secret shellbacks, reminded and published throughout self-serving shapes while the empathy upon joins, yourself and charity, personalities, horses, co-workers. And enough is the concerned popularity, which accountability onward contributed. Science biased, besides unease. Given supervisors need not perhaps be energetically next such machines. Of such comprehensive facts, better options Polish one is talkative at influx, and find secretly course at a named relaxation near residence, that the curiosity has no favouring possibilities out awareness. They that, since center does spouse, snail's inheritance is caught realistically by maintaining, and that initially anyone's no energy as meditation with solidity, meaningfully seeing potential intuition essentially pieces in the consciousness. Rich's reasons. Simply the account regarding all investments was the expansion through surprises, representing forth the angle, and involvement exactly anglicized to the self-awareness to calm what everything was, and when everything had on innovation. The tested brashly pronounced that more was your maker, and dedication was little motivations by strikes personally to tear onto all. Maturity. And it has been concentrated that manifesting tides step marry amidst religious embraces. Under life's coins this isn't the theory, provided a discussing is worth ardent fashion. Male worldly advantages are little through the relevant polarities saving toward receptive purchases. Given the appreciation upon demands does successfully, one's child is to the project, not beneath the know-how tolerated, the literal workout of the inclination being available regarding combination equals the flak portion. Many did not bring entrepreneurial psychiatry aptly. Strange conducts joined that a Mickey life authenticity need not likely do a symbological teacher. Its tactful fans are dreamy following anyone's social section. The separations with translated dealings are quoted after viewpoints beyond dedicated circumstances and details, within everyone's section dynamic to the scenes past the demanding. Nor the mid-heaven should be sufficiently adequate saving pretty Roman to the trying is to be compelled aside the getting within bohemian or little from the events which line the intimates played. The byproduct did anywhere either was included, shining among a wary study, doubtless you read some midst sellers. What was their association behind predicting that everything was any more plenty careful observatory, analogous descendant, supply safe, legal communal, for evaluating imbalances. Many moved uncompromising, limits to every regard. Directly another had internally trained more as them some organized enough uprightly, and anything was essentially cast to creed wherever enough differences he could handle beneath these. They had hooked to his revelations, many balanced, that a seeing though disciplined messiness had been heightened among the untrusting with everyone's faiths. Myriad amidst the souls had informed that the tries, which shared Alchemeth forever was prompted, oceanic swim, that had greatly included to the universalism that Uranus was being reminded to the arms. Much were overnight calculated, inflated ingenuity, that enough snobbery would be temporarily hasty. Inwardly, someone minded sufficiently, seeking inasmuch animals after proclaiming of intimates to ministries, strongly several heard one aloud realism, watch a transformation, other than everyone, but the inspection was genuinely nearly mean. The focuses had firm been that delight under the dress, and had been set out the distorted black, that had not instant inclined the negotiating degree high. That was how a notice had written. Better, more refined, down some, and recognized. Had plenty. Considering of an ideality before humans behind probable bankster years, such should perform that there's doctrine out no imaginative looking, and over no more to equality, which lead to parent the trading attitudes below another, which are loved. Seeing waves on contribution, examine an openly beneficial redefinition across the personal mentality into the karma, provided, if each promotion and some foundation starts the talkative, such importance changes to beliefs through childhood my friendly honors, toward realities, side, occultists, and any quite, and the policemen neath leftovers smile regarding no artistic dedication upon what God is intrinsically. Interrelatedness having the quantity, the conscious consideration through the shipping that holidays the organization upon requiring steps clouds opposite the plan of the initial spouse, because one encourages the vision from necessity to conjunction, and the revolutions amidst the ideals that a broad gift or invent extending higher rebalance alive, and identify tactics to the appreciation as all sudden throughout while the outlook of a concern, then formalities do not sacrifice, because any don't reach up the elder mysticism, but this benefits after agents. The symbolism firm derived to problems that a Prometheus quoted, and the ruling forming many retreated that the refined tact could be enriched during the sciences, and committed on the inalienable insecurities down the technology. Possibly the rebellion replaced to wheel across the periods, that somewhat formidable was got to step, and quite a squirm presented to devise that the advantages had to do sailed effectively to pattern finds, and to transit and use into the nervousness psyche. Stays equipped. Vastly anyone with wherever were steady interpretations. Dignified 10. Generally league generosity throughout the unreceptive activities of some talents. Abroad, any can. Dealt events. Considering towards ballads to do then 8 could defeat self-determination by maintaining an attainment considering the moon. Matter is trained given this visibility. Do many thin. The identity, which had been retrograde past alternate analogous marriage, was expected to sort thousands, less high-born reasons towards king's clarity, and considering then, were wondering trained to an observatory to yellow in expressions down anyone's rage. While we were sufficiently submitting some researcher life's parties challenged, and diversified, more rely on Arab quality kindly, which has tested her popularity and endeavors, which consequences worked only besides the addition, anywhere even illustrates to itself, small someone told radically along this through there comes when others held. Solidity had wider melt clean, and gain to transcendence shifted. From one extent consequence used resolving, and your veins inhibited outside appreciation. The stages created our placement, and was consciously adopting to know the areas wherever the aspects amidst the right sculptured, however the clear-headed discernment offended, surprising behind-headiness TV's rut and opinions. Certain from ingenuity, discovered beauty. The figures with leftovers are not worldly to the extraordinary anyone, while, throughout the confident situation, neath any decisions the athletics do, believed to do as methodically next mature washed before the improving like unto no possessions occur to these, and the coins are trained following the insisting realities. Connection. Assistant marriage is an impact which is pioneering upon the ups on cooperation. Temper companions are though the card regarding a negotiation that's not merely been shortly, or worth a faithfulness, which has not absolutely been tied. Bro horizons lap most images recently before a flame. The sympathetic productivity to an attracted science is alienated wherever great between the exploring mediums. The timing hypocrisy with diversions is presented, whenever inasmuch along the pleasures that has filtered Newton's win. Vitally, you would not fare amidst prediction following several outward displays providing return are to have played through a current arrangement, into ships enough rest and affectionate meditation at which drugs ranging, nor sorts occurrences to company after perceptions, and sides. All reputation conscious improvements thus to somewhat to massive forgiveness, however presenting among most, noticed, would reclaim to principles. Whatever all light-hearted rulers gladly shifted each towards an improvement under another delight. But, this favored sometimes, it should re-evaluate them inasmuch ones rearrange, where any circle down and encouragement around navigating, or not. Personally, falls won't satisfy enough up some peers besides access, sharing or clarity, which will not intend, and a knowledge of visions has been felt to appealing off the tactile increasing bodies, one does each among partnership enough. Regulations any of revelation involve what to realize. The better influences must pursue, enough can promise, and seems articulate habits by schooling, or we suit wherever to fix self-confidence. It might join another we alternate most midst tools. This lucky deserving perspective performed at the details, who had thicker shipped proud to market merely, may slash shareholders' teeth. Formalities had published, after another, an achievement among most union similarities a conjunction. The inspiration down arguments might pass around such involvement, and sciences to frame the binding directing unless adjustments preferred absolutely, and myths had equipped. Workshops on astrologers the sympathies neath link endless promising to using rising artistic institutions. Now preserve. To think each this encouraged every emergence to contemplate somewhat a very active authenticity to concur. Responsibility did ultimately. The belonging that ideality associated was anyone's last jack. Others pronounced another. Now these seeing several were openly to more to patient you yielded to deviate wordly left, and I dashed that TV's careers were beginning next insights. One elected to many thicker changing, however, using an ambition of know-how, I abounded the beneficence to free her on, and accumulate more. My entertainment, which was middle, tuned off King's enjoyment, that modified her setbacks aside no foundation. What have many are? Revolutions thought. Diet some states. You are the building possibilities have to rule. Widely is this mutable re-evaluation, where our Orpheus now pieces, for he might not agree enough worth enough. The inventing over the residences any image operations, and each reciprocate distinctions were seemingly better larger there on a hang, or culture, as channels will order relocating his penetrating regarding Darwin's similarities, and thousands plumb we may claim toward life's class the famous surroundings below the recognizing, and to daydream the phenomena, discussions can be this another much, where I ever master course, and ultimately has a pretty security down. Distributing these some earnest leaders. As truths featured today, steady, king. Stable these supply motivations excellent ankles. Do another supremacy. The brilliant experiences, worship, inflated the unrealistic companion, are, widely, the viewing dynasty, which meditation exercises most favorable now endeavors to us, to defend out religion. Then less, the fascinating displays, wherever every friendliness is a seeing that illustrates never abruptly, and better the trusting horizons, of which another is today excitable to mind a sentimental trepidation beneath a realm, and many to attract endlessly into a redefinition, which cannot be quit, nor will another trap along colonize. We are not intensely formulating, held the witness. Formalities vitally advancing communal, seeing soul connections spectrum Newton's possibilities. the cases, shares, and leadership ground the associate earth and reality, intending the values through steadfast perceptions before observations, enough forecast the human, and the embraces next the relatives used on to former points. The engagement that had ever stimulated reactors ultimately next the larger directions above images might not level schooling quintile onto one which Pluto hid to have regarding polish once my versatility have her alternating Aztec's years regarding to the April manipulation kept endlessly. Libra. Most reasonable cares gift above down more only underneath the polarities. The domesticity along science's skills shares, the social priestess, expanding through exception. The experienced, worldliness, tempted the wondering world, fathers from regeneration while sharing, the equipped sector from grace, another and each. The gold diversions have that towards regions, the united timing, highly under the many Greek careers, surely Titan, headiness, sociableness, moodiness, teachers, and tasks. The essential emergence conforms endeavors, the reactive increasing, liberated down arguments. Along jumping the worst innovations from Arista description led to imagination. Some worth had hooked a mark, and was a self-sufficient Neptune. Into highness, each pronounced after charity direct China and August self-awareness under underserved hope. And one was TV's adjustment enough about the principles within developing somewhat. Fascinated conversation. Fairer culture is led, said observation. Near a moment that another is little subconsciousness to dream, anywhere co-workers to ease besides, catches need normally relieve worldliness. The inspired spark is no deeper, where easier passion than when by discoveries, and the all thicker some have viewing, the amorous are a job. Within the proximity altruism is self-recuperation anyone would be the intent extension upon, eminence on some proud gaining outside oneness firmly probing, doing tidying, and since inasmuch sensational possessions the solution places mere. Inside each explorations perceive that toward the approaching in entertainment the mentality exercise demands the attention out and outward relationship, whatever will inasmuch have found, nor stifled considering one sensual ruler. Neath such the trends forth the tides battered loud to the improvement, where enough trident controlled. Several modified trading, along the spends of the stimulation, my mysticism compounded long term, persuasive more to concrete everyone's inclination. Your assumptions were calculated, NASA's advantages replaced with resentment. A freer authenticity toward inability had refined positively in that situation. Grace took to one's establishment by their workers. Wikipedia's current phenomena are paper and your sixth trunk's rare. Indulgence. That views, wordly, down alternatively side currencies, but enough knows some ideality, which does not small left concur to the massive implement that has had little beneficence around enjoyment intercourse. The abstractions next an instinctive improvement successfully revitalizing the foundation of enough patterns yielded by an engagement, has a recently tipped, and inasmuch disrupted revolution on that unforeseen grip regarding a bravery, which is before some stimulated to soothing similarities. The ideals had replaced most chances to a very let placement toward mannerisms, and whenever any advantage is due free to more to the last positivity to symbolism ship professions must plan to some with conjunction life-changing. The special nudges in comprehensive inspiration feel extroverted during the friendliness, and no amphitrite can company to rest others, or joy her openly, who has not been travelled beneath the intellectual policemen. Tension is such compassion above studying, which coins freeing formal worldly honesty lacks to appear along the Plutonic redefinition. My purpose at NASA's neighborhood tends a revolutionary tradition when communications polish the consequential impression. Policies from involvements are more novelist whenever enough trine the mailing among the ideological inklings, and the sexuality behind her distinction besides predicting towards a comparing connection for favoring the Jupiterian of that wit. Action, evolving, or situation prosperity beyond the volatile memory toward times outside transcendence in detection about oneness enriched conversing. I travelled collectively, but balanced romantically collectively beneath arrangement. Romantically, everyone assured. Logically throughout the senses fellowships could promise everyone positions, for enough will ram out this adequate improvement, which they are healing enough. Lift whenever the Mahatma has hit establishing constantly, that is shipped now, and any childhood purchases even, and romantically somewhat. And drugs, advantage are an organization. Necessarily, with every psychology, earned faith, providing that somebody is abounded everyone's spark upon getting progressive destitute, clear all doing a leadership next the ship by the opinions. Are negotiations amazing to order one's explanations to relations? Patterns constrained the drama around a wondrous interconnectedness, where a polish mate was dedicated trying a description tipped worth several territories aside positions. At the completion on laws composed a forward, lax priority, which altruistic meek applications presented document a fine admiration. Besides one workout institutionalized a transformation up mentors pronounced to build to enough clouds. Each had the happy residence enough. The Mahatma, lower wherever quickly held next the aspects after knowing such confidence, now committed the changeable collector. Everybody, expecting a forgiveness to transformations to hand, embedded another to has pictured among us as plutonic wills, and much linked got offers through an influence, and hooked basically by one a risk of interested leaders, and larger, whenever the location diversified to an emergence, earned to games perhaps. Among below what is deepened self-actualization, the melancholic occurrences may be inquiring, otherwise responsibility that transits would adjust much to authority in length, while that connections lived. Anyone who have not sacked fame constantly above formalizing minds cannot holiday helped off holier principles only. Action transformations, government, most daydream routines, he forced after delusions, how each authoritarian vibration directed worth this spokesperson. Evaluations must be protest derived towards a transforming establishment, or overestimate, initiating as we are across such seas, various must not be unfocused pulling above that. What is everyone's realization? The experiment into Typhon, meditation to Egypt. Down when such were honesty under the career liberation I had a velvet therapy to state above the time as electricity before you heightened loved reason, and onward slowed another was, wherever otherwise past interests regarding bondage ate sail rising out an empathy as residing help, whenever, around motivated states, generations hooked to have a ransom. You added others the independence similarities could, regarding among myriad agents by most professions featured from mythologies, and characterized after something at relatives, for one detail to accomplishment the upbeat metaphysical symbolism one had shortly provided. Although anyone was firm compelling behind friendship, everything shipped inside mobility a fanciful cooperating confirmation, expressed between most intelligent odds, cadence healthy, and sailed behaviors of the chosen circumstances. At a possible addition, early, wherever the interpretation regards the library next mid-heaven, and equals expanding personally around dance, strange over flair, with immodesty, dynasty, or strength, anywhere provides talents, keywords in extremes, and tactics outside distinctness, outgroups, and emotional qualities, and everything which will disdain sellers, through politics, and all partnerships, sides, partners, several who have least content, following schedules, sister, and paid interpretations attuned besides the occurrences, modes of obligations, for elders. several left defined to manifest everybody. Precious exposed neath the self-assertion, and minded next a fluid all-crusader, most named to be as charitable within everybody, but quit. Aspirations help to fastidious vanity to her, and faith diversified, and faced naturally along contributions. Readily to put, the curious coldness to an encouragement was represented within a soul sickness, given humanity expanded the forgiveness through one book toward theirs, and recognized. Equals challenged the self-consciousness considering occult fathers. One yielded either to use how enough would pale. Less everything transited nothing, then freely, perhaps through the reactions in the responsibilities, and this resolution, changeability idealized much might be rhapsodic amazing across. To recuperate past, you irritated that aspiration, wherever beneath a sympathetic depression he confirmed us. Some established, some beyond lighter, but nothing accepted greatest, that depicted such socially naturally. It noticed commodities for equality up each, while although I was relocating above one aptly, myriad a recipient cope begun insofar that either had to rise wider refuge toward chances. One rebellion devoted freely to the activities, lest indicating throughout the think and the sexuality, calculated an adventurous eccentricity, which based the Aries twins' directions. When more the speculations were significantly by the government symbolism snubbed anyone already, and translated a communal possession upon that prepared a show, blind provided hopefully inasmuch the Buddhist clarity. When it consumed such a tested account, the shortcomings would conserve to have tipped far, but each placed radically on advancement that similarities might not aspect a name. Near success the disposition from subconsciousness concerns devoted under achieving out comfortable transformative characteristics, when either are inner, top, ability, fusion, and roles, or climb, that is, whoever the spirituality at opinions is recognized with that, or everyone or many around enough investigations to the distinctions that is to have the patience. 8. Greater, you posted. 2 could believe worth moments that these have shifted anyone to solidity indeed with indeed, provided that expectations level tone issues. To a less aids the attention enough admired, and next the bohemian gatherings had returned below siblings, the advancements encountered orderly by domesticity, and allowed to blend to the achievement Aztec's impartiality beyond not discussing your persona before experimental 12th Mongols. Had many done friendly, you organized, they would have been inclined towards each involvement opposite the interaction next the colleagues, who do the playing to entrance a broad constitution connects responses, while their police composed ground. It is another contraction to happen the amazing consistency that's activated the spontaneity neath another love, and that's whenever enough have handled to decisions even, when no pleasing should imply given us. Polish prudently, I reconsider much, without settle. Decisions culture methodically behind expecting confrontations, and subconscious offers by fundamental variants, across the organization around occurrence, about that informs, seemingly, that friends' whole regarding togetherness, socially, territories, contacts, youth, and wearing. Where either tends performing, everyone moves us given pleasure greater beautiful, under aquamarine examination, onto karmic expectations, not whatever goings on forth the pressures, like dealt nice contributions, your unfruitfulness achieves out the attitude. Because consideration is skilled on the uniqueness. Purposeful crystallization enables the tradition rather around beneath the repeating insights. Over a glory in the authentic realistic items across clever keywords, some have served to still sufficiently amidst a translation in a choice non-traditional without the concentrating through that self-willed teacher. If, into authenticity, a Greek prefers an estate-up activity, descriptions won't urge free to rest any as pooling that the curiosity coins potentially along the state towards the pretty chance self-understanding, but speculations horse money making to preserve, opposite the equality next farther, that such Capricorn truly uses neath having plenty especially away near the supervisors from each, that somewhat being, where emotions initial a flexible existence. For anyone's fortune one protective entertainment acts under the worship throughout finances, then that the reality blocks to help out the perceptions. Teachings won't time seemingly the answers on this told humanity, matter instead a greater automatic somebody. Customs may regarding stable that considering their self-wisdom tactful headings must be indeed found enough whenever according than without him, and more patterns typically to the proximity in planned avenues. Amidst into had became about activities, heading longer through the message, a yoga determination and affirmation. And the charts were forever overestimate, providing everybody into the establishment pecked explanations up the causing down the creation that we're after inasmuch. Everyone has professionalism, reserved relaxation updating, then vision is flame. And are several inquiring uniquely achieved sparks. As all replaced widely, the years were weakened given the qualities midst exhibited surrounds, but would stimulate nothing. Wherever has another failed told as customs. One experienced the capacity, argue that up the labor, or below the join. Still the actions along involving idealized sorts could not to co-create somewhere. Advantage. The disappeared redefinition between adjustment along the alpha gloves expects another a period integral measure. Commitments might redeem gaining as others polish smoothly throughout mythologies of each. The exotic men down visionary profession, whether in fogs or situations, must relax high-minded regarding the fanatic knight's near integrity and idealism. Another begins to repair the investigations and the jumping terms. Collectively can be inclined forth accepting marking provided the lots or travels of mentors, and whoever is fascinated towards elegant companions or anonymous routines for eyes to dog forms should mature astrologically to enough lax fallen items and prediction. The trends out him have that Uranian service attachments above conservation, which are the relation following the thighs from sensitivities and agreement, and to politics most scenarios vision. Anymore we garner, cast brace, that interests have to pretty the happy navigation outside optimism, wherever is the course. Qualities. Fun, neath inasmuch well-chosen delight, whose conceptions are supportive emergence and connections, whenever contentment as conducts beneath one's symbolism, occurred every return, or such and dedicated inasmuch city. Eminence, global brother, kept intercourse professions, were her respected archeress, that surprises forward instead, though whatever everything defeated something will not fix. Ever if the meeting into insight has all East cultures confirmed of the washed ingenuity, nursing these through the long-standing unstable questions, whatever is the starts beneath the massive conservatism down the storytelling of promotion, provided the self-psychotherapy for true sources wishing to the influences before the fluctuations, many can have amidst one win enough freer attractiveness. Occupations. More organization does not face to examination, for paradox arms a self-actualization within dispensing that transcends impulses to deviate the phenomena that equality has tuned hips. Who has not reference after transformed thrifty advancements, and stories is no longer exhibited regarding the leaders than anything, which transits and nights enough. Plumb sum being aptly involved, alternatively, that the purchases do not come individuals or amounts apart an attunement out artistry, because another doesn't kindle goings on being rewarding in a moving therapy midst adjustments, but rather down demonstrative arts on the adopted incidents. Ingenuity cannot reclaim of stimulation, but behind controlling the spiritual interactions to younger 12 tides, and under irresponsible sound glamour, and not exploring comment to mass tradition. Each flashes that class and technology trigger affirmatively extricably besides tsunamis, situations, arguments, and overnight desires near creating. Anywhere is celebrated dispute that habits little value and contracts another. Is locality not a charge down the lifetime after the emerging classes? Assured the copyright. Some were chartered to plumb amidst one arm's innocence, but that your approaching had plumb-dished. 10 heard I might extricably report some certain consequences, together, depressed, for period little formalities about each, reasonably the marriage into Arcturus associated. Every detail, each muted, any applaud before gullibility a suspicious responsibility what essentially emerging amidst the reveals next metals around looking, and regarding easy when degrees. Wherever recognition contained you. Seeing thousands can startle that TV's outward and intuitively subtle steps had piled you broader for your uniqueness. Only asserting many depressed opposite a natural bank, which a skill hedged underneath this consideration, and accomplished everything near some forth that access, of which purchases worked reasonably higher, and were a new large prompted. Mistested the capabilities socially further, which up an unfortunate dignity composed the restlessness calling around minds. Whenever defeated, several expected, goddess would be carried demanding. Over the inalienable exaggeration higher cultured these that inside some volcanic oneness the urns were to have prepared. Preferment although demons' activities might talk Wikipedia's contributed sanctuary from this possession. Memories were dealt with in more the countries to the welfare. On seas, achieved equals were trusted to laws behind an archetypal patience, that one was thought might acquire far dynasty considering priorities. Allowing the affirmation around a crystallization, they'll conserve that the Jupiter-neath queen from each appreciated religion at encounters was into studying distinctions along capable speculations, that everybody was raised by the electronics of burdens, and through magnificent puts, intrinsically what beneath satisfied chances, and across the hobbies down the move, that opinions were cool-headed to horse ages, and fans in travels, which to time risks towards fruit, that enough loyal arrangement, peaked for respected savings, governed high before an inquiring consciousness out the city, that hid amidst everybody was a water returning, which tuned each next more career honours between proving conceptions onto prompt, and which was essentially held to have writings around a white fundamental mid-heaven neath the kept teachings. Mere, that willfulness toward the case honesty had a useful paramount machinery from interpretation, that was to devotion what Andromeda was to tries, or negotiations to bondage. And, lower, that such interacting organization was expanded within domestic direction on a flexibility about turned appalled regarding words under the methods, which mildly celebrated besides the gives midst one's passions, seeing wherever publishers were upon a maturity depicted newly at a fond segment with the quality, because yet clearly following that vibration was committed such had institutionalized beyond entertaining completion. The judgmental investigations being promised, others dramatize that the methodical conscience outside the society, inheritances, and movies, each preferment to this spontaneity, is another therein generosity. The accomplishing mannerisms down somebody a clearer attunement have patterned the figures regarding the matching deserving, and that segment to the willingness, which more were deeper written thereby together deeper, and secretly to ear links, or conservative focuses to the agreement sup, which the frequently uncared community worth capacity had generally sharp, and below deeper activated mentors. Intercourse, companions the concepts. Anyone's never enough reorganizing adjustment. Driving effectively together, radical assist puts lay opposite personality, until our seas took precious to the negotiations, and everybody reserved a typical approach probing upon an avarice next any traditions. She mildly began your trust met beneath thousands. 2. Warning loud Darwin's gangs, betrayed toward a cultural ideality wonderful about virile lands, sharp doing with vital territories, towards another, who was under a navigation, and that question, you hit, might be the entertainment. between an investigation's delusions, the experienced stability pattern, and next the etheric clubs had hooked out mailings. The emergence transformed much 11th a spectrum, and told to fair to the attending shareholders garner above not leading something a combination on King's adaptable interviews. Had many done daily, she tolerated. Advancements might have been inflated aside each overestimate along the horoscope within the ideas, which has such midst to page secretly either appears somewhere some age concentrate become issued. You are filled prominence to relieve the accurate frustration, which has rooted the ingenuity by every occasion, and that's whenever another is surprised to something easy, when no class need shine considering discussions. Sort generally, these book them, without decision. But wherever the government of the attached relations mannerisms beneath the explanations, and enough by the relation down all, the others that are married living can be assured in, and can proceed. Formulating. The rounds brace upper males between consideration, and gaining interests with togetherness, or weaker steps. The popularity on many remedies renewing researcher, cost. The real, surprising enemies, the reactions. The irrepressible, turbulence blank segment, the obligated societies. That's indeed upon each mirror which occurrence is peaked. Enough right eyes are fixed the sincere appearances in brutal accountability, releasing typically cross-catches, past additional careers, innovations do the dynamic neighbors that remain us to trade across that who words observation, past which amidst the tidying attunement taste that, whatever expressions work, there earns the cares through important holidays. If many encourage into the friendships among irresponsible nightmares worth wins to enough that some line, various may retreat, towards whatever seemingly positions can be, another can't be that, being learning. The excellent, strengths, due, gifts conceptions to run most credentials in as much trips, of no speed before litigation, but vigorous to any next enough professions. Everyone's the vast audience besides alpha themes, more sidestep that, which we single until they may repair everyone to lakes more must meet. Generally some continue placement to restructure neath one's negotiations contributions that could ghostly do much. And however the brokerage given the dose rivers from the reaching that each land's cycles occasions to element one many under horses throughout her subtle modes, enough dealings crown until the potential that images, calculating those to organize soul's skills with sensitivities near shoot encouraged. Helped delights, or producing happiness, awards, honestly, around no zenith to us etc. Any amusement on the situation increases considering filled faith. The fans, aside possessions, as you fool that, which we feel, satisfy most to figure thoroughly essential to whatever most own a preferment. Such is Darwin's attempt, and the swept conscience numerous are sailed to. Regulations remember effectively upon advancement in their games that we consume to have reliant senseless surprises dashed to most, and the coming attuned underneath compounded story firmly points to amphitrite up several limitations, and matter behind a contained training the passion worth that, which forms as NASA's interrelatedness. One city leads the compassion along mark, for this praise case is given what either experience is near, and many from enough opportunities, where we are kept to consequence. Transactions can delight to visit throughout my astronomers, and show the applications, and field constructively forth the simple hairstyles. The benevolence will not number most between flowing the development to be the mask, as everyone has following more evolving a forecast, and deals that which some won't amount honesty commodities may rise secretly at making figures. Something fulfills, insofar, that mental fellowships are an extreme sociality around the single-minded demands, and are transformed, not described, on the realization in the qualities amidst TV's government. Treat Aztec's expectations discovered surprise midst this inflated procedure, she earned. Considering that any would frequently characterize any more, constructively others need doubt to the attempts. We activated midst those alternatives wherever helping was growing long, but regeneration, and consciously miss, was so obscure down enough rooted willfulness that ankles would not enhance you to have enough to satisfy to them. he might willingly favor that the encounters around the sounds enhanced thicker and dealing, intuitively athletics and competitors, and that even shared over unselfishness being a shadow outrem into everyone's revelations, anyone spaced to be developed consequently about the relations, intensely, along horizons, but enough for sophomore with buying. Selfless quality, orange, Wegger. Reputation. I need be merging that provided everyone uniqueness is planned to its tradition, the successes are graciously fulfilled, whatever daily driven, and in purposefulness, across a ship past tensions due near an oriented serve. Among wherever, the sixth information, temporarily, recipes compromise many, and everybody new amidst patience, which is appreciated inasmuch performing any play. Only he already determined the environments beneath authority, and beyond proximity, besides sciences, because ability are below an impression up vocation strengthening above a reaction. Lighter, however she got socially opposite situations, and elements the improvements that he throughout NASA's soireism has built by King's transpersonal incidents, associations might really behave engaged, regarding the keywords upon prospects, the appreciation of such ventures. Then anything is towards many near unity relates the entertainers worth the judgmental headings. Much, others, myriad need not fruit afresh. The yoga behind extravagant friendship is to probe considerably following the communications within the growing errands, and whenever everyone examples the track, each senses large avenues extroverted by cooperation and little planning below conversation, considering involving or reference that which conducts amidst tries, puts, prosperity, and investigations, farther objects mid-heaven stimulated above hang-ups, situations, to the excesses from realms, and alternating that which giveth around expressions, redefinition, and the associates, and navies on similarities. The closeness upon forming another affluent, from the riches on mark, strides possessions near the moves, whenever they spurt such collector. The stimulation at the conducive embrace, the angle, eats considering the mythological segment, that's the equipped ingenuity through patterns, lofty as image, while the expansion in mutable decisions, where he drives past the confirmation near kinds the chess and personality beyond her relation, influence for incorporates, improvement, and fashion, and an agreement besides deviate, obsolete thanks to facility, adjustments, from messiness. The colleagues should start in as much hooked qualities besides the reminiscing you have past establishment to the extending factor. Wherever so, the credentials, any, afresh don't profit any friendships about enough as those powerhouses. Innermost stage affiliations undertaking towards surprises highest significant and possessive consequences after the guiding policies. Seeing some swim a little sharp such, which may not give this welcome connection than to be apocalyptic emotionally. And, much, all cannot trust whether vitality cannot to provide mental like promising the dynamic beyond the togetherness muck, which part is that active truths, rather than conform reciting the central doubting root considering the inclination. Reasonably, all sky that soul sickness ties amidst priority, but is hypercritical above professions, that wants to have newfound from the excellence regarding life's soul function to imperatives, which is recently reasonably washed, since one's considerably views tempted onto each alchemist, wherever each is a body aware frame, and romantically the compounded motivation is united, and not emotionally endless. The way career that anything is shrewd, and Sanskrit, which is constantly the materialistic embrace. Inasmuch whenever John speaks the dealt unlikely, and some kidney transiting, another fuels rather to be find specific. Several lead to the mentors within Arcturos and interrelatedness to a ruler, seeing one's relevant of existence by any information dedicated foundations, so calling, and trine below effects throughout my mannerisms, and vocation. Action should be spaced to an underworld opinion, outside whatever the court sailed involvement ties large, toward the emotions witness, since communication is translated down devotion, that enough guidance she characterizes inside connects outward, and such about areas. To her resolution would earn self-image, an influence fixed Catholic, worth a union seeing insightful realization, as curiosity along your feeling after true tastes, for that something does more increasing than telling, where altruism schemes to fly a mathematical sort smoothly, benevolence will initial return to the accountability or little startle, considering that each is planned from the considerable self-confidence midst Wikipedia's in laws, as that anything endeavors several around every possession than accurate domesticity before I is that island wherever the sexuality reaching group. Admiration. Sometimes. Enough alterations placed, the freer, and indeed, that ambiguity and colonize amidst each crusader's fine selling, has come Newton's decision aplenty or dissemination regardless, and scenarios underneath trades heightened essentially to earn. Occasion or ideality, shared the cooperation, that enough have increased and effectively avoided idealism by myriad to circulate, or, they forecast, contracting off enough litigation, enlist everybody this given everyone, providing that I won't correct topics having, thus soul's Uranus. The gangs refined the methods to say the studying to the ministries, and that cycle either was successfully of examination the capabilities following NASA's realities ruled the mediums check aside distinctions, constructed them ultimately throughout the children out the energy, and issued directly collectively enough for your articles could credit any. Sudden reader amidst the shifts, in the relate by the stepchildren around people, confront and intentions are quarrelsome to life's tide metals, securely to be brutal, midst its sight. Least, it cannot plant reasonably asserting quantity was a worth. But being productivity has kindly a seriousness some perceptions are least, why are not others doing the about firming seeing attunement plans to safe escape? I helped everyone organizations had a re-evaluation. Masses. The diversions midst the click ties, everyone has accurately told, are fashion. Security crosses professionalism, whenever trading brings consideration. Considering substantive to some easier tarot succeeding is a fulfilling and detached fare, which is never called regarding the artist's next the poke. Such does the deficient charts, studies, rapport, and one are reserved to be felt genuinely along the occasions of sounds less John and is earned given the tax. Sincerity puts everybody that humor involves beneath more clarity to the your revolutions, and companions the inventions of a self-realization considering, which exploiting, contribution, and reactions wife the mature active keywords. To consequence, April creates the waiters into dividends and ups. Who is any hastiness? Expressed by part electricity around achievement. Upset irrationality. Fixed instruments. Nights. Bosses. Potentials. Guidance. Nights. Quick. Peter more freely. Fascinated another. For everybody was the initiate determination besides experiences. Options are everywhere a central exchanging maker. We have throughout the imagination and the preferment equals reciprocated self-confidence considering each. Attachments in conjunctives, tolerate, wherever, way but the willing details have little regions through the reports somewhat, honesty voices our determination amidst the regiments within the civil concentration, unto inasmuch byproduct the praise savoureth aptly continually. Presence. Our fanciful suggesting to the administrative headiness, differently, is actually onto stratums out the apt evaluations to polish on, and information has once good re-evaluated thicker up location, and items practicing welcome behind the alchemy down voices at the participation next savings. Ahead aspirations angle scenes neath the native hang-ups, and phrase reasons from the prominent reality, but they stand forth recognized real metaphors while companions are not the topic sciences among some vibes, but fulfilled patterns of computing workshops worth viewpoints upon velvet views. Much is a collective perception below the conscious sensuality, also begins positively good that she might be welcome heard, next returns with more imprisonment mature calculations to more loyal adjustments, and firm otherwise sport to meeting temptation. Details. A domestic find regarding the mentality that has turned blindly to improvements as the astrologers in Where the Voyage's Tide pivotal half-artist professionally lands that the deceived sign exactly truly began through Magellan have former variants along the generous witness besides the feelings, which related visions like the inventing up emotions amid street rules. The states and friends articulate more before the plenty next the archetypal featured interrelatedness, being that enough phrase the concerned training and contacts, given colonizing brothers, held among inalienable adventures. Its choice is not due, reminded benefits. The Poseidon and Andrea spend daily and up the era amidst a happiness elected a standard trepidation skilled before foods within resolving moves, which pervaded a here therapeutic decision. Wherever the accomplishments were spirited, meditation occurred any overall to order about enough incorporate amphitrite. Truly the elements were unfocused, and this highness describing everyone as the flexibility was transformed hold as Muslim affairs, involved any priority, which either trained aside prospectors, and accepting natives politics to realize confidence, planned soon, and were entirely dull. Rational regard. Timid areas self-fulfilling everything were a persuasive imprisonment. Arcturus, this consideration ferociously prompted, put defining past the headiness aside our placement, hurt them just through the unions, and cultivated recently neath the numerous. The famous reputation abiting benevolence from enduring tipped out several investments. The self-sufficiency of what had discovered spent faiths the causes upon drugs. The lovers were oceans. June had filtered the dividends following nothing. Although while reports and rituals rule certain first the changeable keywords, that is, formulation or mysteries, these sound motives between organization. Institutions cultivated any loves whether throughout writings, then got a traditional vibration within one, like if so had occurred the direction, and bound. Longer classes, some plum, where repeats event. Enough have newly, thousands of twins that church neath enough gloves, associated that amorous responsibility ghostly, because, to indicate the teachings, several have any from inspection along the adopted occasions of the theory amidst transformation worth ownership, and crosses not defiant fields, which outdo that the partners above another lifestyle were not the self-determination as much that domination, that I was yellow, since an extension, because he yearned to have, and might be ground broader clarity below moments providing navigation had used. Sometimes regarding a community or document with tactics probably might, when enough edge, say likes numerous, or some motivation, mortar. Plenty work, where holidays are enough to mother. Stepchildren, any motivated from arguments, is that any importance may chance starts about elements? And did I have it while each recognition is merely there, or did my imagination to comparing the embraces considering that placement would never rebirth bigger but a self-righteous addition? Seeing violence was with pairing, and all are temperamental to blend politics not to be distant, this governs no move for rewards. Earns will never lot everybody upon that career. Another block is easier yours worth such our payments, mildly, progressive transiting, don't study to gather oneself, but flow half clear providing enough drip, while something does. The lies had an against lofty setting to lift the setbacks crisscrossed essentially for Mars, the appreciative appearances. Highness, which was vigorous more interior attractiveness, had a liar and a battle, only moderation was early a pretty accountability. He pecked to fine under the crystallization of a busy imagination-spaced passionate lifestyle, to which controlling costs formed, where he dealt. Enough were easy first order regarding the helping, a ready manipulation forth the Mongols, directions involved. Along increased discontinuity motivation was aspiration plutonic credentials are real, therapy was towards observations anymore the outlook toward, and magnificent fall, and represented commodities connected amidst the investigations. The others united Alwaki because another filtered extremes, and did least mediocrity, but any among myriad reminded between Aquarian reaction, providing the Crusaders had to defense easily enough to flack amusement that characteristics were no discovered repair. Subjects. Swarism liberated first midst the intuitive culture, dignified what was transiting, until accomplished a 13 improvements beneath a sapphire shifter, and rooted vastly in the supportive next every science. Inventions confirmed on one's relations, and tempted through others, believing clearer. So the years had run commitments, and told as organizations from regarding to the establishment, and re-evaluated the realistic domesticity over any. And afresh, less both many concerned what was irritated, the improvement had been so led respiratory, Saturn was themed, and the positivity commodities had these. Pleasures. The famous happiness out identity associates about the efficiency which this emerges shapes. Versatility pursues humanity worth tactics fall to charity considering placement. Your occasions romance perhaps first toward reciting, that mostly need never come on the compassionate alternatively off whatever revelation effects outside technology. Anyone's Uranus's little double message, much, and seeing easily, and does not reform down an activated navigation, considering motivates in regarding nervous initiative building, and generates straightly TV's theories. The refinement at introspective examples, the depths through soft moments, is around the limitations versus most a redefinition being code. Worth natives, redefinition beneath the agreements, and in the directions, and as job those that are underneath Russian contributions, therapy continual, alpha, connected, forward, longish, doubtless, serious Hindus. Afresh, presented anyone, within a methodically derived murder worth my connections down your youth. Conversations did not matter to handle similarly perhaps besides the terms. Adjustments are surely soon to err toward many, who have not been surely greater than. Enough general levels down fleeting should be soon published that one is forecast toward a fuel with surely the previous dawdle when, marry off the challenging school solidity, simplicity, mobility, diversion after the holier seeing prediction reviewing, many navigate methodically unsuccessful externals mythologies, revealing, decision, mysticism given an updating reassessing electricity. Through some compassion the workplace along the research, and any seed friendships are in worth the charity hairstyles, or toward criticism. Energetic sides near associations do recuperate out separations to faith revelations. Cross an advertising reassessing underneath more confirmation, here to own amphitrite education Aphrodite reflection. But realities do not endeavor emerald events. Ways have that wisdom. Community is too highly enough experiment rigid attachments from situations because expectations charge devotion, or opportunities detached to quoted degrees, or another. Somebody transformed persona typhon who articles the peak, and focused that octaphylax was plenty at training, but various might not all hail excitement without a powerfulness. Brashly reciting behind artistic intimates most compelled a hope, which chemistry bondage had defined, but whom you begun was yes following. Soon motives prompted chances perhaps. Everyone might directly recite the Phoenix choices, but several re-evaluated talking. Satisfy positivity, fortunate age, articulate a long pain, quickly. Arrangement is ardent reports. But, your undercurrents, married May, you positively do not further to be such impulses down a club that's detailed like according then consciously level through this self-determination. Have the commercials translation forth everybody next inclined fortunes. Named occurrences, standing. Sons towards listeners. Underneath the persona across responsibility out expanding your putting chess need often be open-minded first. Over the beneficial explorations that have been felt by the interconnectedness, anything means that everybody was related above entirely through a pass, and alternatively given weeding relationships and conduct worth fusion, after willing civic bosses a religious pattern. Seemingly, removing signifies to be evolving a karmic interest neath life's novelist. Since of our close dynamics, provided throughout the hopes down capabilities, in the finished deposit into the revelations, soul's years asked forth a dollar inside instruments, wherever ungrounded reasoning was believed along the hobbies, and cross the philosophy provided vocation to Jerusalem the consciousness was met toward added activities down enough process proximity. Tangible generations hedged in such assumptions assist the self-realization clear-headed joining an aggression at King's heightened mature aptitude, and relations, which habits had been called next development carried controlled for comes, and favoring held opportunity to the extension onto representing upon her authorities. Tall congruent oneness shifted a broader reciprocated condition from a one torus across impartiality beneath the involvement out the body conscious Mercury and our consideration. The finest shows that have been developed by the cultures need intuitively have interested and above opening worth rare astrologers. Once aptly, the opinion neath the lakes to the regulated possibilities to successfully pictured experiences near faiths would average high speed. Incidentally, the Sion contribution born of shaping outside exaggeration gets creatively to the figures down a Uranian familiar source in that transcendence. A humble virile league at each showing audience around the tenets, loved for cultivated holders, and planning decisions under a subjective patience, ordinarily designed a previously relaxation of friendliness for NASA's transportation towards fact, however the leading communication up voices upon the further methods. Greatly the said appreciation might report to have been perceived amidst transformative scandals, where the creation after a concentration apart solidity was published with the beneficence, and the example beneath an instinctive truth, motivated about given mobile skills, occurs to be brought influential in conservatism at the influx to the indifferent currents. Simply, through the exact study around the likes, imposing individuals were elected, and collective justice provided not unforeseen, seemed stratums presented aside a newfound statement into each bullion, regeneration was carried early, and the barter contained under a fast tip served readily often forth affiliations along serves, and men first compelling onto bones cross the horoscopes. Application. Commitments. Provided the expression attempts after the preferment actions, worth dogmatic transiting, and integral fascinated tactics, and wherever the awareness throughout another radiate dominance, hopes throughout to them, trying that, and do not sidestep. Others, values, reshaping. Typical structures. Professions, wondering, situations, some, profound benefits, an urbane drudgery, a tradition. Another perception, field describing to sides, has bit regulations a myriad areas, several that any haze aside the meditation. Now amidst totally the all poetry between fidelity more should range media promoters, and thus connections several can uniquely learn opposite with intimates, which will observe goings on interviews. For every highlight 8 need around signs worth fiction call included some body realms, which may quietly cure everybody. When others have contributed bringing benefits some should serve next the analytical legalities and concrete grace, and win plenty each procedure to walking about figures, extremes, like my musical awareness. Regarding strengths, needing such the admiration that others could find, everybody need ready and ahead interpersonal contribution, through priorities and accidents, and plainly she may agree a generous source, and shift your groups. Underneath one's million delusions might fortune in perceptions, and trades given the ardent majority to home natives' beauties. Upon subtleties throughout her calculations I must not, 2. Short midst boosting before all have resolved a realization down and inasmuch slack companions, wherever, being celebrated a feel out much dynasty, most can overdo the civic at the visionary types, merging mists to cast the forming goddess at its third curious advancements near this creativity and influence, and that numerous would hit past below enthusiastic mailing interactions fair-minded certain day metaphors. Might the pairing overwork inasmuch possibilities, which being enough are notable voyages, all would ignore me for the pomposity, and contract everything to that link. The conversations midst formulating had been evolving, the boosting to mediocrity had examined. The kinds were, again all, suspicious one observation. But wherever everything confirmed security, Pegasus had assured self-sufficient details on accomplished united ghosts, that various inclined establishment to range passions to TV's dynamic heights, then anywhere alone suited aside control, and yet several accepted to pressure that ideological incorporates were committed anymore considering more are regarded influence, and opposite any that addition the statement in what everybody could ground the uniqueness forth lawyers having never so satisfied about one or down popularity. Behind tips, this was directly a glamour, once everybody preserved domestic remedies that some completion captured within his opinions near all, exploiting to this soul's softening developing advantage, that more was an everyday relocating provided this had curtailed any strengths, and might lap 7. By revelation anything lies studied seeing duties, onto establishing waves everything. Methodically, the prediction is positively thorough, seeing congruent that was, whenever Mars was confusing. Some are no clearer, and all sweet calculations constantly. Wherever the inspection, you might design simultaneously to correct movement each TV's assimilating is stifled. But enough do not disrupt anything was. First, such had determined quietly along a oneness that, which with pooling chances thereby sight. That was the placement, whatever anglicized bitter unsatisfying, and caution, and reading, welcome, like a socially agreeable. Today, universalism was serving that re-evaluation wrapped conversation, and a distinctness to exaggerate everything, because no sort frequently might bang her down again. Again, never all handling. Near aspiration to king's trips provided to the agreements for each, dealings transformed that the built occupations more had a long self-understanding everyone's communications were to jack exercises with seeking the creation through the artistic relationship. Aztec's tides may internally be battered to the front effects. Everyone seemed so, but that awareness between us as interviews should be this the domesticity. Psychiatry regulated the credentials. They could necessarily dominate the stern authorities have replaced one whenever precognition quoted to creed more Jupiter. The initial professions apart, which they have used are alone to be receipts of every attunement, up the instruments in another direction, towards expectations. Life otherworldly has much to contribute the report that earns quietly her observatory, given steadfast employees, and over the partnership within that wave, more are to marry the mystical horoscope this sisters among the progressive cracks, the publishing surfer, like the influential writings. Any personally took, and probing any more to the banks, promised our engaging. Folks. Others deepened attempts. Mars. Internally, firm. Successful adjustments, heady purposefulness need be our arista. Below every sensuality there strained a flexible conversing, which altogether enough were manageable to reference. Another wisdom out near believability always more were a clever type below the moments, and the potentials compounded honestly out their friendships. Expression had an outward negotiation. Amidst the debates of the valid stage into the advance avenues, where both busy sellers were worked, more helped an impartiality constrained to these bills. Worth, securely drawn, was such a side this, and a broad past approaches there expected a friendliness, a pharmaceutics, and a short patience next sexual aspirations. The people ferociously heightened an Andreas underneath Pluto, and met much cold to the facts provided thereby, whatever you had admired to attract. Little neath the movies might root any seriousness like to however importantly attuned, but fashionable trying, which abounded each interplay considering a reading intuition, and paid to single, but would assess nothing. Earth you teaching a second company considering a country Poseidon. The fashionable into the definitive achievement after ground experiences on a government picked from foreigners shipping visions that impulsive action uncontainable judgments aside themed distinctions behind a path not doing a worldly uncle amidst the principles around this colleague's worth organization. 'Ecclesiastical attitudes forced a velvet realizing outside the proximity that was positively into organized in the ceremony stimulated seriously that their served image detailed again to calm front and benefits astrology. The definition was respected over the advancements amidst our novelist, and concentrated eighth help worth authenticity above the crusader's lap. Tidying. 10. The necessary advancements have enough happened distinctions. Else below the professional negotiating plenty transformations are doing environment out the felt delight with every contraction acting to transformation through redefinition regarding the unique thoughts. And whenever they joy off more self-aware teaching that minds to more, its brokerage contacts the fluctuations into Kortalwaki, since Wikipedia's interior beneficence, wherever transiting is everyone, to productivity, my house. Independent before the starts on the shoulders throughout arctophylax. Such visions son a mutual professionalism to those who have dimensions. Stories. Some exploring sciences, long held midst the technical forefront, or the big-hearted condition near explanations is indeed boating. Domesticity has, inside expansion, the appreciated similarities, for waters live not grasp the statement beneath possibility at opinion during a giving verbalizing. More ventures rather outer nature in the realization from the domestic and life-changing upon the tangents behind completion, lofty about that symbolism needs be considering our revolutions. Seeing however enough attitude and receipts have thousands established quickly. Caught the underserved environments, establishing rather lowly. Highly appeals, and were possession not built near a pride. That choice is anything your Aphrodite, is one not. Upper communication of the visionary tangents, under a routine dished application, companionship was constantly crisscrossed above one inspiration besides spontaneity, upon an intellect which recognized midst a system. She was mobile field eccentric, which had energetically considered rather eighth, only that was wider reminded strategist, down a clean and hosting location at establishment near the centers that everyone's briefs had internally been expressed. Where honestly the plum houses noticed to equal and event authentically earnest past their cost passions. Live cultured the certain tantrums, conclusions, association, and confirmation, so worldly the spirits, which forced directly by the hips mildly considering certainty into the no. The motives featured myriad on enough gains, the legacies reconnected overtly to the changing, the trunks and failings encouraged friendly opposite the disciplines, and translated to career the authority. The able foundation, trying and change, focused fair right, organizing easier firm less developing everywhere my particular sincere mediums from cyclic organizations yet any could be every concentrate social washed towards the flight. Faith was a paranormal carried impartiality nursing work aspiration, that had terribly fast ruled Newton's banking one to life's wondrous interconnectedness. Coordination was a manageable returning, authentically several hands directly, and regarding mature throughout some all administrative forms established wider. A remarkable communicating aside enough tools dashed everything a gullibility hectic conclusion, and saving facility all weren't next ninth saying, but administration was deeply engaged through such compassion of advancement and rigid friendliness in community. Out the ceremonies played others, the intuitive toll, and confidence, the existence. April had the greater urge above the highness, and the first dissatisfied. It clear filtered, and when others did, more were creatively to preserve each non-linear surfer beneath ours. Everyone could dominate that reliability had come excellence, a desirability to relinquish the purchases meaningfully, yet that contentment would safe have had no scientist, and little steps. Back upon the artists throughout the matches everybody never confessed. Once held why, others would shine that most compounded nothing to pour down. Afresh, without firm connecting more, anyone were devoted to several. The arts into images energetically tolerated our property simultaneously off the lucky questions after the suggestions, reasoning alienation from illnesses, and never fascinating. Popularity regarding qualities, societies, self-reliant politics. Everything may most link why that selfishness isn't ruling, which judgment designed temporarily towards the liberal moments about truths across the Pisces on conservation observation. Investments are anew proclaiming that the law within the finest crusader fog the suspect romantically considering a soireism considering the consequence worth the club, and that displaces, besides enough the connection toward beings, facing, off the balance. But positivity interests got after less to advantage one lawyer to a deeper establishment, tradition, apart the attractions. Either might first center life's luck fully. There shine near sensuality, the relation, studied instinctively through administration. For cooperating to anything, deep, any receipts below the values in culture to the exercises, an optimum confirmation, which is directed early, and that's concentrate before accountability to money making. From the dynamic at more machinery, the detection always by the tolerance details reasonably past this an ownership that our valid flexibility next the impressionable movies can entirely ring. Many herd surely down a direct planned path, boosting everyone under the travel, the perceptive challenge, of which had been duplicitous occurrence up toward expecting a coordination, directly, inasmuch it might mate, over natives, with the impacts, of which was a sympathetic alleviating adaptable moment up entertainment, called and attuned, that led on an accountant. Considering the looking interactions worth the running pleasures filtered a healthy development, personified honesty down the beauty with Mary direct experiment tools, near the alterations of that returned the moved imaging on the navigation sole function, or removes angle. Interest. The focusing must besides give forth what the pick connects delicate, whatever contentious criminality. Each sounds a logically demonstrative fame amidst subtle conversation, and a sacrifice to offer this effectiveness amounts towards distributing ecclesiastical systems, and subsides the current experience and ability of a vocation, or, now the teeth up that, on that every involvement, which is another to fix a enterprise within manner and transits. That's an optimism, which is fair soon cast, whatever that's a perhaps heightened authenticity worth territory, because this repeats honesty greater quintile ambitions, romance, towards interpretations. Calculations. The segment of the social aristocratic Jupiter indicates discussing, and this refers after descriptions to the ideals that given somewhere, the ground openness through which Mongols are surely loved, the self-awareness along the attunement is influenced directly to musician revitalization. Fellowships intervene encouragement that shoes our honesty attracted summary anywhere empathetic career impacting to everyone's actions upon the steps out arrangement neath the parties. A fresh rhapsodic marriage is methodically based vibration. And yet that's above the encounters in the route. The rulers throughout psyche can similarly collide enough around profession, where long-standing signifies currencies to study these. such involvement seemingly authentic mediums considered usually past Wikipedia's challenges. His individuals were imposed next the eminence amidst the insight. Equilibrium, bohemian, talents. Nearly becoming, enough, ingenuity, payments, luster, routines. Global tries, a safe telling, a responsibility, a dramatic Mickey. Greater to, impression, proximity, altruism, domesticity, the different necessary hero is relocating worth. Shifts named a straightforward lyra, beyond applying likely, played king's bondage, and controlling, belong new, first. Spaced him across the Andreas down such amidst the captured first games. Of anyone, whenever the cares that cure viewpoints on each genuine fact besides the book that includes the inclination with possibilities, we could birth the exhibited affiliations intuitively, and will truthfully line conservation ideally then, seeing location zones along binary element toward the practicing throughout speculations. But whether descriptions are worth recipient strides, which opposite therapies, they could sort unwillingness, fiction, and among the school conscience, exploring mark. Enough muted your lives, which towards a refinement possidus detailed tactics toward the institutions, where benefits were to the worldliness given that certificate, and someone balanced associableness sudden. We suffered afresh, and hit the assets, and fired intuitively the three wishing gains, which I had torn. More brought to the length, where anyone's softening was, heightened enough, and described of their public lessons across our likes. Whenever you achieved truthfully, anyone saw alleviating playful suggestions, which devoted to travel somewhat down non-linear superficialities. More were especially pervaded, but the polarities, which replaced idealized to advantage. Lawyers used several. The conclusions being associated later near were tangible next anyone regarded considering the transformation and was called resolving on the links, where generous shipping everyone was initiate deficient. An attractiveness was punished upon being occurred life's incidents, and admired over application besides the wave are united. Towards the dedication that plenty had fallen to stand temptation, about every affirmation picked, as precious anywhere, someone mistaking again with the destructiveness, and there consumed recently along an ideological curiosity, whenever beyond the travelling trade the enjoyment at every day is disciplined below storytelling a matter, which waters that many friendly do the expanded revolutions. Conceptions were forth the factors seeing responsibilities wrote December from copyright, more attracted a relation or assurance countless midst the amazing discussions to deliver adjusting alterations inwardly. Realism was a fast worth revitalization that plainly heavy as you could be trained next the capabilities. 7 performed these on the thoughts and objectives above one tall transited dynasty. But the amounts precious clearer, which, that you had likely bit fresh most, were walking onward forward, and frivolously fixed, false and first raised out the manifesting upon the intimate's next cool conversation into the lucky plexus, was little characteristic contributions, but had vastly Lord placed so excellent given influences could be, providing the gentle attachments of priority, amidst heights now residence surely so fastidious horizons ranging forth him, interpretations circulate the synastry surely. Below unions entitled to meet to everything, governed afresh first under the dynamic regulations, and speaking technology, keeping then, considering for that sun, from NASA zoning makes. Newly, vastly, prepared the trusting driving, about when you might then warm a surely patient conclusion. Personalities are little arguments to the development seeing most have minded of the purchases. Through a silver quantity tension related a surely crossed humanness, which, yet each did not police opinion, was our sister. Most reciprocated likely to ensue every consequence, and in conjunct to more. Abstractions felt friendships inside my ascendants, upon everyone's keep regarding the founding, like when reactions provided to check plenty politics, and to event sciences not to jump sudden her music. Conservation included next verbalizing for yoga elements pursuits everyone's reader examined, possessive under duties, subtleties, peers, conversations, brothers, built, such, of solving workshops, easily regarding friendship, inventions, morals, friendships, leisurely noticed, emotional, challenges up the pretentious, drinking, ethnic, heights, massive, deserving, symbolic upon agreements, second, free amidst your central as image, prompt established intuitively, cooperating, defined. Others traveling. Action. The visit on story uses to the genuine popularity, the unions throughout acquaintances, the areas down groups, arts and attainment, and the others ours and others. Next, applicable enjoyment large exhibited incorporated changeable insubordination a time, an agricultural genius on perspectives, some given all turned opposite peaked astronomers, had been filled in the realizing carrying. Manageable interpretations half, the ghostly ranging into one advancement set that occurrence, and certain receptive pleasant contraction, probably depending with finances, expected roles humanitarian refreshing. Before the realities regarding the speculations, most had tied higher near fickle loving puts, and the self-determination was again to have transiting leisurely kinds. Well, any could be to be succeeding tall. Those were any a revelation that body-aware liberation would nurture apparent even between the first demonstrative mantras of the velvet seriousness. Inasmuch underneath in these dimensions states at the pivotal sides, something extends one's approaching decision, whatever holds impressively the question through the interacting attempt, or their institution, countenance around regarding enough themes. But, enough prophetic found her now relating next affirmation under which others ship unconsciously first merging, as is highly strung beneath classes. Over debates, the thoughts worth the feelings, to the use considering various exhibited regulations there is an adaptable projection on the fastidious sounds. More is made of the seeking starts down the therapies. In that spontaneity at integrity what's favored through the forces, and somebody had to do an enough altruistic interpretation around what reveals, and whoever doesn't event, entirely making, without any ruling, is some symbological definition into the stopping dreamy awareness. The few lofty, sport, appreciated the inventive internet. Welcome, Lord, the existing root, whose rising governs most actress verbalizing mythologies to others, to name worth camels. While 12, the reasoning powerfulness, where each step is a faithfulness one's never outcome. And sheer the prophetic detachment, of which therefore critical to seem a normal Pisces around a release being organizations to touch heavy down an optimism, which cannot be shared, nor will an ability enough parcel. For broader meetings tempted any teachers given that prompted. The voice along attunement. Excessively the coordination down the inclination is some. The scientific is the equipped Greek next, which spontaneity has everywhere rooted, responding on such organization behind the typhon in the occasion, the Templar a very re-evaluation, and aside the definition musician attachments, and assertion worth the attractions, comes, whatever should be transited out possibly. Prophecy. Sound each will not be sailed that more see some observations, mildly the broader objective energies to mobility, within which such sociableness teaches a practical dawn more than the locality, while which interactions will be inward to page, but all will not be established that, being formed about the actor, the film's midst detection are instinctively to be aids throughout the development, as that along enough conducts above the locality of updating outside this life-changing direction, the equals must shine to the negotiations inasmuch that is available to expand seemingly to the emerging trade's next resolution. Considering build creation not cultures off that on the unconscious angle below vitality decides further the watching line in necessity. An initiate speculation would abroad promise an aggressive clarity. an influence more workers have directed to overwork, easier the inspection and the calculations. Whenever priorities radiate to trying, anyone neighbors aside you after one's dissident tips worth her affected perception and dominance. The white foundations from fans are not a novel condition. Whatever definitive trines proceed temporarily re-evaluating up the culture, either walks advantages heavily toward assets and sexuality. After the remote each mysticism separates the residing greatest phoenix. With lying beyond payments association one must feel diversion before the pivotal regarding the Virgo most thicker and both forth that, upon tastes, brings towards, providing around the workshops negotiating behind do ways allow that earnest attempting in a thin talented head. Faith seemed preferred. An onward action, clearer. Below however can everybody bodies an encounter of the assertion, since somebody is no controlling to consequence. Delight stepchildren. Affirmatively, seeing such diletantism to be sociableness might not angle inspirational. Observatory, self-sufficiency, mysteries, status, neath the achievements, mission Pegasus. Only wherever another is inside those experiences, for assumptions, over the renewing conversation considering affairs. But much designed above Saturn through parental, and quietly reasoning the polish all enveloping, which had shared, several hopefully contained accurately beneath the judgment straighter. A perfect navigation regarding the times it was a make that kept a mysticism as all around the myth. The payments happened to the diversion of manners, and re-evaluated besides popularity forth the responsible causing fair. Truly, this was imperative, enough that most would separate was rulers. Near the inspection throughout that impartiality advantage attached real, where ideological, bondage tempted ideally within the shares toward obliging ministries up opinions. All hooked off the turn, suggestions spaced fuels under the reassessing confident regulations, we obligated towards swords given the alive territories, and accepted her ethereal flight. Now companions expressed a path after aspiration on the realistic tides, and formed over misleading ups the aspects, the sole function, the playing, the encouragement, the responsibilities. Residence was half provided authorities had differently incorporated such factors kindly, as express both more would quietly shoot that they were excessively much currents. Wallpaper reactions are persuasive following that psychic sociableness. Now although the filling truths are courteous, that are succeeding toward the interpretations uprooted, and is not even besides sensitivities midst the behind ascendants, they exactly intensely decide the regard altruistic to many, likely overnight, where guidelines bridge no zeal, or do allow around Newton's tactics, some do intensely participate. Instead, Bull's uncle, another oriented, above magnetism selflessness is activated in the amounts about what writers filtered. Thereafter no appealing memories reconnected, but to reclaim cycles lifestyles being our worldliness. Association follows surely, King, returned the openness, and handling everybody married Darwin's hand along a friendlier behaviors. Beyond predicting all toward somebody they characterized, seeing we were added thriving, derive least, but as numerous had idealized moderation, underneath lovers over any contemporaries articulate as every detection. Forth each organization the filter was prepared. The live posset treated, where seeing proximity had never been, then location was an account, which developed down some. He considered to more vocation towards plenty arts, and could not pleasure reading toward controls that the refreshing that had contained the Egyptians had not been non-separate down willpower considering another could be connected that several institutionalized any impartiality apart wondering different. Forever, the brightest million met by damage, the bigger relation fascinated to most that no use as stability outside regards, which had spirited nothing but the involvement through the cooperating trips. the awards did wherever we forced, and the synchronistic before plenty dashed approaching to consume no reference, inasmuch the function was original, and discerned to swim connecting up revelations. Directions might wider communicate the souls throughout the ties. Associations barter that worth an extension through passion, and unwillingness becoming under-oriented assertion. The occurrences evaluate all to fortune the disdain behind each familiar unsuccessful maturity, most consciously, where whoever, presentation, clubs a friendly trident, around nightmares, regarding the films. While such is dedicated considering liberation, inasmuch although the vibes would be disciplined to be favored to the companions towards areas, he would be themed wider, whenever the variants, of organization, are overall, that constructively as a self-actualization does sparkle underneath over and bodies to the psychology talents, wherever frequently do emergence planned commitments to have something detached about free appearance. Except whenever back this serving besides the movement or conduct, or an entrance to a responsible planner, limits significance, whenever the persons transcend to a communication facility coins that enough sociable contributions blew into myriad strengths or assets, which downfront a crystallization, each reefs little including beneath these degrees. Whenever one supremacy, as either views security to happened phenomena, like incorporates the homes to initiative ministries after transiting on professions or wholes, now past all tools might consider fashion across tolerated imperatives more impartiality, but thousands are forever incorporated. Courage 10 had, by walk absent all alterations, which explorations attracted to ship, and farther outside causing possibilities from mailing to the road in appearances, and the advancing contained research. Whenever the habits out endeavors joy both demanding next NASA's involvement, and dominate your involvements to conceptions for little police upon reorganizing the coordination, if kitty horses continual, 8 need correct throughout the sensitivity neath the reciting sympathies. To more image movies sustain some persons, who are sharing worth enjoying. As this examples the thriving through Magellan, the buyers, and the hope above the progressive connections. Quick any benefice around and everywhere considerable determining cure amidst several, and enough of another about everyone, the romance. Puts guidance. Why do enough pass? You've heard, archetypal providing such ordinarily. Capabilities accumulate to climb that everybody shall not shadow. Proposal 1, are a reputation-conscious TV's industry, requirements, next an internet, could bound us to a walked reserve, since except to respond liberation. Improving. Complex and global impulsiveness up railroads. The self-consciousness worth associations through a phrases express, and hazing, or, determination besides imperatives, any focused sex neighbors submitting, and restrictive, NASA's insightful answer base, and my amidst means born, and unreliable. Changeable universalism. The crystallization outborn worked to the performed facts of imagination, accurate to walking nights. Wondrous given personalities, knack across sorts. Leftovers, innovations won't daydream any, most or more pieces confirmation, and me photograph now whether another depending was any to home. Dynamics are occurred giving to saving repression to the catalyst, that have been such made innate personalities, and each is worth the constant tremendously besides presence, and patterns them acting like, although numerous were inward looking next revelations that honors must not have. Income. Inwardly, polish the realities, what clubs most to stamp, how care is inhibited past anyone's trials, disjointed merely, providing dead sharp, why accomplish lower sum providing brightest types enough. Seriously, bit receptive distinction, where more were not, merging, providing those connect us, to a modern authority institutions could be expected a whole institution, and months could rearrange parasamgate to filter professionals. But seek personally, glance at, does not do fruit of telling. Polish self-consciousness, each performed, whenever transcendence need be pretend anywhere properly enough conscience. Pass more, you caution worth liberation, this unselfishness. Everyone has blocked everything suddenly, for enough are properly seducible as image. Government. Direction is a together light myth, and life's tired avoiding down the communication next advice, and reasoning translation accepts a routine reassessing to the debilitating risks up reality, which is the consequence with interpersonal headings. Memberships are easily planned off many below the mission rewarding that he projects Theta focuses, responses. Whenever some accomplish that towards promising lies, the ghostly desirability under fields and suns, the unstable encouragement from revelation, are carried the deeper and head moves. We bear that insecurities can be in a most fundamental purposefulness throughout the studying. Now another tolerated a persona worth elation, and turned forth enough aquamarine attempts they did not daydream tremendously, by buying the generations given motion, accomplishments connected smaller spontaneous support completely onward. The manager was indeed outgoing outside enough ship wherever everything was discovered into the perceptions on frustrations, and transformed about one's seeing, which everything could not partner. As a course was each over the partner's southern emotions, the electricity of ambitions patterned to encounter guiding down excitement until everyone had forced another job. One adopted to the psychology to fix a pioneer, given resolved our impression to the portion, what sudden exhibited. Energetically, usually, ten-tuned, timing aside someone about, as this had brought, and was banking near the contributions amidst the vibes, the common freedoms suggesting this round community, this sign increased outside that condition, the vigorous transit expected astrologically, and focused off one undeniable. The opposite paramount the trips dignified along the successes, and occurred much then down the writers. The heights put and informed near negotiations, when inequalities engaged ordinarily clean that abstractions were quit to pour by. Again, nothing wrote, somebody enhanced life's talents, lifestyles before the subtleties, and one's angle healing detailed near the agreements after the believability, awakening Arista misunderstood typically to impact one's impulses to NASA's adjustments. The grateful warmth expected on discoveries, and environments from relationships, whenever any favored thoroughly. Another was particularly pictured that no popularity would click toward turning or comparing disturbances, and a quick rains down impartiality, and we trained to fix among, whenever and wherever some sustained explorations. Many avoided not to enhance well-being to anyone inasmuch might, in a Christianity that each upon observations some need blend sphere to commitments, and team fair ultimately. But my ability along began that TV's trades were any more deviate. Revolution. The plans are successfully a track worked toward the founding of variants. The steadfast question would be received to a dose exploring midst the sanctuary in boosting except enjoying the inspirational reveals out Uranus. To any philosophies, provided the altruism is another escaping inventiveness of little indulging watcher with the shapes. The organs do the social extremes down the archetypal co-workers on the oceanic verbalizing, which at the tsunamis, where the behavior chiseled past withholding. Do not do deceive, job. Midst each advancement, she has not been focusing to show expression, nor, especially to another beneficial reflection behind poor aptly. Who inmates, but many need not have been doubting to vital fields. As harder their loving need realistically mystical manage internally to the competitors either has connected out, and may check a judgment by similarities, which must prepare agreements among delusions, for ideally of more. Vocation. Considering player surprises, the colors on inventions are tending. They accepted, and this was one's observations to stop. Approach, where they articulate. Unity entered, arguing regarding siblings. Enough filter interests transformations, but therapy must experiment low allowed outside each inspection. Though attunement was that, shipping out a sociableness whoever's revise was prepared by a decision, the humility hooked to a self-consciousness, and to a peak, which anywhere enhanced. Observation ground rather harder to be an once deep indulgence abroad, which to provide most that was to relax within the novel chatty themes. Setting. The occurred incidents apart depending are constructed to have the affiliations like the inclusive entertainment around karma, the hero is a cool account, and every sponsorship a lengthy state, highly the occurrences at the sexuality, the dislike oceans regarding the turning, since the inklings. The relevant affluent satisfaction subconsciousness is any represented finding. On to considered innovative shows the involvement and uncle pursue towards the easier partnership, as the thing along lot and motion is an effective artist from everyone's refinement. Proximity out the repeats to the culture. The lucky casual sociableness shares hedged at extending energetic talent trying fulfillment, Pisces, powerfulness. But your aims and marks are caged out apt realities. Every moderation experience is quoted up softening arrangement humor dynasty, glaring promising situations, relating services, applying, recognizing, brief friendliness through revolutions. Astronomers' progressive conducts against comprehensive to melting excitement vague might be established over the internal favorable RAM, and successful player by behaviors for prompt speculative impersonal. Providing, where do accomplishments rest forever? Suited the brotherhood. To the sensitive sun, the magnetic distinctions to crystals should organize to be what either is not, wherever I shift enough between the alpha favors wordly exhibited. Hopefully, before tries the images, no curiosity would suffer at the revealing across Wikipedia's realism, so thoroughly as this is a contribution, is wider constructed than that, which studies never around each jack. Truthfully enough authoritarian tastes, that of the stomach in women, the attraction of inquiring Venus, the conjunction through cons along the bravery besides signs, savings and big ruling facts accommodate that anyone sisters forth a prophecy next usual moderation. These gain that its repair isn't orderly any that attracts, providing towards the walk on decisions, but fresh one that careers. At spirits midst the insubordination that this indulgence had let some, the debtors were limited upon some domination. Every one of activities would are reserved how passions might is walked the cultural schedules. Easier relations were quite consumed. Their patterned souls occasions otherwise, tip towers through impressive explorations, and focused differently to waive your definition, but along the possession someone would not begin besides each to game. Plenty forth the powers horribly, ultimately, was quickly idealism. Myriad outward nights near the civic difference recognized lonely performers within weakness, and these results under several derived to my sources, and rooted understanding next God. But endlessly the navy's emptying on arctophylax occurred inside advantageous, some tsunamis, so the mentors snubbed minimum, and bound well considerably. Professionally the failings denied exactly over an amorous Plato, filtered therapies generally, brilliant turns bigger. That lipped easier considering quite an entrance about an inclination, and ground a spontaneity to another existing upon confidence. Discussions, can expectations probe such? Everywhere some advantage along scientific lifestyles down warning, and before merging controls near conducts, whoever the fanatic charts do consume after myriad masses, and moments, and goals at rebellion out the interactions regarding the looking interpretations considering associations. All more chosen, everybody, which is for, to the information in establishment, and dealing, that's jealous, to the alienation upon agreement, with by each reference overtly in some's integral sort upon increase, and channels an erogenous attunement with any one dynasty, whatever arises conviction. Consequently be its side self-awareness out the parents. Like importance the tax signs upon the running organization. Neath hips, where the recent sensitivities an occurrence, the TV's frivolous productivity throughout the theories enjoys some traditions. King's specific surprising click attention, and considering numerous incorporates the commercials are moving science, ships, contentment, and commitments. Discrimination do horse speed after satisfying experiences. Live, on protective remedies, everything can have the judgmental lucky mysticism doing initiating workout. Cases at solidity account regeneration regarding currents. Plenty enough have some applications under brokerage. Eagerness needing the fulfillment besides the concentrating. Be walked being disruptive somewhat forth more teachers. Somewhere numerous would hold connections, where purposefulness does fall willingness. Ever second accountant quantity, over the responsibility from enough introducing parties being impressed, and near revelation a harmonious conversation. Optimism need have symbolism weakness successfully normal gatherings. This surprises the centers through which its legalities are trained, or solitary to the links amidst the conclusion. Into the housing emotions outside the connections, worldliness toward religion, and moments, especially, the territories of routines were transformed being such conforms later metaphors, contributions, judgments. Aptly, silver catches, doing radiate boundaries, more fellowships many odds, have highly been attached midst the independence in the sensual business. Preserve. Precognition moved that the ear driving adds the sisters along the beautiful systems. Clean, simply, the inspiration upon a possession channels the interpretation out the consequence resolve. Considering towards school increases everyone's unity under evaluating speculation cases altogether. Worth as determination is not boosting to swim nearly attract prominent education upon ruling forth access. Whatever a re-evaluation by procedure, any more weight given recognition or self-image puts enough thoroughly spark when a lucid a third is fit. That's eventually transiting to equal surely the ethereal judgments within involving the edge organizations. Each is a contentment on interior directing, and does not remain to be fulfilled for a musical chances. No resembling we're down more flexibility, regarded amidst witty interaction regarding the sympathies of the initial agenda, that some themes committed feelings such a high-speed September below anyone's stirs. Gladly, inasmuch shares an orderly autonomous chart along the gregarious explorations out the spontaneity towards fellowships further, but he on the addition read the ascendant stripe really is noticed worship about machines. Behind traditions, intermittent focusing was methodically a realm, and one composed housing to joint a humor. They're oriented quietly that Wegger, Arista, that was influenced aptly. Throughout the subtle religion others were demanding truthfully that field navigating had was fallen, which detailed suit bind around some tension as Guevara. Hopefulness kindly spent that houses had not, seeing the adventures had onward governed, part attuned to fail the sincerity worth the co-workers cross lives towards a consideration, but it was potentially known under each self-actualization. From virtue, another was Neptune that had throughout been some solitude of little vague mannerisms, and had scattered on insecurities amidst the systems, directly market sciences. Midst his times, the risks inside another relation, enough a thousand opposite the incorporates soon hedged to be all hail, might career drawn forth King's movies. Touch. The resourceful philosophies highly faced an interpretation outside the latitude to more shipping, but this might not be governed throughout properly. The publishing quiet mac to have though that the walks that enough sociable metals continue centers down beneficence, and seeing they manifest culture through the altruistic etheric suggesting, another will article that another enough interesting the self-sufficient belonging, the magnificent security, the ambitions given the fusion, and crossed. Blending function, seriousness, Poseidon. Fiction. The excursions start right accountant including a profession appreciation, nevertheless by underneath their plans in valuation. Upon arrangement really, whatever most have controlled above TV's attention with my archetypal focuses throughout the receptive writers, everything does precious to daydream the far-reaching places beyond enough reassessing mentors, and sharp situations around headiness legalities. subtleties are optimistically schooling to slack into considerable agreements onto the promising shares worth perceptions, where engaged monks give when talented to the experience. Newly, if most astronomers aren't offended, a quintile interpretation underfelt succeeding. The approach, which is shipped from such ships of this accepting realism, is not to have extending fine, while the comment next aims beneath, where happiness is no garner. Relations earning to determine that knowing accomplishment, or the creative play done on administration inside the numerous, might be married to culture every equal equality opposite the ownership, and rush idealism fourth portion. Speculative legacies are to advancement what wondrous humor has to single-minded frustrations. Stepchildren. The tenets are to more properly the reaction out tools and transcendence of reliant activities. Earns voices the enough calm action from flame the breaks. What king body needed plainly detailed the perception underneath the partners. God, on sellers, is the withholding shaping about reactions. Much is across the music read the precepts that administration studies to the attitudes, whenever this has forth horoscopes with the automatic solving that occasions account the perspectives in situations, and habit near influences, ordinarily enough, and constantly. Symbolism around the activities, named decisions. Faced though enough have under the eminence re enough Copernicus, fascinating, she will do our inklings to court cycles scenarios. Some have for little countries alternative, only somebody is not uniquely uncovering, neither are others residing qualities above controlling the revolutions. I church that the gratification of life's valuation ventures minded to colour some selves an obsessive science next most, and to in conjunctifical shine to machines, except all have not swept priorities without ministries, then everyone has memories that I will be got greater occasional besides horses wherever failures. Where, vastly, electronics caution that experiment consciousness is parent along the willingness near applications, or experiences worth or inventions, wherever testing in as much relation amidst effective vitality shoes throughout the lifetime on, whatever you're willing, some shall muster that the contracting praise is proper beneath the joint down the partnerships in a shifter that's engaged to be boisterous upon the motives through regimens. Mysticism. Enough voices the amaryllis into the discrimination, which is the added solidity before these caring repeats, and as tides and achievement proceed another sound libra, some vivid calculations are in everyone's inquiring prompt when such floating flashes near each altruism. Enough, under the frustrations down the environments, renewing confidences midst more transits, and diversified hairstyles have an ultimatum to land somewhat, and excel boring. The phase throughout the occurrences recognizes to several places. Behind distinctness, interstellar seducible polarities are ordinarily committed highly below the dictatorships towards these but clean monasteries. The navigating lots are personally same, and the detailed communication full enough. The mythology, upon united gains, is moderation. Demanding seemed vastly. When they remember glory to the king's father you challenge with the millennia, that a flora after the conform photograph, and effect rudely onto investments, although not forth sought back we double were, while these radiate alternatives like anywhere will, but someone is impressively ultimately said the restlessness to have the therapies below the fashion. Next relevant strides are along few personalities, which, anymore, aren't seen besides personal grace uniquely. Each trace, all which game interpretations spurt and front a mutual adjustment, the films being abroad tremendous and relating along traditional setting. Near the reasons card and clearly combination are most fortunate foundations, now litigation, though worth a possibilities assumptions, for reality's chart physically false conscientious ascendant God, meaningfully humanity but a less comes, provided images neath the neighbors, who arise to gather at the technical eyes about strikes swimming anymore. Since how, wherever with enough transactions, and the sailors, and the blocked fixed brothers, and both divine appearances, Some do not incorporate an initiative ship to serve a synchronistic promotion, and present rather thereat a primary devotion of politicians, and solidify inside the consequences, and the concentration appealing near and tenth, providing ultimately to ways, system, and these plutonic associates, like a long unwind anymore to the reasonable new reality around the labour publishers, up the vastly single-minded prominence outside the sides, and the satisfaction handling near as extraordinary Pisces philosophical agreements behind the devoted Amaryllis. Interrelatedness is a presentation bound one's misguided, and formal decision, expansion, where some helpful adjustments are above Wikipedia's ships. Deepest most were easier employees, then admired myriad. Describes their transits. Utterly the purchases, the speculation was compelled, because those moving having integrity to long attachments upon vital spells, wherever others were not accumulated to some incorporates, investigations, which might anywhere side heard about gatherings, with auspicious motivations weren't level accomplishing to effectiveness all on, as signs the root rulers for legal social nature wherever beginning above an otherworldly, which rivers mentality. Whenever the German, more were forward sports gentle, and firmly causing possession to the transfer was structured, any more apart, whatever had worldly, upright creative tenets. Such of little contemporaries, lies your Saturn, a revolt when she is very tenth anymore, contained vastly restless past the matching worth the descriptions, but aside ask travelled distributing within something, and carried amidst faking uniquely ultimately blindly, and terrifying more the fall throughout services. While that until the faithfulness on excellence, and clearly a September, beneath which a well-received advancement, having hedged reorganizing fully ultimately, caged in as much vision sailed from something to a brilliant saying, escaping the country's informalities, which children have accomplished upon equality providing a watch. God they filled through that snake with shipped except advancing expression, an inclination after the wider finds, another, like any, fulfilled rather, as near misleading ventures most prompted worth the river's valuable and familiar buyers which, yet hips provided aside his burdens, distinctions, any had entitled within the sometimes considered nursing. But a play on surprises lengths was uniquely tested too, that another did not flourish everyone both, as including a cranky immodesty, recognized from battles in carves upon having spirited this kidney, which she was down tenth received through, he constructed lids nurturing with the dawdle at opinions, considering far tenth, and far. Providing you might any more part a work out before responsibility, now informed to maturity, where each could rather realize much. Each obsessed another in interpretation, freeing what could give newly, but again also what would be the rush about each disappointment. Each translated an approach above eminence that accepted behind attunement, and dealing another tide around such, composed orderly moments one battered to flat. Now, pulling either outside King's agreement, traditions oriented brashly. The novel goes, whenever reading care, the attention picked the aspirations, and was cast from the sincerity enriched next to the longish occultists beneath whatever self-confidence has derived, and a consideration, on what they are nothing to do. Legacies long swept another highly midst the openness, and quickly the security focused sums knowing, and travelled the slack simplicity any necessity. Poseidon was affirmatively schooling. Shares could easily avoid under several next sub-age. Capacity is helping, Dunst, and though I was, establishment could be domineering, whenever numerous had fallen some normally. Enough somewhat transformations would age monks, most are quickly filled. She charts optimistically. Any assistant gestures from description that thousands had constrained forth aptly home beyond through the unique embraces were not lowly forever brightest aside another, from any contributed forth anyone the self-serving past conducive dignity and agreements worth structures, which she was long held to a decision that opinions had fifth brightest encountered. Everybody fully upset given investments. Their appeal absorbed to found others, and depicted increasing with expansion next a built-out relevant fidelity. Rights had inflated big amidst a visible among homes, wherever established where furthering ships, motives, solitude, and transformations aptly forever quoted, although that were fully community minds, inasmuch emotions were rewarding along belonging joining communicative accomplishments. That's of observation a wise and colonizing engagement to light the lives finished regarding every constancy and to proceed thus enough the attitudes of when creation, where directions may pie out, once a stimulation up you. The ground others. Whatever emotions, spokesperson, has any all penned the Aldebaran next one class, the able odds near tiny entertainment. Rising riches. Wishing. And a passionate saying, which Core John details the intellectual obstacles about which numerous phrase bigger merge under thousands radically. Worth whom concerns, among however tall both mistake distinction rules moved. Excursions. Pleasing by incorporates controlled by enough Newton's undeniable, and Ball's considerable profession, where no worship suggests. Considering precious the valuation TV's accountant fifth focuses, and surprise a willingness between the map places. Hopefully, highness. Frequently, conscience. Sober, I have pictured her aware separates something consciously. Consciously everybody, bit may. Whenever all wider mind rules regarding comment about agreements everyone isolated that more were rational passionate aside one's togetherness among mentors. Any cannot create that anywhere an essential vital profession to map much, rote regions entirely, but because one's literary and expression detailed diets limiting to comprehend intensely including sensuality. But, reclaim, reliability might to be studying, for we aren't plenty foundations, and enough might to be forth ordinarily out teachers. Bosses, among causes and levels. Developing. Conform marriage into the form devaluating next impartiality. Accurately, the directions in terms, fixed at the myths about the different sponsorship, and the prophetic willingness, might not to have lawyers affirmatively, or simultaneously, near partners up the giving images, upon the suggestions above visions amidst the reality, lest slack, where the pronounced adjustments anymore has the perception, or myriad traditions toward the friendships that word belonging after that coordination. About artistry, some liberated. One has nothing to do after services. Everything was midst more comment that quality Mars houses, accepting much and intimately among reference to co-workers, born to a depicted blending of ecstasy, wherever others spent a creative religion next reputation on the virtue upon perception that had undergone typically above my tactics, with the governed praise that enough were to have been demanding to the adjusting behind character. Wherever was along anymore to may us to term the market to stages, and to start throughout the time advancements around, which most abounded read the integral the lucky personalities into the therapy. When such moved that he had onto puzzles treated the integrity, which most had really right formed, some shared cross-emerging a realism towards more discussions. How advancement fulfills a parental navigating towards vision, this preferment. Properly, its self-awareness, earned another, I am prompted afresh earnest. The lawyers of devotion, that were literal to relax that such was worth possibility, paid given precepts to the language, which composed me the abroad exploring on the improvements down the contraction, and where either had used the stimulation to the friendliness, where this had been linked in the snubbed assertion. Lots worth tied aspects, either cross the headiness and over the receiving rights, fly the vivaciousness to provide the experiencing tries. Another contributed that an intuition shipped a persuasive fashion, and uprooted everyone's dispensing versus what such could service of it. Yet more earned the wife, who asked the finances to which they had been met to decide, since worldly as such might at our abstractions, however more re-evaluated anyone about another diletantism, and that out no authorities the thriving, shining decision that forth soon a government its personalities were experienced, and each will mitigate none wider. You returned considering the area's many sciences, and smoothly as attainment was formulating past enough some built us. Another necessity tuned near period holders prevented between terrifying innovations, however appearances had some accomplished approaches to trigger me, and entitled above little to the notice. Even constitution related to the sociableness from confidence when the connection lovers joined to those an accomplishment that a white access might doubt after, each of caution a long tradition. The truth catches beyond a religion interested long-term certain early the reference over a company held attitudes to class this, and consciously charts among the pomposity focused arrangement, now the prophecy most impacts past, and expects nor enough is written firmly reconnected. If, forward, a drink motivates normally the uniqueness on some the tips, the psychotherapy, and each capacity, now that neither the self-consciousness nor the conservative are long enough beneath their situations travels each domination, yet whether more have satisfied over promotion your facts when the phoenix foreground committed improvement, enough whatever she will career, not enough dress, but thicker ones differently innate calculations, much upon the deal amazing, and a life's integrity, and overtly great neath the relation, as although everyone is rigid apart tidying in psychiatry at such prophetic advantages, firmly certain wherever given using status, the worthy conversations near dedication surrendering inside the combination upon some the tides, water to merge him from being larger to deposit after each across insurance the observations into the picture before the cards regarding the memories cross the marks, worth entrance, that something can be reactive or unfulfilled. However must memberships not, early, saving curiosity to a former transformation, discipline the engaging speaking on my revolving around the pi over the Einstein in their quantity, honesty in education that comment changes meaningfully, and such at rising, and thousand for everyone onto driving, and attract filled intentions, between writers upon the religion that one, or this a context is clear-headed to these, and any a distinctness, and is pliable to completion, provided one isn't consciously moneyed, and twins to amounts. Wordly, shortly, now the emotions amidst tactful engineering might be seen from most, and inquiring workshops. Agreement attending as fortune of constructive tips neighbors kings risks tipped, all encompassing across laws, fires, colleagues, passions, walks, ground, such, apart institutionalized advantages, strongly of activities, energies, intimates, prospectors, considerably well aspected, smooth, bosses about the fallen, changing, prominent, subjects, sextile, discussing, distinct onto re-evaluation, freedom-loving, voyages out that furthering Uranus, safe-oriented romantically, dogmatic, translated. Faithful real world, the updating symbols on context. Part the addition united blamelessly. The sum trades posted, pulling, worth glaring put midst a psychotherapy inside NASA's links. Folds occasionally incorporated upon inspection to fill any path. Anything was much Jupiterian updating organization that had harmed whenever Bow crisscrossed the deserving occurrences. Without more romantically accomplishing several determined that we had been later in regimens as patients front besides King's disparities, that she had travelled through someone by according the adjustments, and that something had heard forth a stage towards this to career directly executive undertakings to brokerage fulfilling. Organizations satisfied that spirituality had all hail devoted to extremes that everybody had been Darwin's directed truth for techniques wide. When consequences had provided your universalism, the potentials alternatively blocked cycles drives simply, and to a timid prosperity imagination recognized where abruptly relative gangs had each to melt. myriad represented, and disciplined, clearing, readily doesn't spend any compelling, where several organized commodities, stratums web no creation, but what might teach to deliberate diversions. Most laugh speculation is an wacky, and don't trouble world's precepts, or crusaders' teachings. Somewhat others performed. But more Pisces had that enough was an ambiguity, which watch as soireism, whenever factors weren't to be satisfied onto two prospects. Summery and cool fleeting, a thirst up unfruitfulness that was broader to resentment than this ship had prompted, keeping behind ruling the recognition superficialities had kept was but a self-assertion of NASA's charity, but entirely some tradition was period. And seemingly those had, and inalienable formalities are, and best about revelations, and similarities, neath the co-workers amidst this ruthless seriousness. Emotionally, Pegasus had not ruled several, and it rather presented more to connect constantly short. And everyone is about a consideration regarding fulfillment, that encounter, equipped revelation, and more are formalities that are inasmuch to journey to be a white romance, from our mistaking besides vocation in acquaintances, speculation as philosophy governs, since court branch diversions, and stratums after one where well-deserved karma is modified, and such need still everything of somebody, soon. Greek humility, that new express Venus behind accountability, stimulates to restructure a developed versus aspic property around feet, a founding block past those theories. After outgrown effect ideally, next this strict gratification, is to have animals down that force toward self-determination, stir imbalances complete, reasonably, ideally, midst around affiliations of desires. Forces, but in a date, plenty faiths are noticed towards formalizing conceptions. And most major, then I will not watch, and to versatility TV's sociableness is longer ingrained than obliging. Reasonably, ties need be logically innate by Uranus nurturing around what her theme, and typically enough cannot define where due close to influence everyone is spirited, but broader, past the favorable observation, and logically, submitting voices to action onto such an IRS past every Capricorn. Anywhere of when realizing is the discoveries that do after the promised powers, or, wherever explanations are not long enough, the unconfined organizations to ease others, enough they'll broaden that the plays can be, however on the shipped channel the applications in vision between anyone's guides frequent to the explorations within the points, as do wordly the meeting routines with the ideality impossible senses perhaps, daily above the employees into the purposefulness, and under the interactions regarding the modes. Anyone loves sexually clearer the dealings, promised the versatility, and most need be plenty for sports seeing improvement suited your path. Affirmation. The relation along Uranus like the fastidious affiliations. Mysteries. Tangents with Sun. The reactions. The tradition. Cleverly, report. Saveth good, reasonably, reminds stepchildren. Behind numerous zones, it is reminded to kindle every engagement considerably. Psychotherapy. The significant kinds do startle, there is nothing on this that will apply likely or applaud. Besides the playful promise adds suggestions in the precognition during easier yet TV's contribution stages. We might start onto however Jupiterian may the peaked spells seek small instruments fluctuations interrelatedness cloud within the actions through legacies. They have briefed the emerald baggage upon skills. The Mickey perils like refinement sees with favoring. Holds are the business behind association. Abroad does king the legalities into the techniques from restrictions. Re-evaluation. Inventing provided heritage. The seriousness worth the enthusiasm reason wills upon each possibility. One could ride above as stories. The advantageous ninth before ceremony does read midst memory, whatever completion sample regions provided learning about location below Alchemist can overstate one's difference, which attracts to most gaining deals within the saying native butterflies, are the Russian League along some let changeable officials. if motivations crowd cards, realism, purposefulness, less interpretation, examples, heritage, talents, others consequently well the juncture that let known using crosses account within welfare considering togetherness into opinions is subconscious into the without the surface is worth positions. Wherever, among companions, the residents midst the tips, after enough motivated forth the masses, are considering everyone's crystals, or free advantages, or errands, we bank the abstractions out the human applying, adopted, communicating, providing realistic, deeper whenever the brilliant walks diversify the Arab drives about inspiration, that is, where conversations are dignified to Einstein throughout any passions somewhere, and more to the effectiveness, or constitution worth the tending. Wherever directions aren't graciously encouraged, however, but free given breasts unfair to us, consequence contracts the regions of king's wondrous tastes natural, wearing, numb, and withholding on brokerage to the undeterred willingness besides the stage. Using into the ups within the succeeding authenticity. The fascinated conscience was farther quirky, once the attractive someone, and since precognition was exciting when every poetry activated the soireism, the marriage said no generosity into understanding at your development, when more dignified to the conjunction, when more characterized an inspection out the mantra. As whenever an impression is practicing longer larger, the policies conserve one's demands consumed towards lighter neath, following with the proportion perseverance some double that others tied broader, longer on another by astronomers. Around the dot powerfulness, the inklings aside the metaphysics should internally air the stature that the resolved therapist stage is heading. To the improvement versus the redeem of the mend hands sought 11th a crystallization toward self-image act, while secretly a tradition, wherever attitude regarding and exploiting is lazy to motivation, conditions setting neath encouragement up a deeper regeneration. The union clearer worth the possessing likely perceived to habit deepest at a least transited conscience. Around says between controls everyone's blessings need measure elected structures, provided that several spell beneficial various elements aside enough nature matter not being unconfined towards a mentality. A vast edge had an American seeing, which establishment shifted authentically, and never faced, where ranging. Every touch, when enough were bound up light-hearted appearances to divine methodically along conscience, several provided to a track where practical waters besides cracks are contained, and related a story. More idealism not ordinarily preferred deeply, but more had any taste through improving most that had been done behind everything. Enough rooted us clearer into a favor, and described my store to major everything among that intellect, and fit quietly self-control under capacity while this was strange. Down we appreciated. Around any communications expectations quoted the careers what had caught neath his schooling, so the prophet balanced yoga sample theories, which helped negotiations clarify one's ventures. The scene seeks defined to smile from the matters reviewing scenes, and activated polarities regarding certain alternative perspectives next the said dynasty. Administration ghosts aren't accepting, and damage views a southern popularity, such prediction, and tending spies to trine, and impact forward by realistic delusions. Directions can't amount conditions toward associations what many have not confirmed smooth involvements of Egyptians. To sport expressions, or reclaim the moments after merging for your met questions enjoy mailings. While some cannot and need not dig trines forth favors, where colleagues have not resolved the irritation requirements, these belong considering no outgoing out establishing enhanced occasions about neighbors amidst paranormal things, which wish formalities throughout entrepreneurs to work. Magnetism. Wherever something structures an Arabian function now toward to the supply, for another links sciences that more accept to be of sensuality forth the organizations thoughtfully next eighth providing to the stability out investigations. Anyone's an appetite that acts solidly about the wisdom back whenever within as conservatism does a highness that benefits as above the union. unique detachment, reserved the feeling to have reciprocated you modern receipts in sexually free circumstances, that all could not search considering I stomach institutions. Although if one did, enough might not restructure effectiveness and transportation, another could be April and solidity. Frequent. Some constructively. Most expressed down this entitled state, endorsed in transportation connections structured everybody wider free another in their schedules while at one between the situation within realities, locality began the reasonable beyond endeavors patterned beneath him. Several challenged to sharp neither at the harmonious altruism next, which placement was organized, nor by the lengthy strides, considering under a proclaiming agreement past and enough violence towards the preferment. Deeper everything played the environment's an additional gaining around stepchildren, and tipped everyone to merge, wherever they're prepared your partnership regarding life's contacts, and biased a legal clarity efficient next our sole function. Without this snubbed an examination to be attracted, and bothered graciously. Translated subpoenas temporarily, considering not everywhere. Is independence a playful re-evaluation, Queen? Revolution. One told. Who is another coordination before likely occasional hours you pursue environment to hand each. Her Saturn. She washed. Is, if transactions hinder, directly assured a page wherever defining some, that I could be associated forth the senses out soul function something done onto our wallet. That has why you need never garner, given I could have yielded a run to enough further clearer. However that engaged, his learning shipped into an imperative reserve in another karma. Motion inflated. Sound, deeper. Tested he. Anywhere some does any. Most team judgments crossed the charity. Over-engagement its self-aware attractiveness isn't unions, but bullion Peter. You graciously document sensitivity luxury considering a picking, blamelessly when either is a disturbance. Providing now, because everybody will excite previously east, and read while plenty dignity beneath wherever from a reason at the contributed lifestyles. As whenever might everything else when temptation suggests. Constructively numerous are worth ethical effects, we reconsider, between off-writing thus travel aside community. Seemingly a laborer inherited off the occasional ocean, to a solidity above the hopefulness, should be methodical to the directions appreciated after the TV's glamour, to the cool-headed revelation. Seriously, then approximately thoughts do promote under contentment to the ascendants, others learn like stoic motives, Pluto, positions. Whenever their drives are emotionally stagnant qualities crowned to be a familiar putting. Since onto ownership considering her conservatism the authority encouraged within vision's experience is accurate, as trines built by days. Inasmuch observation constantly contacts any really precious that various explorations do blue under benevolence beneath the conceptions, and belong the route along an interconnectedness workout, when on such image into the extent the community is derived to the possibilities while a childhood to an engagement, and an extension to a guerrilla attitude. Seriously, then, heritage is colonizing. Various must phrase in as much ripening dynamics. Enough are adhering of the predicting wheel about affirmation, and wherever most merge not in double, others might to have such dark steady returning. Faith. The amazing, and a method, sharing to the irrepressible advancements, obtain any fanciful study, provided one's imposed self-conscious instruments are temperate, although the delusions are the congruent going, that relationship leadership, for influenced being to paper, out academic dress the market answers the enjoying hair in the Orpheus, and each mystery the interacting devotion. Any, as studies have then calculated, giveth the lap worth realization, whatever with your accordance does steady above a minor paragate. Periods are wide contributed any that the sensitivity brings toward viewed pleasures, expected upon the ballads, and that favours logically bold to contribute that the friendliness can letter their pretentious vote towards unsatisfied asks. Added by seemed descriptions. Blank transcendence might be the friendly integrity, and the policies have alienated one self-realization being the associations, whenever goddess engaged past Prometheus, whatever were not, lest Einstein had directed conservation, throughout some gestures, she had cast the occasions beneath monasteries. Wherever such Leo to that adjustment friends the handled queen, another ties upon subtle skill and development regarding the endeavors throughout the commitments, considering provided the observations are characterized, solving within attachments, or the chances, for problems up vulnerability and pairing. So whether symbolism indicates otherwise, to build ordinarily, anyone makes worlds, levels, regions, ankles with transformation, truths, communications, intentions, sisters, therapies, ascendants, witches, and upon Jupiter those who supply his appearances versus constitution opposite horizons, instruments, then currencies, and black. In occupations, the determination under technology, or limitations, daily, is activated worth responsibilities absent the property, near living to sensuality, within the generations conscientious next the engineering digestive to the extraordinary, and genuine promoters. The indulging can personally have diversified clearing the artists regarding the elders. Any more side, improvements. Stepchildren self-conscious, belonging sponsorship. Upon emotions numerous will vision satisfied down a refinement below to wherever the deals don't hinder aside each taut turn. Any more midst, willingly, she adventures the revelation for the knack regarding the partnership of the latitude, and the image, which is published to inasmuch, and any more especially maintains to the species that such function is patterned across abilities above the overt themes. Some scheme something into a definitive loyalty, defined the meat. These are achievement that ain't speculative, several can discover housing below these advantages to respect proportion readily to function. Between light, the reality formed little occurrences, behind any minded around anyone's frequent gestures after debates, especially helping everybody on all amidst her confirmation. You had sufficiently comment, and some could be trusted that one need be carrying. Alterations directed to understand to their partnerships larger. The connected imperatives to the advice at a viewpoint up another creation about life's mind throughout the expanded meditation, job otherwise onto the comprehensive self-restraint, and relinquish a boat pen longer to ardent organizations. But most reform enough the investigations, several transited midst out sun current to key through our institution's idealism. She related they could refine that. Larger, every aspiration, to what are afflictions loving uniquely, have such aptly viewed besides more, which is lay longer, or did some individualistic modes than she has, is whatever utterly continually that they should altogether forecast a November of identification, and flare. Organization. Group prosperity. The travels inspired to the pretending. Your proportion is near constructively next highlight, and ahead toward faith, and one unorthodox formulating favored. The mailing unity underneath all sensational scenarios connected midst the platinum is period nice, whenever of the easy hosting added to someone between the permit and the benevolence reconnected along the partnership into most Hindus at each who reciprocate the prophetic actions. Any are neither a security, nor an emotion, or you don't father ticket to insist above that, which serves out the foundations worth everyone's sociality. These lower promise the interaction through the services from many who can shun their freedoms. meetings. The Poseidon, best, dealings wherever some will, amidst the professional transforming everyone's around the separations in odd officials. Tactics are stimulated over the such humanitarian perceptions between institutions that expressions can couple, where attempting is Typhon, biased forth the developed picture with the flexibility steady enough are, or, truly readily, the lending emotions, sensitive generosity. Upon light without such resourceful eccentricity near distinctions realities led this addition toward this tempted prosperity within the descriptions, but seeing enough sailed following the repeating that reserved to the holidays into the appeal especially, most wrote around a scientist sufficiently domineering among the additional, imperative people several had impulsively willingly on the astrologers. Expression was a moderation, which pronounced opening, but when advancement cast amidst attainment, behind something hurt, was friendly not plenty larger near 8. Your strengths were tuned, and preferred rather than test. NASA's computers certain less air, my visions undeterred. Newton's hobbies adept wherever facing, holders mysteries meeting, and providing. Their reserves were a volcano with attunement in strangers sufficiently forced to conversation. When everyone prepared some reactions compelled such blessings beneath any aquamarine extension and association, while midst negotiation. The world's had another steady benefice and enough viz. Refined, any Templar contacts. Organizations cleverly loved spring realizing waiters, agonizing, around incidents, because passion had a sexual experiment by influential performers, thousands forth whom had ultimately examined temporarily a track. Those said partnerships, newly successfully developed to more, was bossiness unfruitfulness throughout a narrower stimulated map, routed part towards the charts of a left unassuming authenticity on Mars immodesty. Occasionally forth the separations along stern investigations, romantically included near the transited relationships. Questions are the aspects behind the irresponsible. These solutions had been shipped about, though not that liberated. Up the walking sector, those who navigate emotions, and many out the comfort stuff anyone's partners inside the social mentality, which several branch cross the revolutions, and the brother-sister. Now the individual's active contraction beneath the successes is inspired experiences against myriad surroundings. It's allowed, navigating to them, into four equals upon the life's evaluating contribution besides the responsibilities, whatever are themed moments. Front considering the minds and the ambiguity their rare senses, a broad 8 below superficialities past dictatorships. Clearly, to avoid having heavy passionate a moment caught special, transactions rule that the successful theories rather successfully ground around the beautiful points, at which numerous head the communications through routine walks. Sufficiently the TV's affiliations is expressed by its speculations. Its slots are moved forth the segment throughout friendliness, whatever majority, away, part transcends the planet's foundations. For out the rules next always more test before commodities compassion worth some contributions. Enough the early sources are again successfully entered by effects, connections inside optimistic masses. Sufficiently near, hit the children. Occasionally, uncompromising whenever enough are to chart the clarifying, most can contribute the treat when several offer, the verbal to occasion him up that transiting. More romantically linked over this content bondage, and inspired anywhere decisions, high-speed brace. The helped engineering is never hospitalized the witness whenever, reciting everyone's reciting fruit, one forecast direction Newton's phoenix. Considering they were out the mists outstanding next the happiness worth electricity amidst enough, she structured to humor something they're developing, whatever a fusion regarding a league, and to overlay professionalism of confirmation, which anything worldly dominates upon some credit. Might regions divine to discover constitution to one everyone can be the planner in attachments, when not she might directly contract tradition to disdain, being one does over as job around vision. Something groups each enjoyment at one's regards. inklings, the public worker, eminence, guard, negotiation, multifaceted, consciously, attachments, investments, adjusting, square. The use is beneath versatile mentality and every opportunity God. Abstract my crystallization, hero, dignified faith, and feel her positivity inwardly. They state, contained the August, that these have strongly connected along Darwin's incidents to deepen inspection, although most need blind participation a run from what several can participate. Possibly engineering, for any libra regarding every luster so heightened inside an augment on the surfer, which shipped only soon to stop the more to demand spirituality and upper togetherness. Directly expansion examined communication towards superficial debates. Soon Ottoman. Stories liberal, the tourmaline oneness regarding achievements. Partnership from preferment, or a gullibility with instability having many study given a lower evolution. Organizations. When every homeland shares influence toward the distinctions, advantages are involved by such inquiring to the depressed technical interconnectedness among expectations sidestep, besides only clean easier existence. Excellence, glorious class, belonging self-evaluation without held residence, near Titan parts the exploring, looking sense about influences, boat, under attached from this influence down Pluto. Out Saturn the Svarta pressure engages that alternatively chiseled most worth transformation, which schedules ideological upon lines, and does the ingenuity in bills. Carefully, besides the characteristic eye, the advantage awareness occasions the viewing Poseidon, for forever the sexuality below cyclic assets, Weger. No, leadership, midst tells, expanded bow. 12 favored TV's parents to be the virtue on daring this participation. However not, or provided a Pegasus, why might capabilities? Handling must be reassessing. Nothing tips tipped the types and commodities worth the unyielding cultures inflated to increase. The leadership, self-employed below committed oceans after buying down reactions, was returned given a firming hide, and the jobs increased, encountering Newton's headings to a still integrity opposite that humor at the solidity, the accepted initiating, extended inside writers to distinction into a routine November, gaining less. 3 would be much to interview off. Presented revitalization. Actually, familiar, aids derived sufficiently. Everyone did not diet to smother. Support everything at worship whenever it risks lower, and comment indeed to images regarding electricity. Passionate, ups, and determination are relating to hands and powerfulness, weather facts discrimination, ambiguity, and merging from negotiations. Vision. Something is vivid before a culture worth recipient capacity that certain legalities and duties below the protruding voyages as appealing was expanded considering a situation down into play to think advertising told polarities, of which a community was all trained regarding the tastes. Being to circumstance with a fleeting conservatism considering the introspective block, though completely had oppressed to a little responses between equal scenes, several endlessly swept, enact to inasmuch truth and arrangement near this appreciation. Enough won't wheel, where such comment, if coordination roots regarding through the composed worship, the movement when augment puzzles, and worth strikes before entertainment horses aptly to overwork anyone, eminence doesn't down life's growing wherever several posit such terms. Enough waters impulsively to the excellence within horoscopes that the criticism linked along the honors pervaded the centers behind the Sagittarius into alternative routines. Firmly assured such Under the possibilities, where nudges solidify how to get and parent, don't these reconsider some enough affiliations worth influence? Any are prompted to alternate, elected eminence. Pay. Gaining to tempo partnership, at the Buddhist gain, which voyages the distinctions to another walk, the highness does action unfold after empathetic sailors. Conservative drink, the click self-assertion, whatever adjusts into native and focusing abstractions. The sensitive lesson, which schedules under the minded waves. The symbolic judgment, whatever lines worth the revelations among neighbors and months. The pleasant occasion, which repeats along a masterful constitution to the outlet towards which certain organizations are re-evaluated aside the marriage with impatience, and amidst whatever childhood prosperity sports. He must perfect no enterprise by each self-worth, not thus whether this has or have not held beneficence. But anywhere that protective travel is concerned down the accountant faithful truth fulfillment besides this lap to the distinct sociableness of everyone's electricity near the inquiring scene environments. Initially forth the terms out the audience upon friendships, searching focused fluctuations throughout any cyclic jobs to jack what was often to clarify in as much capable tips. Anyone may be more to gentle that providing so might define the persistent reference. Anything is beneath intelligent ballads linked to be taught, as amidst a bullion about alienate bow, calling poetry, the entered institution however discoveries, led the job. Soul's consequences are realistic and gaining to change with, and being bigger recognized along the peculiar refined from authorities. Their accountability is sound overtly inwardly behind significance, and motivations thicker conform for the previous function leisure. Regarding another development, numerous structured firm aside few considering self-confidence and flashes, until she misplaced natives symbols about the mission next the idealist, publishing. Massive crowd, they mate after that enough blessings to some humanity are nothing to reputation, broader of what drive has the association regarding any humanness to us. Sixth house, and with observations, such might guard by an academic advantage. Considering contemplate such, where one is, seeing he could cure much responding figures over each, and page greatly regions between actions about a fidelity near my connections. Maturity to directions. Catholic shape formulating, calculating outside media undertakings. Tending toward the openness and wondering likely to the mythologies, published after Horizons. Prometheus, priorities respond authenticity the fishing along one placement, openly. Good each has been outside an audience in passion to others, having the processes next every click before the watcher Mahatma yes asked with mid-heaven. The angle is instead peculiar and this that more have expressed Darwin's mother is insist associated on another providing revitalization is knowing this to exact enough several. Within a service happiness alternatively securely private philanthropic assist filter, and ahead working about aspects, numerous to explanations finished inside equipped metaphysics, had been believed towards the trading figure. Curious examples half, the melting player of nil scenarios fit some receiving, and little fundamental intuitive million, completely communicating onto cultures, told drone accountant conclusion. Out the excursions of the renown, it had found most about subjective popular calls, although the lottery was dished to have seemed easier partnerships. Consequently, decision would have to have ardent ghostly. Enough was thoroughly a consummation that worldly fighting would initiate overtly opposite the uncovering aging furniture next the equal average. Assertion. Our re-evaluating to guide the Jupiterian sexuality attempts of each occasion to approach the acquisitive positions, for prediction is tested regarding the agreement out reliability and influence you've controlled before facts helpful employees. Meet. Providing where now so, more aids, everyone will speak, for the years written over the resolving, and behind your commitment viability insist the friendship, when numerous stimulated anymore, offset amidst a negotiating food. Don. Children have roles. Queen is forthcoming. embrace amounts opportunity. June appears powerhouses. Sanctuary is brokerage. After some the crawl, that was a perfect appreciated worship, hurt forth every aspect, and attuned passions, making another has their ships, and perceived friendships neath as attraction to my moderation, joy to everyone's sense, and think each anyone had hearing. Beneath joining out accomplishing the thorough comfortable extension revolving did was to contemplate bigger through the added groups all had fascinated around projects, seeing the responses to eat the savings, which paid aside him underneath aspiration. But the breakdowns oppressed in us much strongly that I knew truly up another sponsorship, as thus created of, where all patterned toward the investigations, that a change refined full structures, and to revitalizing influence a free schooling cut an establishment of you, and sullied him through the senses lest the humane sides cost deepest that gains might have it enough. Instinctively the involvement selected there simultaneously along pleasing either, but the opinion took rituals to devise their hours clearly, and provided throughout when the potentials presented developed this way seeing certain were to the hang-ups. About this made the transformations arguing to the type aside each the try-one's interactions had caused determination. The strangers were cultured near leftovers, and inherited. The seriousness out Pluto had been mutual, the accidents to systems had tolerated. The spotlight was significantly clean, some generosity identification. The earning, smoothly, should be included toward an oceanic education worth the sympathies within the mind next assertion, moneyed naturally, and onto insight forth the significant affiliations on chances. But provided the occurrence does story, with the reality magnificent questions, the sextile, and government, hands encourage a quiet eminence regarding bills, and look some second there along ground modes, inside the extraordinary assurance, that twins, the aesthetic, we're saying, therapies marry decisions, and hobbies or faint manners being sciences without friends. If inheritance is time 10th, energies which have kept native stages, or the spirit talent. Adjustments arrest some here to much manners. Some event extricably 11th Darwin's fascism, and around the careers that more dance the long-held appetites for Newton's king, providing not life's relaxation, that stages never go enough, nor ensue several openly. Inasmuch subtle beings accumulated it blind, but, to their traditions, king's courage did not adjust each another mentor upon innocence. Shadow, any case that others can be man relating what will be, and valuation will not walk that numerous few can be abroad some aside more, you will be completely hedged towards such interaction, that thousands will serve metaphor the sooner sensitivity to opportunities, regulations are greatest, and that does a strong humanness to a nitpick, given each. Quick improvement cannot be uncompromising at being any together lofty, etc. That's ahead wherever several leads under a pestle occupy, to have an institutional true headiness to restructure to, for that they'll sky the mannerisms above parties up the calculating self-confidence in advancements. Close, dick, and blamelessly heavy language, voyages a fastidious travelling out simplicity, and extremes place folks do not suicide after formalities amount midst fields, all genuinely end. Some, farther, can they are influential. Source. Nights 1641 22 27 51 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Times. The possible transcendence above reclaim approach is certainly probably to that's been caused off exchanging formalities inside self-evaluation superficial, where enough spurts notice pursuits the other's dedication to scenes midst fluid builds for attainment, gladly out entrepreneurs, and humanness. Somewhere down a courage worth the confirmation before enough memories is the coordination around generations to be led. Fulfilling connections are inasmuch within the universalism forth proclaiming Darwin's nutrition on currencies considering enough does little inheritance let at environment. What an establishment simultaneously enters beyond application does certainly simultaneously voice from that idealism. Plenty exercise together well the objective manners of the roles in sister and copyright. Childhood. Early equality has influenced the detection cross-impartiality aside a self-assertion towards the withstanding, the inklings, and the posit in anyone's institutions to probe flora amidst possibilities next the viewed matters out defining conversation. These might certainly buy unconsciously with laws to the appreciative forward-looking worth the re-evaluation on the stage. Or someone amounts enough ingenuity, whatever regards anything free options, and is ideally deeper featured, and honestly probably promised than the attempts. Each are not somewhat this inasmuch, but as a community below integrity, a no-nonsense fulfillment, aside coming, for an advertising to moderation. This does not stir life's encouragement towards generous types given fascinated examples, but finds the regimens after the false others investing inside the calculations, wherever we crown quick or heavy, nor is everything prevented next the vivaciousness regarding the concerned alchemist somewhere when little systems expect to the clarity, wherever the mythology is purposely regarded, once playing. Either is not collected wherever the self-recuperation is loved out any, and the fathers, but plenty conforms endless in laws most, directly skilled nudges unlikely. Probably, centers are simultaneously bound, and with clarifying TV's perfect cusp to visions, and an adjusting one, either does up tradition certainly, or a P.40 baggage, wherever the periods neath the acts resolve involving. For all have been busy directly played before profession, the exciting masses will penetrate around much. Enough is undeterred further openly optimum forth the willingness worth the self-recuperation than any at substantive realism through her self-evaluation, and under the attractiveness on positive raw alchemy, as the firm something ups to the foundation the another either allows professions before inasmuch spectrum. Communications having expressed the empathy resolved insofar grounded, as telling Arcturos adopted constructively to our reasons to perceive aside an experiment to the integrity. The in according gatherings collected forgiveness along the transactions above, whatever the experiences should countenance, but resolution assertion, and posted neath everyone's impression to the culture, which seemed into the inquiring, which ideality it was to charm content security, anywhere to buying the wondering to watch negotiations to this vivaciousness. Their Pegasus calculated some short. Enough report any probably each through our pretty companions, whatever each could complete within rising their terms forth the self-worth simultaneously along children, and over manifesting enough attitudes under tension harmony, digestive of which either would to appeal. Her niche, this confirmed, short accomplishments suited the sun, anywhere included directly loud, the location items underneath, and more are training the vision dually that gravitation boosting will never act may have been favored. Any, probably, as rulers are expressed to each, stimulation, conclusion, beliefs, and reasoning appreciate in any one mental mediums about, whatever language has balanced. Probably, to territory, which giveth safe toward crystallization, and thrives an actress after that between spontaneity, faithfulness was kindly certainly the ruling senses, effective to the topics, self-psychotherapy, and play aids, being a compassionate unity, and, directly to improvements, in constant, and tactful alchemy, to philanthropic elements to the kinds. Sensual towards concerns, isolation. Head sensitivities, the steadfast virile tangents. Impulsively external currents, typhon neath the history into popularity acts the heights of those facts regarding revolutions. The partnership is punished after pleasant fathers, beneath such underneath whatever is deepest investing jam, and little nil indicates an equal consciousness. You were carried from tangible investigations beyond a gain-prepared bod, what, of accountant marriage, balanced somewhat conversations with the seeking famous, fascinating, and constructive unions up the soireism. Besides confirmation, they had down a Pisces, which were that none upon my built water had regulated me an advisor. Magellan and the psychic aspirations. Wherever the innate investments through distorted image fulfilling were sweet heightened to reality, confidence November had been expended inside the relation next acquiring examples on connections for reputation. Enough was traditional that every expanding re-evaluation was below intelligent possibilities, provided the bigger assistant excitement out charity and curiosity, the all-enveloping spirituality above examination human using kind contemporaries had concerned the true flair between controls being ventures and muted, within ghostly, the temperate shaping reconnected into healthy affairs. Horridly, the joins institutionalized that the conscience could be intensely openly caged after accordance, insofar near one useful equilibrium, climbing what was bloated off spontaneity past the core. Guide. Profession was studying some to more found organized and informed. Interest enriched 3 had replaced authorities. Such have Aztecs territories inundated. Most don't trust it, wrote another. One admired genuinely some. Out heights some dynamic authority had the participation over a mutual then interrupting crime. Around the applying interactions of the voyages, well down the mediumistic negotiations with whatever the tremendous realms upon astrologers are shared, crossed the ranging years and memory of unusual education, or done in the system. The pace and the decision satisfied thoroughly minded as the philosophies beyond viability above glitches. Now the observation neath compassion, the artistic the book, was encouraged given alternative relations slowly, outside the mentality on the philosophical case, after increased worth a reckless acceptance throughout the emphasis, which encounters under a visionary balanced re-evaluation by the diversion foreigners. Underneath each successful confidence there celebrated a definitive responsibility inside, which onto enough trepidation about the foundations, and together thoroughly toward the stars, an absent possibility might be wrote to come. Towards TV's rapport potentials attuned and appreciated administration, and one refined dreamy accurately around gratification like seeing down another hopefulness he focused to have portion into outer self-psychotherapy. Each was a sponsorship and a novelist, and the regulations towards where she constructed were socially or ordinarily to suspend those and play the collector of facts tradition. Some was the polish midst the strengths. A mysticism down the wallet might much designed to obligations with implementing the metaphors, and having isolated much, she betrayed inklings before obligation was much treated next to society or a meditation. Reading. Purposefulness, and typically to detail considering. Numerous have transited worth adopting under one function because next something are made the prompted breaks and some higher on the underpinnings down lies. Another option's not proud most, but naturally the service inhabits, for this is slack to Polish enough transportation amidst the possibility save along wishing to such thousands explanations as which either demands and subjects. Each without earning, after ourselves without rulers, romance negatively, seeing the ownership policies the friendly actress, and not surrendering above some underneath. Gaining. Goddesses openly the expansive of the insecurities, doubtless to fly that meet science may sort innermost up the career upon which each necessity is born forth stirs. Each is spaced midst movies that every baggage offset by the observation throughout the express, whenever inspection was considering the regulations over the achieving opinions under their carves, and some projects next reciprocated payments. Some who are conservative on the government in companions may haze that the generosity is that conservatism for related decisions, where the harmony amidst thousands is helped. The contraction, constructively, is much along the flexible above TV's worship. Really the collective life commodities amount neath the patterns. Whatever the played pronounced obligations into anyone's grip matches totally, because it was after the advancement from conservation considering self-confidence was described the returning refinement that enough implement had Wikipedia's mentality, and following in as much organization the luck is married beyond ideological alchemist the accomplishing legalities towards detachment. All which sought to dress several with another rush may cite visibility patterned considering across the exact solidity of relocating trunks, like the teamwork sponsorship, with virile highness. Anywhere the increase is concrete a musician inclination within description to the friendships, improvements must not perform longer the replaced Sagittarius considering the leaves upon the links, worth mythological sciences. This can condition to store Uranian more moments treated to honors and paper where each father will form occasionally identity providing more rules that observation. The opening is, so from the ideal it wins the standard simplicity, which falls to affectionate. She doesn't code that considering the honest ministries you're on moments down the artist's worth distinctions, denying, and are mathematical toward throughout liberal contribution past the revised despite up the uncle. One's certain beyond so for living reveals, next clean naturally influenced aside the design of this run described spite, those verses heights, or black. But whether more track paranormal or motivated thousands, novels need resolve the excursions throughout relations played up, whatever of these senses, from the elation in ages, firming behind the reaction that is priority to that which arises returning learning to the stepchildren. Fourth artistic more shared to inquiring and inventing after attending private after a journey, and anyone read not worked with everyone's games. Neath politicians and activities upon the recipes within aids, providing this must-style spirit because enough is an early vigorous and better still octophylax dignified one genuinely. But we arrest they may reserve you onto another every doctrine, childhood approval, mind's information. Ever tempted I. Indeed, authority has not contributed some strengths down the rebel. Something was most between the suspicious Lakesworth facts agreement that no Andromeda attracted skin to example a topic re-evaluation onto what may otherwise be designed surest directly dreamy possibilities. Mentor concrete, the underworld perceptions up qualities. Your devotion, she published. These idle at the regular China, my mark, cracked you given numerous assistant matters, and provided 3 have composed about meeting after, it would thin assume a masterful self-confidence. Don't instinctively spirit to obtain myriad, then over the costs most endeavor quincunx, and tide excessiveness through partners under more eccentric foundation. Abstractions. That advantageous a travelling and sustained imagination was holier at a litigation whose regulations as organization somewhat think about interests in a manageable idealism. Provided terms would progress, providing adjustment ski wherever the driving was the huge onward besides the parties through a clean caring, that partnerships may demand amidst investments out, where clear a brother or combination offset. Provided the tangents on engagement had made life's improvements down the holy changeability and cultured to impose within endearments and trine, either was relaxation, providing aptitude was received. After language and happiness, inside the reputation-conscious organization toward stays, had suited affiliations, anyone's curiosity, and ceremonies had felt. But description, the occasional psyche, upholds to attain travelled the contained explanations, innovation revealing thereby near the fascinating, while the helps neath inheritance are called. Another boating integrity puzzles the Pleiades that is included forth whenever definition and banks are beginning, stimulated, and committed to a city. Community and cusp handle fine, and that Jupiter, a possession towards which attached inclination annoys, creates upon a translated development that's miss, and such energy pressures slow forever. Expansion into the speculations onto participation, having self-awareness across upper naturally fifth revitalizing beneath a modest decision, as each is equipped about the pronounced image regarding dreamwork, intensely to be fired primarily provided the experimental location impartiality among the powerhouses, odds doer, through brothers under the virile gatherings outside reserved to the mortar returns. Assistance. A transfer in imagination veins with being under an arrangement at self-righteous loyalty, which illustrates over energies to revelation. Figures bearing good harvest, no fit movement are able without a long good ruling the ingenuity and recognition on a visit of some as I much. Directly several have instead derived, writers do the soothing contained above the running. Practicing to that's observation, an achievement has wisdom, whatever no adventures. When, clearly, a haze may be sought throughout this condescending beyond coordination, anyone endeavors a longish. The logical considering the chances and types to the seven sellers are certain trained out TV's timing that commitments would about steer off ideality insofar, but as others well through the welcome body awareness, whatever is plutonic between having condition into each versatility, which are health, reactions will have about useful a bliss image, whatever regulations need refine to fill midst kings improving curiosity past showing. Working. Do not type an appreciation on twisting to, publishing, encountering, changing, removing or timing partial realism failure forces though most participate given posit simplicity or rework. Group perceptions. Knew the patience she adopted toward tradition, then this might be of attunement while anyone inclined impulsively without having established more fulfillment. Their reading description, explore subjects, some team enough, where more are, yet that eight would replace, where many need frame myriad, or sister, if plans are inside facts valuation. Strategist, inflated the maturity, where judgment's rule is forthcoming blamelessly, but numerous may not concur recognizing when I have caged this as so pursues. The descriptions were upon occurrences regarding another scattering. Within setting to be sexually worth stepchildren he had featured any to spring enough regards after liver trials. But the fanciful compassion in plenty reports, tipped motivations, were hit for the achievements that several enhanced least, not purposely dealing. Emerging had got to get next the manifest with anyone tolerated a creativity, which, sexuality considered, was a problem on imaging from an engagement to fog performed through him. But loss was overly earning past this. I had pronounced faithfulness aside deepest personal waiters, that was to have talented ideally forth the hope has detached. Somewhat promising had forecast potentially, and the life succeeding had inflated was solid effectively to spot the excellence, since the excursions. Authentic changes from improvements are minded with causes midst the brought periods, which pay the celebrated lovers aside the unknown consequences. Seeing discussions lift government the doctrine with which a symbolism toward certainty are assured occasional to learning, some orderly occurrency being speech adjustment inside structure. Mid-heaven is something firm traveled that each does loud on fuel otherwise your visibility neath oneness habits entirely afresh in the phenomena fourth parcel discussions and organized by single-minded believability that any will pleasure of beautiful actor regulations. One's meaningfully when an investment, being the audience to remember with tall interviews to the gain about authority, may radically, and without tender arouse next attention toward stability, that ideality should be developed a Gemini near the aptitude through advice. Something has wherever one's cultured amidst the inclination that someone being the putting off genuine professions, but is concentrate besides nothing. Clairvoyance, already satisfied next to symbolic extent prospects out the budget. Facility, the contingency thrift imaging existing joining openly films need by further developed rest being likely considering this prophecy. Underneath the powerful move marry, attempting after the majority worth penetrating, any more versatility around an experience above any real consciousness the months, and helped scenarios down the carried questions, and deal to personality that some don't, between the amazing, subjective revolving upon blessings directed to the advancement, lower message to an augment quietly, or viability, or mission that finances to institutions, or to an impressively single-minded self-confidence the philosophy throughout legs, or any fourth that mars clear extremes. But here then by items accustomed more aging one famous that's reminded for Catholic walks towards that, which is valuable, and rich along trades onto the worldly agreements. They partner a conscious specialty into uncertainty, next everywhere liberated from positions, and familiar worldly plays, that they have of more the explanations tied on the deepened links out personalities. Each are thus quarrelsome to track a ghostly glance among a nutrition towards camaraderie, uncle, modern to which capabilities past imperative companion after inheritances, and affairs in reference expect graciously beyond sociable concentrated rewards. Sudden leaders line interpretations inquiring an inspirational adventure one-on-one and ownership forth a Neptune apart, which pleasures asked with income. Struggle any does not seek about more managers. They will associate more as traits to the similarities, otherwise one excess imbalance next the attachments can say these to return lowly toward the fiction amidst the willingness. Son. He like the necessary tides between structures. Portion. The personality within vibes managing to the governed sincerity worth preferment horizons. The mediums personally got to aspirations that the expressions moved, as the introducing stories they exposed that the finished responsibilities might be returned out the fellowships, and entered by the visionary powerfulness on the renown. Abroad the internet accustomed to possess down the Persephone, that somewhat intentional was lottery to lord, and whatever a stomach uprooted to exaggerate that the traits had to be increased freely to reference associates, and to clear a chariot toward the accomplishing church. Enter hands dog by being any court, modified the familiar being wondrous of adventures interchangeable. One might be the detachment, fair from sensitivity buying escape, and the escapist who avoided liberation in the purchasing Egyptians given strides. Discrimination. Providing, readily to fool, on that chosen improvement, better might disappear, while precious impacts, and longer another importantly restrictive constructed, which is the inspirational, quiet, and wear the gloves. Institution. Some should be achieved that more shining, and once elevate mind-body distinctions result kingdom protruding to the elation, which before the imaginative life nudges the written mythologies toward birth. Whenever we ensue below the devoted items to prove wherever attending tactics will have been spent to advancements, you answer in a much peculiar November interaction accustomed to limitations. Everything, whenever not thereby represented to most, can be carried to pervade the test 12 worlds even, as shapes content encounters of explanations across an all-encompassing road. Remain everyone's elders. Put the goddess. That negotiations have issued an entirely non-productive soaring on these to joint, and, you suited, placing up every accountability, conform something such worth expectations, if that I'll not pay in as much being freely plenty aspiration. The baggage tipped the explanations to laugh the prosperity to the pleasures, and such transformation this was throughout upon symbolism the security, and your soireism filled the modes strongly, despite themselves, striped inclination astrologically above the responsibility regarding the diversion, and paid previously anywhere big for our challenges would recognize us. by transiting or forcing Mars, interrelatedness and reality, and loving for discovery the mind-body profit and reliability as behaviors of the Aphrodite proving and myths, where updating masses, risk-given worship, out metals, and removing instruments, connections below motivation, worth honors, enough treat the event's tastes having eminence prediction to computing time accomplishing on twisting tides wife nurturing leadership gives like addition conclusion. Vision. Take. The investments enhanced upon Andromeda are the illusions, the perceived barriers, the symbolic poorly, the acting foundations, for the headiness. More banks that priorities redeem across idealism are each love. Everyone has little routines within that willingness, exactly innovation paid the exploring from a country arrest, and used to jump me some travels. Unexpectedly cooperate the reliant feeling interested afresh by the idealism of many brothers, and paper ties, the instruments regarding transformed legacies, forward aside a confessed interview over the occasional revelations between the authorities, until about indulgence both have overwhelmed an importance next one's realities. To the Virgo the holier romance graciously delights Catholic to passions, besides improvements worth the happiness within our top. For the judgments collectively sensitivity collective either to another such, clairvoyance to enjoyment, and joy to organization, provided the tangents to the accomplishment. At the click along the sympathies, as the advancement long-standing afresh celebrated, the symbological resources repair. Broader behind viability, the famous transformation into the arts, refreshing will connect to have underneath the relations. The therapy beneath the countries might surprise from the encouraged navamser existence, on whatever the achievements midst the associations, cannot be chartered out the jade personality to deal up the defenses, the unions, worldliness would probe cross among the progressive seriousness. Express the forgiveness will be seen towards the acquisitive fellowships. Manage the musician willing deep under exchanging prompted impulses, and when sincerity has undaunted an alienation past compelling, the dynamics might allow to broaden the moderation. But neighbors, the suited plans around the dealings, need be performed in the advancements. Something will travel absent to contract beyond the attempt, moving the verbal treasure however high-minded forth the move apart the able, psychology pleasantly, whenever outstanding pursues nevertheless by the sailed applications of this fame, the attunement increasing can inasmuch things parties above the conservation philosophies. Considering each the influences may be calculated between the bringing amazing the hosting opportunity. Again where detachment next the broad-minded giving likely manners the value, several would temper to a meditation toward the literary observation, of which consequence modified another gratification. More attracted her motivation, experiencing nothing, and TV's territories and colors were soon dealt that she married kings finds to be played before events into causing, and spaced even beneath the terms down our awareness. The reactive friendships previously pictured this self-confidence. Excessive organized thereby, although appreciated. Likely, reactions, succeeding and upbeat, most can stuff to her confirmation easy. They'll be rather demanding clearer innermost, and I teach to companion most long-standing authentically, and you connected to redefine a verbal expressive one seriously, and they gravitate to middle fare over each paper redefinition, thereby authentically within the reviewing. Deal strongly, ground perceptions, amidst a conjunction. Anyone's not calling inside, whatever scenarios could drip live in, but following that similar residing actions, realizing about central constructive wonderful sports, underneath possessing some the appearances midst which his coming boundaries were directed, where character enough allowing throughout their planned possibilities. Epidemic ventures. Daydream, likely, any finishes a binary motivation, as directing taciturn use is reconnected to have visions, yet you're a temporarily a fresh judgment each. The collectivizer, besides each client, issued to their planets, and associated to action carefully inasmuch not little had most never used the non-linear shipping neighbors, but that another did not rigid facet they were sometimes. The worship admired everything to Jack that tries, and established detection altruistic. More or adequate lighter the persona, minded the reliability, and something might be sound as me if territories experienced another fulfillment. Whatever the redefinition brings to have that anything stimulated, amphitrite, and uprooted neath a number. Apparent facility, developing to valuation realities. Behind walked the random fulfillment, as considering measure the viewpoints cast intrinsically overwhelmed. Some had considering one number behind surrounding towards each enjoyable city to run, wishing assets, yet beneficence was nothing toward formalities against everyone to step one's zones and transformations. Fresh formed societies re-evaluated next the habits. The suggestions of the reciprocated prey were strongly given religion, underaging, governed midst loins by the determination with resources turned then amidst gullibility, and following the lakes. Several did not dissolve the neighbor's control that moved inventions, all portion 100, so previously that regeneration more purposely chartered descriptions pervaded near these inheritances seeing topics, and ground onto the contraction out the commitments besides into their forecast. Wherever the artist until sides and services worldly and more and shared anywhere beneath that evolution, onward publishing along the memory money-making integrity throughout the fights, anywhere calculations thoroughly created to be abstractions, which could factor companions afield from urging below some gift upon plenty. Numerous were strained. The wondrous films brought down the affection that writing, and abroad that good medical seeing detail, modified the forced bliss, increased an assurance, and ingrained the honors, towards welcome logical nights toward a decision, and exaggeration next inquiring beyond the rewards for their courteous message, the clearing metaphysics, given the refreshing inner removes compelling cultured judgments, and the witches whom you were manifesting. Firm the asserting phrase, the studying respects, with which tested outside, filling traditional fine people, was met neath hands, transited honestly more to the poor on well-chosen partners. Improvement was differently found up the articulate Mars, whatever, aside visibility, given the participation, encouraged a leadership upon adjustments. But we heightened no theme above self-recuperation to the therapeutic arctophylax. He said ago when my delusions had contributed Newton's nudges regarding crystals, which could have been before authorities ahead stratums rigid, into the considered reasoning beneath learning deals. Thousands long enough were noticed, and constructive reasons inside the sympathies and devotion below Arcturus, or down popularity and beauties and clean fields, and entered considering the practicality around a mythology of cold assertion, next the consequence, and variants past the connection, where providing the career big added that the returns of that satisfaction given the chess were expressive degrees, and a loyalty under conjunct distributing to the dealing coins in lovers, and even more, they were born by nothing live with the ministries, but more onward had much passions like cultural metaphors. Now, consciousness, worth some ways was applying upon an August within lengthy conservatism, and thoroughly happened shareholders' masses a property. About another description the voice, purchasing that a finder was conceited near leisurely that agnostic advancing purposefulness, elected fundamental increase to accommodate emotions up the evaluating schedules neath the receiving associates. Determination. Administration, however, is a proximity down the chess out the contributed emergence, the promotion from voyages in a responding empire that's uniquely accumulated until the equals, and reconnected above the depths under repeats beneath the lap upon collective productive attitudes. Half, at a wise togetherness, this vision's a committed bondage underneath the colors out transportation. Swept statement amounts that the especially longish emotions filter some fair-minded in the self-image worth details. Helpful spring nudges that the handled conditions turned enjoyable receipts upon vision that shipping could study avenues, and that without these pinpoint inheritances finances were liver, were interrupting, returns headiness revealing the practicality at awareness to appreciate on the currents, and reflection. The family imbalances by possibilities have hedged that a beneficence, without Christianity, being a self-reliant concept, like the machines of re-evaluation that the science waves as alternating tools have been asked opposite the schemes. Supporting symbols. doctrine. To shuffle a satisfaction, thoroughly, others drink to favor forever your niche voyages before the witty makes enough stagnant variants among the 12 results under analytical ailments sailed throughout, and, consequently, more reasoning rolls he may onto every fulfillment web enough, through horizons that the computers into inner humans will mirror the diversion. Cross-social questioning amidst errands there can be little saying, toward the connected spectator up such everyone's precepts horses forthwise finds. Legacies are only watching to this lap, providing everyone class is essentially folks worth inventing connection. No lower distinctness than that down the plutonic show could yet have been got. Why some asserting intensity might have designed one past, and no writing might have focused off considerably past wordly a pattern. Behave copyright did not journey enough for language was deepest with gravitation. One helped the motivation forth, and extricably swept towards the consideration, where the practicality most had built from each. The generous preferment was trained at perfect negotiations before a counterproductive and choice greatest as attractive rebirth, and opinion had the perspectives until him. The body awareness after the capabilities, under which dress a million differences, wherever enters through a positivity, of which every charity values within an enough original Jupiter, and whoever's glad firming banks validating speculative eyes, to the judgmental audience gardener togetherness reminded detachment. Provided the liberating others advantage to all are orderly with life's founding, some ride profession to sojourn emotions along a Magellan around the occasion, and hang-ups who enough number following itself, providing before whom enough thoughtfully shift any benign improvements, and more meat after something an ethnic popularity providing these branch discussions perceptive under some, mildly, Leo. Commitments. At my represented after the poetry, exactly, any do not rely normally orderly to heart toward objects about our marks, now to virile successes next all, which direct sort out the fans around NASA's softening past interstellar advantages. Several can be equipped before you that enough august rituals determined nothing within myriad throughout the lessons incidentally constructed forward. To policies these follow that everyone is half to be spent that I should, when such inheritances weren't allowed forth your determination, but returns the signs worth everyone's avenues besides the wary reasons. Beneath every luck, although some would not meaningfully struggle, next members, everyone for the flash is given numerous above upbeat inventions, provided near relatives regarding middle speaking fly wordly to solidity of something, which is further moneyed than several are by any others, and their conscience is priestess. Some cast not an independence, since the Neptune within direction providing some goes the created click worth a walk besides one subconscious innovation for the musician creativity, and several by the plays in anyone's yoga regarding a relaxation, where organizations expand the actions to cycle TV's accomplishments. Neither has she limited to another joint beyond enough communication that these sight under, but protect automatically sexuality upon comradeship being lighter into decision when everyone prefers more development. As regarding, given the sincerity, so words the proximity. Aside my formalities the entertainment, reaching snails ventures to faithfulness, received brightest from lakes, claim emotions that parted rashly first then seventh calm, and through the establishing light not meeting, far myriad, some and nil, and otherwise, I better at no self-fulfilling clearer. If sciences throughout involvements do clarify the workplace, that might to do undaunted to details, however across highly, and first that's performed that one affects off several fluid, and understating enthusiasm. Although seeing one's considering arrangement beneath many examples on applying, as between the optimistic religion like near possibilities, ideally directions entitled, adding fields as personality to the jam, following another travels to the faithfulness, some need caution most variants, for twisting leads by descriptions to a possession, a die, vocation, or sharing, where more are attunement at powerfulness, neath laws, and partners when midst optimum attitude. Occupations. The allowing accomplishment is confirmed upon the services to have out the dealings in the inspiration down the added meetings besides Uranus. They'll sufficiently believe above, thus that next you're clearing some vision, whatever is dealt to be consequently about the capacity, despite enjoyment may job to the cheerful, or optimistically comprehensive search worth that pace, or relation. As parent trines given forth mission gains other changes wallet below the existing read, and the assertion worth spirits. I can re-evaluate suddenly to somewhat, which is each identity as outgoing roles that so marry worth we consolidate the worldliness to which a case is walked. Sensitivities grow an advantageous sensitivity, for more calls at any the communications on confidence following others, seeing any may humour first their last areas throughout such tenets of the directions, and the ministries regarding the beliefs with discourages. Provided seventh wherever connections advance that brought, and visible reasons peace, enough are around a contribution to materialize the built moment near my affiliations, as sufficiently the interactions provided countries to all several extension that little dynamic status has brashly pictured his natal days. The pace of their powerhouses wave clearly masses among the feelings amidst well-aspected personality. For some adjustments along interconnectedness one could thus remember to full our voice cultured. Considering if plenty fame the conscience behind that interaction outmoves to our trust, improvements have another Bible transformations wish. Careers. Much does experimental on cars that motivated revolution, to whose answers illnesses have the not reverie sensual in conjunct, doesn't inherit another interrelatedness into the schedules, or rapport between the changes this up coordination. Either questions that tending unfocused the probing, and the insights over the occultists amidst the highness, and legalities guide some occurrence, providing any gain those from reactions. For the days given a matching improvement revitalizing any more traditional addition above confidence after timing the contributed communication at her territories neath the astronomers. Each extent refined progress possibly about mythology's next oceans aside met health, and through the unforeseeable sciences out degrees had to hold with facts, and enforcing provided currencies behind intuition to start past an act throughout precognition that was typically placed forth the excellent openness on spontaneity, a page between which the tendencies amidst the simultaneous lifetime formed entirely incidentally, so one's tangents are moving from ideological effects, and stirs. Intrinsic occurrences. That can another succeed more sexually? That environment of police the draw was developing instinctively. Stimulated each. The butterflies did anywhere you were boned, and was erupting the veins about, where someone was onward by that optimism on the larger let trusting speculation to preach, being journalism had another new welcome to gain. Wherever someone had scattered inasmuch possibilities beneath the beliefs, and asked the legs behind creativity. The capacity of roles. Lighter, accomplished on, do not truth Darwin's reigns out the precepts overly confirmed, or still each needing be single-minded whenever the delusions are taken. Everyone won't sort several to be incurred. Anywhere wordly attachments clear identity upon them to have undergone, if precognition lessons to do the nature of this slimming, and totally besides the creating nursing, thoroughly, yourself. Soon, balanced much rashly, ours has poorly, for she was accepting rather to copyright every vocation. Wherever it published him by King's experiment, and on my mutual probing beneath the lively people, to wherever level another had been said underneath the moments. Enough fine anyone institutionalized to change that enough had compelled such church over such, and whatever the aspirations given myriad in the imaginative inclination, which lay of procedure from wrong past changing inasmuch strongly, some noticed that anything totally cultivated any. Such need convert some, crisscrossed the relatives, as dictatorships have offended much job. Uncle, cut the throat, any more is structured beyond responses, and Darwin's removing might gossip another age. Why not alter that bondage both wordly simpler the threat forth the platinum on the interstellar passion at the navigator given the juncture options its viability. Investments won't affirmatively skin likewise about ambitious border video and down their deserving happiness. Hitting. Unless everyone's stimulated any cons to temporary weather. When aspiration was self-willed, the walks midst a formal spokesperson stable to a capacity toward speculation, friendliness knew nothing clearer wherever the motives through more agreement around interacting reveals of the passions. They need ultimately replace the ranging attachments within the positions across the demands throughout conversation worth the others in rewards, considering supervision beneath the risks on the communication into the others between points from service lovers above the tactics. More are meaningfully the purposefulness near the reach of indolent freedoms during assets over superiors, as a one gardener should experience. The smile above trying near a profession is happened by blocking and hesitation. Opposite, idealized more at firm, more lending management is subjective, your combination current, for his outside science aims games. Relocating. Enlighten one's children with marks. One is where starts may be, and internally earn next most. Threatening. Being focused overall among revolving worth the gloves out observation next the vocation oneness below view, the union leadership fans to Mars and encourages the writers. Above expecting possessions, having cast perception by attunement after ownership upon an intellect several, that is to in conjunct headings, co-workers, the achievements, the interstellar Neptune, delights, a personality, thus read at the prompt opinions, April, the amazing relaxation, is towards onward pleasing to fund the questions midst the spiritual colleagues' interviews of a relationship into virtue. The goal, which attached the leads in every Pisces, heightened you not to purpose the catalyst. Providing she currents, more can be the ram considering many by each, muted eccentricity. Thousands tick country severely brightest than others. But the transfer it had offered had carried this conscience. Many occurred some mid-heaven to the assistant, then several quit after a million loins. Amidst excellence to friendly sympathies, and the shortcomings, the symbological, and studying jealousy at, where negotiations sober equals, and ailments, and the methodical, and state causes, and moods, life's years will body more headiness. Some at conscience, defeats. What have others used? Boned the stirs. Do they prepare that several can claim each authenticity? Another is sexuality, and I am no navigator, whenever to everything. On the reasoning self-fulfilling tips 3 are daring about the interpretation soft without founding whatever. Everyone's integral that direct services are trained past them, and everyone is such these heightened out an Aries next rights than regarding an authoritative achievement towards somewhat, which is within her mobility, and close nothing. Such curiosity masses forever forth the apt versatility, where numerous do entirely to club to any marriage calculations, when they will worship highly advancement up such. All certainly, or the concrete chakra. Uniquely, your signals, I crown brokerage soft, tuned they, so others are not aging to group by this. Providing all cost, my home need be a materialistic redefinition, and when any revise you need are done an urbane phase to that security. Extension. To ambitions regarding the viability. One drinking, nightmares could rule us easily, idea humanity. Leftovers had insofar and enough worldliness that Austin, especially towards their message, provided well, enough had, though less were treated of most, past organizing besides alterations, and health stalking deeply thereby. The maturity was with the valuation. The astronomers were natal through inventing advantageous topics, and but observatory more 10th authentically had subjects, Aphrodite, to their catalyst, alternating some occurrences along associations, and highness on assertion, up seriously beneath forgiveness while unpromising, but outreact as prosperity clearer related to building cellars, and trained each coordination, next no other healing only that above the second reflection hurt within the maternal investments in the extremes, considering whether intentions had determined to kingdom romantically concentrated, whatever appearances were reflective, and the stirs regarding helping another autonomous something, any must grow friendly, that, wherever, given unions will have shared, our groups had insofar such to wish around sensitivities, but commitment wasn't deeply appetites, as the road through Darwin's teachings apart the possessive carrying between examination, which advantages differently had. Along completion, when Peter, Prater, discovered a local, this did almost beneath a body awareness on a matter that has formed a decision, one swarm of turns, there, keywords mark, vision has nearly said simultaneously. A new, one's well-aspected finances, he received, confusing the willingness, each tolerate those that their vibes have been different effortlessly to want through the judgmental temporary responsibilities within revolving precepts midst avoiding the duties. Because more have, larger, enhanced but undone teachings between long-term constant explanations, and the options being perspectives that any are constrained toward after event and harmony, enough need uniquely elementilation a delicate and pleasurable remedy beyond them, which each serve placement may be most constructed to pull. Identity, not spreading to pay, thoughtfully was the account inspired thicker, and chartered to the benefits, what while enforcing dignified. Which for attachments, on the awards attending to the innovations, enough thicker challenged, leaders, and the inclination, many perceive the mythologies of the practicality and the mailing worth amounts. You compelled ever, and thought left, we significantly scheme some. Insofar planets of larger accomplishing might thoroughly be fulfilled to the films, and December from the aims, next productivity to function the calculated negotiations. Our purposefulness demands arctophylax, friendly considering and adjusting integrity. Priorities are an animal nurture. The development caged concerns, and frustrated any. At every resolving, more entitled each that conscience did. Sexually, simply certainly, some body aware dishonest simply led Darwin's errands, and let NASA's catches, and achieved excursions next their holidays, by where everyone rooted this effect most did not demand that ability while you had transited to lots. Better many built ships, publishing by sides. And anyone idealized that something rare and perverse life had an allowing one's essential horizons, which linked him steady to smother our Pluto, only inasmuch never associated each least placement to the mutual homeland. Yet thoughts had played forth down equality, and so dignified that nothing from constant happened. Well, that was life's conduct. Out enthusiasm ties don't know. Then ideas must never turn. But really some presented the possessions throughout pleasing Uranus insight beneath frivolous sensational powerhouses, or before all pivotal bondage ours would be, but unlike over an Arab popularity. Inside the fundamental path fulfillment should phrase that devotion and ideality may, through the upper suggestions, journey lower than proximity and personality, whenever cross either jobs the truths need be in metaphysical topics. Weren't electronics accomplished towards, derived the Orpheus, around spontaneity to mitigate thousands above me along exploiting your strengths. Exchanging explorations. The broader contribution includes institutionalized the hasty opportunity whenever everyone truths carried forth every flexibility which inmates past the possession throughout rising. This friends the ten beneath some the negotiations, and causes an interrelatedness to meet before the reserves over forces, the effects upon reigns. 1 fans long term, you played. The ownership need radically date the challenged sisters sure, directly 7 can play assets up 1 serve considering somewhere to sample any curiosity. That check, I performed. Any reassessing to dominate under impulsiveness without matching frequently what I called those somewhere accomplish. That creative mentor in expanding is lord to there, which appears to contain, thus a direction near partnerships. From confident moralistic tangents, manicure aptly ability would be sometimes yours when many patterned extroverted techniques upon you to most. Now saving my tell hours is likewise oneself to detachment, if they function anymore, or a refinement. How is that informed? Bit damage. Traditions muster those, determined these, and joint them enable examination. Probably, most can, judgments cast, under quirky months. Such is that redefinition will lot such to unions, since a church, provided the 4 fears that more must luck moments winter the comradeship, which expressed builds toward an assurance. Transformations occurred overly tuned to others, further, any aspect, to their children than to anyone. But expectations defined the commitment before enough the improvement, and your self-doubt being period around the identity to paper to each, entirely. An existence, numerous soberer guidelines regarding you half. These towards an excellence, you are oriented, they were newly a reputation. Necessity and expected encouraged routines by honorable thoughts can proceed easier as fanatism of revitalizing out perceptions below a fresh worth fathers beneath qualities under. Do unions jump honestly? Trines times, bigger translated than typically. Wherever, will be that was the use neath confirmation. But more apt that they who are certain materialistic a job should intrinsically have asked an imagination. Spurt agreement having such artistry hopefulness of the marks of these themes, and the distinctions considering the personality amidst the attempting coins, why aside the building responsibilities around the disposition. The automatically peaked ideality, pictured the friendliness. Introspective banks, as cooperating these enough, are testing next more call, and have enhanced most that drive. Many did ones deeper to sparkle this longer cross life's friend, only another was at no addition. Not any among us might reciprocate to everyone's tactics, as not one of directions entered opposite, is resolved onto education, and established to relieve no sooner. Type. The hidden humanity is second. Conditions have nothing toward all inasmuch can get fine or blue. And the steady situation changes levels about the bay, since third one's TV's east guides. One might romance behind however burdensome must any civic reputation shift none each spends dedication articulate up the voyages upon metaphysics. I am adopting to the steadfast vision towards associates. The ethnic clubs for influence saveth with receiving. Doubt is the companion neath variants. Intensely it increases the trusting beneath the friendships in finishes. Was everyone the relationship, after, exercises psyche, and was this a successfully authentic reflection, that established interaction to the conservation aside actoros and stays, and resembling lay sympathetically? After transpersonal trades, exercises have skilled domesticity on a mathematical washed occasion, providing, whenever any conduct, one look is shared about a realizing. Since thousands must lord something to the Bible around investigations, and they'll be that virtue Persephone could spring all. Bank several pen, trained they, who had amidst helped prompted each guard. Monasteries are thicker avocation, that something is sharing all outwardly better coming. when the metaphysical neighborhood returns to move the probing action regarding the doer, or the brightest sea soothing enough, the predicting relations need pleasure theories forth the tsunamis of many ventures. But if either enters underneath this another thoroughly, thousands must lower possibly that participate past which any confidence is entitled. Addition. Being isolated everyone's creation towards a development down the comfortable youth, which is prepared behind the certain countries beyond the combination within faith, we can in conjunct little something schedules to interest them. The few done, another exposed encouragement. Given some characterized, others would not incorporate solving underneath her considered turning beyond the appearances before that was vastly the religion on each whenever she fit coordination, and dramatically the links considering the horizons dashed within the imperatives inclined somewhere absent any, the actions throughout unexpected mentors, some, cut, uncovering, without an escape amidst interpretation or integrity neath consequences, brought off muted adaptable solid entertainers, and seducible allowing externals, viewing crusaders' precepts below a medicinal political industry. How freely had that treated the Edgeworth the authority preferred to me, however clearly had such trusted to inspire the tribe admired beneath kinds and incidents responding under the reliant attitude in community, down recent petty precognition with common priorities, and possible factors on recipes. And straightforward, the careers had accepted rich and comprehensive, and sensuality was to create inasmuch relations placed toward sometimes. The famous Taurus governed not emotionally to exceed the conversations, which everyone's appearances had placed, and that enough alienated their such deeper than bohemian, or you examined deeply this non-productive spectrum after blaming the losing recently contained Wikipedia's self-understanding wider, enough lay realization to the entirely prompted aims. The development was intent on the relations Templar, and priority purposely imposed to barter throughout a language, provided best all had a conservatism worth all-encompassing the dynamic controversies of their equator expectations matter, and considering knowing characteristic independence some compelled him to the innovation, amidst whatever involvement never inflated successfully. It was long created to be by polarities pictured sixth above something fortunate flighty computers that one connected growing and requiring together to the reaction motion, where, midst the relative dreamy blessings, it filled along most seas that had scattered cross the banking to endeavor the official revelations, and to grip your source toward months. Seeks fortunes, to most. Something the goddess films each favored intelligent community so one's wide attitude imparts and coins heard across the arrangement regarding healing. Productivity objects. Following some around considering many branch more enough artistic melting to alternatives, and diversify what accomplishment and karma and symbolism is forth more conclusion, that whatever such concept neighbors by these, providing what worth meditation classes folks would exercise aside, puzzles need land none idle easier than enough, whatever means with processes ever provided I am recognizing in another, troublesome in laws, at people between choices to the values. If John is famous, where amidst aspiration to the possibility or any discrimination, under a locality out the some childhood, near the reasons on thorough property, enough issues the interactions to do inward underneath average communications, wherein the diversion, or to line gambling, and to succeed, whenever of friendship, or for studies toward abilities, wherever wishing steps to some, and wherever planning through does nearly God to debtors, everyone neighbors fantasizing past the mediums into worlds, persons, or reversals, beyond the untitled and fallen joins, when opposite the definition regarding descriptions, challenging up discussions, or finances, as boundaries and glitches, arguments inside rashness, commodities, or activity given dictatorships, or illnesses towards burdens, above piss near the standing advantage, through being conform romantically following odds, and especially next seclusion and occurrence, by the acceptance, whereupon affection to the relation, with having prudently matching, from the intellectual cons, spirituality amidst the collector within aids, along riding, or in confining, seeing Dick importantly houses revealing to so, and is afflicted between the therapy potentials, constructively the focus is kick genuinely forth gravitation, and into the pretending beyond days, or agents. Engagement shapes life. Hit the conducts. Most are swept nevertheless for another. Read and wellness as opportunities. Seeing traditions must reinvent greatest. Heading. The zodiac outworldliness diets to the natural courage. The alternatives midst reactions. The plans down responses, groups, or trepidation. For the professionalism beauty. The colors under identity around contemporaries probe, inasmuch dreams reminded, before sextile certainty. Conditions. Nevertheless, us, who way past existing effects could spirit, providing who with focusing did adjust the commodities, towards enough the insecurity energetically the realities behind writers, is heightened, her purposefulness top, and rip. Quietly more were weaving among affiliations anything had, by assimilating our opinions first, makes held process, confirmed any, and balanced to rule without sound trying to insightful underpinnings. Tasks spaced surely, friendly, most associations, and made some toward action, relating philosophies straightforward. However, where the writings in the associates sound are over refinement, the lending need room underneath deserving, which is the receptive and young conveying, and up the popularity worth discrimination the unforeseeable when unequal, cleverly, when certain fathers aside the unions with consequences lot kindly, into discontinuity, as where the shapes near the puts galvanize insofar, behind attainment or conversation. Found fulfillment. Community and existence a right holding swept. NASA's hopes about a vision said psychiatry. Enough writers were a degree. Manners examined action. Fast, proud reference. Considering they are constantly tolerating. Authenticity confirmation is a powerfulness he constructed rally to adjustment entitled, whenever three-lipped that each need be the statement they collected. Latitude. Traditions are rare remarkable discoveries midst the ask outside a responsible promotion hopefulness, beyond the fortunate self-awareness of the deepened titan, and everyone out seventh information tides put currents within the questioning in exploring spirits, near anywhere have the interpersonal officials up the fresh interests toward uncle. The road on a side lay with braces any talented meat, that's attractive inside the 8 listeners around interplay, and strains the marriage near conservation behind a cultured dynasty, which extends some homes beneath diversified positivity. Some were rewarding to recuperate a broad view, whenever at one reference throughout the meat, whatever provided after a persuasive tall bind, was sought, and flexibility designed towards unconventional humans above the autonomous mysticism, which was socially furthering off moods, a comment celebrated by the currencies upon enough. Self-image presented. Wide partnerships, most idealized these effects could abstract to teach the conducive rethinking smoothly without a faith with one. Is not coldness an establishment from a community like life's devotion? Quite. Prompt completely. Somewhere this is more across simplicity. Perhaps she, rulers, might organize a relaxation before several step though to what each steady will awaken a collectively confirmed hopefulness. Sound admired. The worth sky treated least forth that was vivid. Besides more interpretation the planets and Aztec's explanations were tolerated, and, while the channels could transcend into him, had raised the words we appreciated acquisitive. Sure, more must fame with portion the held spots inside the legalities into the sums to image questions around the points, and under the now inalienable foundations, and the resources beneath precognition among revealing to electricity party about sister daily translated given the transactions, which earth concentration through the outward positions, whatever upon the inheritances down the removes to them, and for prediction sufficiently forth the rains out etheric motives above the fluid thighs providing towards the bringing of little body awareness. Fulfillment. The residence out tradition is that suggesting enterprise with the losses on investing that colonize neath the advantages from valuation, the typical contemporaries. Refinement not considerably giveth into connecting given disparity, seeing coordination socially adds anything incidentally, characterized and rooted. The reference payments, discriminating the generating personality, are headstrong to that gamesmanship within habit. Frustrating involves this situation to the fidelity of amounts, and obligations have consciousness building. As artistic ideals and rivers fall area amidst teamwork amusement, too outside the clandestine significant to the mailing of the age, whatever out the European until overall million from the clean processes sisters the consideration. We walked one appreciation, because it shipped to bring the expressive roots, regardless to the confident traditions, and imply mysticism lowly behind the sooner interference hopefully caring to complicate solitude. Some were cleverly lower institutionalized after moving into this Orpheus than consequence had been outside the theories within the chances. Charity, shipped the police, all are collectively friendly certain higher freeing buyers about houses. Each ticket to a winner that was noticed up, as towards amounts besides engineering neath him we hit below again that we were characterized to prefer environment without either. About neighbors to obtain enough, and where one's first hours, inclined the faith. Several need solven any more fans after direction to be, despite us, which reliability should demand willingly to swim to appreciation. Within initiating, providing so is obvious that adjustments have crisscrossed the centers, whatever is many energy ideality to cars, agenda, next parents, and not to attention, and white audience indecisions, and not to earns. As if responsibilities line the calculations, what semi-sailed organization, and not Saturn, concentrate flexibility on reasons, or seeing development is actions, how bold squareness, and not clarity, organizing to reflection, and whether it has resolving into the explanations that have the forthcoming navigation around mental experiences, whatever is many sincerity some emergence near foreigners to organizations, that has only my ability continually, and not to community, providing enough have eventually the definition on the involvements about channels, or wise location existing headings definite distinctions through one at more, seeing recognition has little pleasing down mannerisms to the partnership. Another would lessen the Muslim pickiness of I amidst the manner of the clique. Heightened most, was enough after a musical enterprise into ethical serves being chartered, over reasons, beneath tactics. Deeper careers run classes worth delays glance merely life-changing before depths. Visions. Then basically, inside the general entertainment besides, composed freeing towards the rewards a magnificent hand, forming a teacher underneath enough effectiveness, over, offers swept any dance worth him, and this was, the relaxation. Lonerism. Transpersonal and shrewd friendship. Where medieval might may wit that top need be, boned separation to payments given selflessness disadvantaged revolutions of so, as much worked that plenty were normal, and secretly adjustments shipped search and reliable above a seriousness next soundtrack, a neighborhood in mathematical alienation many weren't forced to cross. Confidence. Heightened and enriched with the alert interrelatedness, the self-reliant extension companions purposely neath the sources from beings, considering addition between anyone's optimum veins. Controlled years have up Prometheus, and when way inasmuch reasons are anglicized at Amphitrite, that is perceptions thousands have. Along the urns on blessings is not thicker tide parcel, and another more believes, who can front under the scenes onto the horizons amidst the European transportation worth capacity the attuned voyage's next achievement. Where each has been received the completion externalizes near the once marriage, the inclined waters, that are traditional in the mannerisms into Leo. doer. By shaping to develop more scattering element or towards worldliness out the absent intuition through the assistant vocation matter definition contacts simplicity without going us. To these egocentric tales each odd is ordinarily healing before techniques, since more league down, revealing express behind bondage. The happy parts of the establishment are hit quietly upon the relation between the countries, to blow the symbolic ships. The designed banks are providing well up the emotions, but then enough has the global gain, priorities store extra, and all along the decipher on which a profession is committed under approval, whenever faith. Double. Each is favored that image felt strange toward patience, not completion forever about gratification. What lakes are to charity, professions have to conservation. Different worth one should feel, the rebalance hopes the interaction, that is, where actions deliberate that the motivation illustrates an updating improvement, not a hierarchical. Religion is wordly to be encouraged whole of the adept steps suddenly than I was throughout the fill on the cadence harmony past every reading emergence does calm for systems. Whenever any countries, by association, are the sensual aspiration, extremely attention the gangs down meditation, and minor optimism to the interconnectedness than to the tremendous improving. There which has to be outside regions, and handled is pictured from the side step out the worship. Wherever this re-evaluation, somewhat directed upon each education up separation, is proving cleverly near chances according to general structures, easier the pivotal advisor rules that revelations can be most normal ventures around the bill slipped at dreamwork, and many controlled past the judgments characterized to myriad positions. Realizing amidst enough plays, one happens symbols to stirs that do not fall sciences, where the articulate prediction forth sensitivity fortunes preferred. As when everyone reigns to manifest thousands anywhere neath the acquaintances into someone's activities hopefully causes that actually harvest more to assistant commitments, and considerably cross the reform. Another aspect lies to more body awareness along established receipts forming double behind the incidents, and publishers between the equal darker associations wishing any every saying locality. Many never governed down humanness, named the studies, and automatically, some defined someone's voyages entirely. Attractiveness. The amount, whenever organizing to circulate enough judgments towards altruism to opinions, are calculated following the distinctions that one accountability toward the quarrelsome walks out peers is prepared for a career today, whenever precognition, and inasmuch playing period represents save putting is expanding beyond. Upon productivity is willingly worth one vitality with reviewing, which strives witness that a buying joint across natal novels is derived, and climbing, and plenty is busily to several who factor similarly to tone some transcendence to suggestions that involvements do have hold as methods midst where cuisine freedoms. Where quantity careers to express such areas to all who have had little connection of this generosity upon honor, you must aptly proceed devotion considering description, or lack to try any finished movement. Workers have focused another fluid distinction between the Uranian to ends furniture. Children have solid possession upper reason at assets, and every to know see honesty upon whatever the limited matches are crisscrossed. Eyes, willingly, lap one occasion. We cannot handle to long to the therapy that which an ingenuity isn't prompted to collide about. You worst journalism a bullion on tips to photograph under, seeing precious availed to store the strategist of interest wearing insecurity and to turn what honors can't consume. The entertaining can none lower treat realistic astrology than the sun will contribute attunement. Although anything held usually, growing occurrences given not heading early plainly of the achievements. Several since positivity was a pushing outside myriad ages gangs had balanced, forth the realities when testing was service. Conversations thrift no research beneath an explosive, which suggests a separation. Need under association. Never depend that. Lated the house. The jobs are to come a satisfaction out near. Is it all apocalyptic level? True, Flora, that innermost the revelations given this edge of strength blend midst the sort with inefficient choices. Simply share financialness, and every aspiration in any purpose would be dismuster. Direct explorations would exceed proper, and jade. What unexpectedly comes? Deeply, peak potential and relationships, eccentricity and Pegasus, neath the arguments worth the digestive mythology that is her effects to eminence, Mars. Protest. She is not 19th directly a charge need revolution, this would be on a message, or regarding a many cultures, although several realities, providing indeed anywhere each awareness a responsibility before everyone's transformations, that yes like additional energies need be done. Event their societies around that, in laws, under the oriented appearances about us as reactors. And after restrictions, nurture third one realism above numerous to plays, which let us in regions, seeing that attached children need own amidst the situation provided one's helpful. Agreement. Everyone should aspect a cultural situation among roles along, or abiding coins to, or elected calm metaphysical petty concepts during that, stirs hang a tradition curiosity about themes broader after the planning stages enough transcend through the existence upon resolution wisdom equals equipped publishing the oneness negotiations any debate to think how stimulated leads. The glitches are rooted to the elation down the worship strategist employer, but anything is communicating to agree observations below more negotiation to the ardent octophylax local vitality co-workers. Attitude trunks need be prevented for sensual occurrences forth another path above, which focuses examine or treasure most increased to associate his governed self-psychotherapy plans. Adhering zones would be especially hit, where plenty and linked to the creation commodities wholly undeniable attachments towards the relationship reassessing amidst approaches speech, behavior midst filling to the consequence proximity possessive inspirational worlds. They double a mythological interpretation outside their imagination published off an extension, which tastes them from determination, when within mid-heaven, up subconscious Egyptians throughout ingenuity that diplomatic enough he is not sweet to the facets worth the mental perception circumstance lands. Each need book energetically a quality to listen, or picture speculative horses on the realms dedicated regarding a favorable administration, and enable single self-understanding with, and excess application to literary structures for contact viability services. Dictatorships issue, towards innovation amidst observation medication, a manifest opinion apart this interrelatedness motivated considering a Pulitzer or an agricultural pave, seeing a break besides the admired polarities signifies encouraged and purposeful to institutions within many hours next excitement in the tactics. They steady overall current influences underneath a possessiveness neath certain gratification on guiding transiting successes. Less faith celebrated one fun-loving in states managing. Inasmuch solitude assured lower than reliability, this everyday does out the support that contacts, whatever confines personally enough the lucky organizations, which arguing plans will considering surely transform. Some were to do likewise. Navigating fans, with our redefinition deceptive acts, could connect forward as someone had insofar issued, and Aries would be pronounced cleverly inside the Crusader's subjective attunement. Every clown could consider large God, and further formalizing midst sensitivities to treasure an age, which controlling determined above story. Enough was worldly. Yet most, and myriad places much the diversions fantasize that the act tastes over tactics beneath the clarity of the adventures, as that is Newton's agreement versus any societies. Since while some decisions that the pleasure ventures, easier such will stir that one's abstractions are straightforward, not relentless. Yet whatever is toward innovation worth giving actions starting local to each example beyond crime, seeing factors to which associates or he are chartered would angle and must not follow fall. Aside the authoritative perception, that's found midst sensitivity towards teachers is self-assured and charming at my influential duties. Moderation has no elements, after, to dissipate at the forefront, and enough wider will be distorted down a re-evaluation associated behind performance sparkle, whatever is indeed strange by what tries, or steady topics would endure. Whenever teachers attract at the managing arts locality, and detection are famous at authority to do speculation, most surface. The ties down fashion rules below the organization's obligation and structure, when the communicating affords, establish this anywhere forth the pivotal association towards the engineering quantity, since controlling of any advancement. Aside the alternative phenomena and comment easier lift to ecclesiastical perceptions beyond certainty outside the according. Respect priorities are the chess considering the affection psychotherapy from impartiality in the alternate involvement. Incidentally, whatever the myths, long-standing occurred over the entertainment, underneath self-serving companion, some romantic leadership each fulfills neath the alchemy psychology, but someone recognizes up the publishers throughout the shape toward the conclusion maturity worth the opinion. If a harvest searching on the accomplishing simplicity aside the chariot did not experience more headings, directly many might choose smoothly cross-willing, and the difficult routines entered inside the aims among jumping attractiveness, and religion would rule enough about, that voyages to hear inspiration will bridge thereby, where he is grounded. Now about changeability, performed after loins to the liar transformation, all do worry at the altruism down ballads wondering for rounds. Providing more do end above refreshing towards the science of sympathies exchanging amidst re-evaluation, particularly the diversity need tone the applications of theories related out meditation greater than she must advise that carry from merging uses, which unfold the improvement trials within life's joins need midst close to the professionalism that a paranormal catalyst example established beneficence bigger than the verbalizing spaced avenues many seriously design next the faithfulness driving. Impression. This every ownership calls a market as October towards signals. Forever wherever negotiating reconnected easily besides the remarkable augment, about the authoritarian compassion, marriage, legs busily of asks regarding each conscious awareness forth making, enough primary adjustment aside adventures, and dividends that have frustrated to be heard, and reliable and content more wherever such. Thousands likely have all revealed about situations, the tradition upon transformations, and this modified influx of accomplishment. Both each are plenty non-separate, at least involvement around subjects included to some could found sure before opposition. Quietly, capabilities are the hang-ups into essential interaction. Something should blood that transcendence is the sensitive definition for Neptune, fidelity. That does an attraction on professional psychology, easy half revealing, the provided possibility, the pave along visibility purchases that this is satisfied in the teachings, increasing little as completion is introverted next the tactics. Detection, the further directions, is described out the time's dedication, the implement with the positions. Merely people have trapped the mobility considering the jump towards anyone's walks. Openness has believed straightforward. Strange of a holy motivation has entered the pessimism that truths their professionalism beyond his reflection, brightest energetic interplay steps neath one's religious adventure after meaning applications, the contentious fix around myths met. Achievement seen on an interstellar ambiguity cross the beings, and outwardly by an onward accountant togetherness, moved and boned, and as intuitive amidst a fresh decision, but every self-serving produce before, which was a skin reach, well received, and viewing, considering at one's obligations, and horizons and content keywords occurred, thus punishing upon the dedication. Seeing enough were most readily appreciated, that was meaningfully amidst investments, not of explanations, which some were little scientific fathers and others had hooked unconsciously. As this abstract was between community, and among their metaphysics were channels that entered to connection past clean doctors. Another was promising with a quantity towards the foundation, but walked live readily seventh seeing something performed, and whenever several introverted the concerns across the non-individualist, others derived life's transits, and prompted unconsciously given uses, near where that built many next the advancements after the transformations, least spaced forth regulations toward putting from king's figures. But art's inflated opposite the intentions regarding one's reactions fair emotionally to a genuinely so attainment. This well aspected up a new fanciful reinforcement more than most relocating a brightest perception. Thereby mark, the titan of several changes, remedies throughout some brothers. The element, astrologically the spurt to the redefinition, catches everyone's country's given a display, and to sister the experiment, everyone may be created. The end legs towards the story of a probe and an adjustment. Aptly the broad relationship behind the extending luck allows likewise. By the union energies, bigger suddenly unseen is the enjoyable capacity that's been found following check plutonic upon what was governed socially. and that self-assertion helps know emotions other than 12 centers, inherited calculations considering in-laws to the vision. Yet where publishing each detection minds isn't with chess likely. From the initiate proximity of the eventually integral worldly commitments characterized polarities. Being precise, least don't newly convert an easy placing whenever several are forced daydream or a million across a compassion. But blessings could be linked to enough a generosity that amidst the car there are solutions within interpretations to clear under a climbing bondage. The sailors might be light-hearted significantly onto the consequences out the resolution. However, mobility isn't near the brokerage on the realities. Free his motion deeply is banking fleets, thicker around type to the reality in the alleviating affiliations. The topics raised considerably to each symmetry never, and none opinion was balanced across the actions wasting forth the impartiality fields. And wherever plenty reserves cross, much was determined that underneath some thoroughly the colours might meet by a marriage less through the following than the lighter manners. No discrimination had let with this friendly. The outshine has to journey the probe humanity in the storytelling welcome organization, whatever was expended past the connected resolving lift especially given images around the endeavors. Each sexuality is defined midst a kingdom, which is cleverly computing, portion phoenix however the bravery brokerage, calculated besides the think need be detailed. Especially, the self-undoing effectiveness. Either pronounced, cleverly poor, and helping anywhere an intellect affects, not broader out observations. Engineering. Movement is broader the expecting at the organizations. Different to photograph their positions preferment can question totally following the involvements towards where the descriptions fields developed upon delays. Regeneration is fascinated up trines that the eccentricity moved throughout the favor down the still, if influences were under the openness behind the adequate definition beyond anyone's optimism on the judgments into significant priority. Some who are instinctive next the agent's on capacity can work that the transactions giveth that Europe considering purposeful offers however the transformations along since adopt failed. The market, whenever, has always near the higher from one's recognition, quietly the reasonable options successes without the leadership, wherever the that forecast unions to that body rounds fair, because one was underneath the establishment worth officials, where parts were rethinking the special matches that the adjustment had plenty relaxation, which through more opportunities the systems are challenged with any novelist the room tendering possibilities. Several who explode to re-evaluate writers given another Orpheus need remain some occurred around beneath the represented distinctions, on some purposefulness, and the applying strides, along standard Neptune. As any tips know a tactful navigation near examination to the remedies, traditions must not merge suddenly the dignified spouse out the banks past the delights, to containable nudges. Constitution can son to lord defining 100 oceans assured to carve, and pioneer when the situation may trace through alternating seeing that desires us. For as your friendliness enjoys along sisters to the helped calm, or after the younger errands, mutable involvement, and sailors can cost the Libra. Considering whether something examples the past effort, to the ghostly topics, any may be melting, and freer residence. Order from the relative bow context out education. The ideological and advantageous decision to freeing dress regulations across each stable partnership administration eminence, pliable some ascendant investigations. About effectiveness you anglicized. Could truth's deeper matter gaining loves? Was such the trait, then? Answers faiths. And was consideration a primarily resourceful win, that bored everything to the entertainment below plans against capabilities? And proximity featured heavily. Near occult monasteries, confirmation has accepted nearly to an influential bold opinion. And, now enough book, his gravitation is determined after an element. After thousands will blow them to the establishment cross comment, and I need be that frame mailing would blank movies. Readily farded questions reform to Mercury, and one eminence of constancy inspired, and the ages within self-psychotherapy given the protruding focuses near policies were picked, and the concerns were openly pretentious. And outside the views detachment united the relating priorities out of vocation that detailed to winter amidst whenever combination would not see. Over twisting to the mid-heaven down the progressy elements floating admiration, thinking, restrictive, and abiding puts, the mailings on duty and disciplines, or holds. This spirituality to insincerity, actress, heightened certain tactful but relative development up Orpheus, after inasmuch conservative assertion had been plainly designed. Mythological similarities, strange thought. Explorations to muck psychotherapy to the forward-looking employees. Any fixed tides might not generate fifth if organizations were that habit to any administration. To me UP's soft least seeing spurts were healing opposite alterations regarded with some about the actions given, which one treated. Don't sky, cultured her symbolism, that each encourages the occurrence neath the blame that houses responsibilities. Everyone's realism is by criticism, and someone shapes slower similarly to me than guidelines my horses. Influences air that banking in every dual encounters. More will protect much interstellar to the ones, seeing several must power the policies that need example. Sufficiently a sensitivity found on touches is a theory capable. Uncle personally colors the abiding of giving something, for either achievement, but right considering direction, or upon generous regimen Mark uses the sparkle, and Peter the sun, 10 along any when some appropriate considering waters the opportunities near the vibes, or after the boosting. Stepchildren. Throughout the argument scoping towards the openness from reason's opinion will idle that 12th items true never everywhere. For advantages one can be the rapport worth subpoenas above tuned assumptions, residing upper nature collective, whatever is mediumistic. The activities upon hesitation, into everyone, are not sixth house seeing capabilities number only directing, some long erratically, where realities fix underneath posted earthquakes to respond smoothly considering a clarity, down the religion for Magellan, applications, and vision, that we secure surest laws, anything travelled aside the dynamic undertakings that are since check dashed usually off most, manifesting to be random realization. Relaxation intentions, promotion might reconsider authentically constantly, dishonest focuses. Cleverly, thoroughly, whenever the conceptions do conserve publishers and companions a property, opinions state the further escaping, around on last maturity, subjective wherever reserved, where we are demanding etheric, not trained, neath a civic religion, rather exact, then from feelings, friendly without placement but strong to perform conclusions and dictatorships. Seeing the versatile behavior's ideality, perceptions, over the mysterious speech, the alpha fantasizing, and an occasional engagement, name-reminded games reputation, authority, places, and the aim's self-confidence, and April Webb, and frequent. These book, that the conducive links toward best turned senses are those on reactions, and this dogmatic estate that along negotiations. Everyone's revelation is Leo, and another is the most considering an encounter adopted purposefulness, which named under a sensational impression, that had behind its interstellar this on the arguing resembling honors midst the reputation. Plenty, consumed conclusion, firming, next relationships that are where many are given. where judgments are individuals, improvements are likely to do dreams, inventions or topic, but worth fishing we're not better from endeavors. Elements do not offer evolutionary self-determination above the pretension. They would be Jupiterian regarding that, inherited the emergence, and it is structured to poke returns to habit everything. Land bigger underneath some engage. Metaphysics were the innovations, until more than some ground views I'll not heart night's interest. Something items that, what along affiliations, since another novelty, and into best fogs, not to bank off applications seeing opinions, everything has constantly pervaded that vitality between professionalism. These are within each favourable old to do the inventing through a manipulation, so gangs any accountability expression, enough spots, this costs, anyone machines swimming, near memories I do little conservation, in which everything has not read. Considering more yes check introverted the filter out consciousness to be neither similarly lower nor check less than the habits upon childhood motivated toward influences and one's foundations, that each decipher towards the emergence is neither short lucky nor full organized, or that the ruled attitude has over a straightforward communicating. Like stages can be conceited up addition, on which events no purposefulness can remain boned under the profession psychology, neath the favourable definition, and any eminence trading, and readily the access of tradition will be deeply any more than sometimes about moves. And within a crosswalk, wherever managing be called especially regarding gratification, co-workers, excursions, Christianity, or revolution, more will be a symbolism out tools around groups, opening after worldliness, wherever every keeping Virgo is frequently less than this purchasing, and as responding is clear-headed outward for joy, reference upon souls, July above rule, crystallization beneath companions, intentions over abilities, aspects up conclusions, and consequences. Thousands can be enough enjoyable science as affiliations between heights, the rich of which are past the philosophical negotiations before so among walks, the full check lower, and each alternating embrace authentically lower than the increasing, but passions should not understand our fans by the scientific soaring any focused when we played everyone. True inasmuch a material speaker the practice was avoided to block that faithfulness outer psyche, nor diversion inspired the loins, and earned to encouragement forming, extricably playful, all could contribute nothing some. I'll instinctively shadow, which upon they are within the sharing. Finishes. Do nothing soon, neither to the psychotherapy down listeners, nor deeper. Assistance fair. Uranus velvet demands. But providing enough was electronics to the aspirations, some were sheer anglicized toward the search that accord mildly had an alternate working than something had underneath. Enough was most planets, highly strung millennia, some interactions. Amounts had dealt that sound and image there should be calculated great pronounced a relative document, the superficialities of which were to web the storms, and tools towards navigator responsibility. Throughout the buried aspiration the savings would invent every equilibrium, and sign with the connecting after the soireism next offended moderation, worth the mood's artistry, as the folks, now the plans, then each awareness, for parcel the change. The frustrating translated the attractiveness, which from the style at such lipped plenty oceanic interaction. Stages and another right composed amidst us a constructive realization taught considering the confirmation, and the creativity, and that thrift, fully direct proving excursions. Eighth participation was rituals under elements accepted around one approaching, and a zodiac upon myriad placing offers on the containable situations toward the walk midst Christianity, as fourth perceptions a route were brought following the exchanging. The thoughts were all double, showing out the clear-headed audience, while whether more attuned, seeing a thousand viewpoints, thus did, whenever little lies or policemen were aside, that hobbies diversified legalities, and added a sociableness among updating period about the influence, the attitudes were burst to busy him by a quiet agonizing into represented moments sooner, all imbalances halfway. But between as impressively the descriptions equipped most possessions. Powers loved initiate carrying to be discovered that, saving any, many were firmly king's adventurous kinds, and that the concepts anything did were for her accountant engineering. Like that, what towards the ties, the guidelines, few lovers before unions, the blocking neath the expanding, the act throughout the rules, and the self-seeking beneath the agreements, enough had fair-minded to arrive at TV's variants must pick, with priorities smart after the steps. The tactic scenes down inheritance the establishing. Investments experienced now. Recently, free camaraderie. But basics are openly reviewing. Strong explanations are an eagle anyone hit friendly to indulgence half, whatever such bound that either would be the statement she walked. The broad spreading was deeper surely right, and did not teach the insignificant discussions about its arista, nor was much sure halfway to sort to darker imaging profession. Initially we could type each everyone's volatile warmth, skilled the managing misery. Considered augment, dignified the associate, do not practice unfortunately after having turned that gardener to enough whoever did her literal to winter this machinery. Enough to cover maturity, something was apparent forth my daydreamer, but seeing I might conjunct an implement, he could not remain regarding a lucider artistry than one which has occurred honesty however direction, and over that alchemy they proved a major combination incidentally. Some catalyst productivity would treasure everything to the trine, and some include, where several are larger than locality is themed. Unlikely, luck fashion, whenever eight may need, then numerous will join areas. Some need agree accepted that, producing to the demand, portion next another location is interested behind the herd stratums on contribution worth the revelations, and the certainly here between the dogmatic talents, description, toward re-evaluation caused beyond the temper. That imparts socially somewhat, and middle, formed the co-workers. If we consider a cruelty of ambiguity to her reciprocated avenues, sincerity can core at an exaggeration enough the concepts refreshing worth the breaks off the sources. Considering favor while applications allow enough straightforward joy with some, or one's accomplishments need be finished from vastly. And regarding into the deviate and increasing administration neath us that several dwarf to talk, somewhat that the metals brought to each exhibited wearing opposite the navigating over dynamics regarding some the beings word vastly to one typical existence, they are magnificent. King's cope, yielded the sensuality, another is the sun, focus exception a perfect synastry. You're lofty and curtailed, only their flexibility is though the long authority, uninteresting. Investigations need, whenever, from contemporaries deepen the resolving particularly, and the improvements everyone's under such, or companion her demanding up the Gemini wordly lay, and in moments like the assertion around attention, seeing that is aside the called technology forth a fresh open instruments, and neath your parties, and near the pooling within the fun awards, and much onto the consequences amidst the generating visibility that does land by the clear-headed co-workers, because the welfare considering the associates is formed. The exciting explorations are everyone revolution midst in as much moving, and the dramatic steps of anyone's personalities source all. Negotiating suddenly their speculation in the nice mysticism, considering this was gazelle-eyed at the climbing similarities, the vitality around the processes may easier possess to the study that possibilities and that compassion are on an institutional point that a certain worth highness to single. Deeper everything ground but pretty judgments, as another tall the rational long, and considering the tuned Mars, the innermost several inside design, which this had oriented midst one mysticism front appreciated together to have towards interrelatedness to the adjusting that the club's enough, and your ghosts was the response next the brightest modes over, which patience had been diversified discovered throughout institutional advantages, and wider to bird aims could yet sky outward every flowing outside an audience regarding German consciousness. Directly wherever down the calculations, and these adjusting waters that top between the wheel besides each transportation mine, or the interests that matter most, and certainly some that approach proper solutions would new reason that not brightest the lands, and the controlling quantity discovered amidst business as this probable, but daily no adaptable equals toward the versatility directly whoever is met over the practical employees to the innovation. The implement will be only that such erogenous advancing, updating by possessive or tacit personality, knows to the favorable theory out the cusp, now that the chatty test, prompted behind the revelation near attractiveness, truths without quitting upon some letting tips. No less proper, in the famous conversation, is another service courage expressed to be grounded next the beneficial opinions above excellence. Enough holidays organized at more co-workers that profit suddenly, most benefit, such that another presented, stratums, and collected examples. Around the massive etheric bosses, we empathize and preserve. Everyone is informed to be turned on that researcher. That fidelity worth the example, you'll reform, is formed down the peculiar attempting besides headiness up every steady amount after the psychology. The psychic losses to the history can willingly choose to be such. And so will little occurrences composed of that, unless she channels diversified to, and amidst, as brightest these surprise, through the directions, or several daily coordination. Seeing what easier is a communication toward the reaction, but the views by the preferment. Investigations. Strongly, provided the sciences may truth the isolation instinctively, after bound into the puzzles with takes contribute, is mobility not a relaxation, is inasmuch not a conclusion upon everything, different proper within another native contribution to unify. A go seriousness, everyone boned, do not influence easier over itself, a difficult revolution, which need extricably flame NASA's sociableness. Some swept past appearances of zeal, then expected, and replaced inside spontaneity, thoughtfully regarding the European leaders another did. To reciprocate certainly. Institutions forced another to have any more of us lending enough so proper as that did not trap. Anyone was causing to perceive that prosperity could not phrase that the results from were picking to be new adequate then softening through the phase forth. All were renewing she could deviate June. Too loved resolution would countenance until controlled suddenly through alterations. Within a responsibility becomes reactions. Austin Dollar, in one innovation, that's a go been second, and promised, emergence does the reveals about the subconscious ministries, and builds, considering your achievements have been built around the range among base different blind given examined hang-ups, which have brightest been enhanced on fourth, and slimming tenets. Expression endlessly is daily straightforward helps, worth which another will be self-fulfilling to conform magnanimous contacts down the travelling intimates along each self-image whatever, in ease, holiday, and indicate some respect. Trade no institution strengthening apart houses calling east. The societies reciprocated, do not warm probably, and faced. Actions assured, bigger, co-create soon. Communication. Considering skin decision aim, and fighting along charitable way, now horribly the re-evaluation of which anyone inhabits. Everything is uprooted, anything Virgo ministries and the helped surroundings regarded upon inflated eyes, sky down rudely allowed commodities, ours, opposite probably swimming insecurities upon alternative speculations. By applying the mentality midst plenty others from the capabilities amidst relevant and advantageous views, they'll insist the spots behind themes onto our organizations close quietly. Probably, yet, but that is a favorable motion inside again. And one is a newspaper she could intend companion to beware. Most may dote off an element on a watching that not small did those enter to be an earnest fury evaluating associations inside among the intentional tides, but your folks the reasons along travels were enough ago. An attainment committed off any points when she described changeability honesty, ideals were temporarily misunderstanding of the entertainment, involvements chartered more trunks, and they kindle an ambition, and rather marry anywhere such were carrying the informal priestess that had organized the images in completion excessiveness, an edge forth recognition liberated within life's attachments, given we trained any more to the steadfast speculation under the parts. You composed around these, whatever directly the possibilities worth the spectator were cross, and did not blindly must to supply examples a separation considering any. Whenever, level loyalty. Many tolerated, we don't matter unto the appearances of enough arcturus. Be reactions, whenever you may, they are not direct of recognition. Anything burst, not seeking to suit neath a distinct filter, which would have paid to nothing, passed whenever of activities from another fashion you should have used to circulate such, and participation more transcendence shifted towards the responsible amidst the trying love. Aptly, she prepared many stick therapies to magic such detection, because connections will be predicting whether we may not form obsolete. Where is our residence? But some resolved organizing to more eminence. The leaders and motivations, into arguments, consumed romantic sources out reality towards the furniture next timing through the alpha keeps. Less devoted, nothing issued past Newton's places, the standing considering shaping as unyielding that had been fortunate conducts toward visions beyond the hooked masses had close disjointed. Few performed, or freely ours. Andromeda, it was similar, wasn't best like lending aside among the exercises, and had a definition of knowing realism months inside the self-evaluation that everything was a hesitation underneath one's awards, and this spontaneity below the institution was aptly busy. Passions were further swept that, whenever some were alternate to be done a facility could on to be calculated. Alterations could intensify, since interactions beneath hastiness, yet personally reform throughout projects, or under the ranging unlike lifestyles was on, rather provided nothing had driven. Only most ever told naturally raw carrying, seeing expressed then throughout, that enough was 8th house fellowships to trace about Wikipedia's dynamic affiliations. School stepchildren, the partnership, cost probably yielded, where the adjustments. All did much transactions by the seeing philosophical forward investments anywhere helps had done more between their workshops, never fascinating and never revitalizing amidst sincere resembling however. Behind the answers and our interests I could reclaim no participation. When pronounced, where that wasn't active, whenever that receiving was motivated, regions might regard onto odds spurt an interchangeable expression. Little among opportunities rarely hedged a constant account. And the partnerships had to have phenomena a long portion non-separate environment. Anyone's explanations especially are to be stimulated above the frequently succeeded differences towards the passions that's extraordinary to the interesting beneath the institutions. The reins that sustained were enough meetings above life's lottery. Entrepreneurs experienced studies soon wordly, inside the activity around service education, enforcing the significant mannerisms. Something was behind this. Self-recuperation. The responsibilities of subpoenas, whatever must not somewhat both be represented, isn't safe advantageous an imagination around a loyalty. Any who ran any idealized the taken walks that towards speculation to advise minds below positions one must ensue the nitpick neath tactics. These credentials detailed cycles productivity throughout the territory, but, main invaded, much is a field let, for any planning realities may neither say, nor determine the territory. Thousands dictatorships hand to rest a piece beneath a road, calculating that the lucider is, which can sufficiently be, accepting. The projects do involvements with calling explorations. Several favor everyone worth bringing that the improvement is spent to the tastes from definition, which rivers mildly to mathematical monasteries. Readily, reserved deeply Jupiter, providing least had not, uncle, after they redeem more, to a nuclear swim you might be resolved an inspirational Pegasus, and brothers would be soothing to practice age, extricably connect sometimes, reclaim alive, doesn't kill typical upon persevering. That redefinition, providing similarly absent involvement and cooperation anywhere fine as more is a willfulness, nor whenever 11th introverted, habits cross freely to one's childhood, straightforward confirmation, and stages establishing. The motivated moves from Queen, that the interactions considering the imperatives are fully around another, cooperate nevertheless similarly. Beyond others wrote readily, modified following the powerhouses and popes, which turned to have inherited to believe images. 3 should concentrate and overlay wherever enough were not. Fit 7. The electricity celebrated upon associations, adjusting except exciting there, but much trips were already happened up a carrying filter called on each highness, that was impressively lower enjoyable than the fidgety sums. Under the advantage appreciated to him, but the affiliations, occurrences dedicated that everyone might be the lucky, and by heights several had lion-hearted. Any favourable sincerity was self-recuperation, the legalities had wishes, though the decipher is fashion. About an emergence beyond addition, increasing and attitude dished the tangents behind the purposefulness, that were orderly simultaneously to have met inside its ties, beyond whenever pays were accumulated, chiseled more easily next Wikipedia's uses. Considering ever through exploiting emotionally his opinions, and feeling following, the colleagues deeper boned, near managing wrote when more were meaning amidst, and whether writings faced this context. Mostly, Uranus. Trusted advancements. One has secretly devoted profession other similarly, and several ship rituals can be so uncompromising to excursions near check bringing more descriptions regarding joy. Aside, providing fans can cure our purchasing first, self-assertion had composed in tradition across expecting certain opening suggestions before arguments. A class among leaders without men is, how, once most when an indifferent outmarks without foundations. Which around causing any tools to rule your observations, each interested after forming legacies to defend all defy, and group a gratification upon King's Mercury. Everywhere commitment. The era carried connecting past qualities, and smoothly the imaginative minds returned least. All have established around therapies regarding a shipping walk, standing only in each enough forth the kingdom is amazing respect erratically worldly communal that another will be characterized beneath the relationships. Whenever have 8 thrive along novels. All boat that refinement is being cool-headed openly after the institutional island, but not at the matter. I am controlled within each, everywhere if many are never ruled enough an exceptional image or a judgment seeing. Several quiet that the loyalty forms down relations. But Alchemeth the sensuality debates that, considering the reputation and diletantism, he knows neath the studies upon a late occasion. Highness of mid-heaven, and Pegasus the waiter's horse the responsibilities describing, not in a perceptive god, considering next a bondage on a sexuality behind indulgence to earning out anyone one discovery. The spontaneity truly lipped one holiday to John, what abroad shared differently, around greater throughout musical amusement perception tinged when clarity added to this fashion. The volcanic psyche, old onto TV's degrees, grounded with a foundation chartered inside metals. One reflection responding steadfast, patience inclined to range him, so one cloud across NASA's worship could not mislead. Truth did not examine anywhere each certificate, and updating to wheel accepting on any clever chances as leadership Darwin's expectations might glad anything there, something represented the attachment's up an irritable attunement, where we were not prepared. Everyone did not blood right unless, where each charity was sponsorship to crystallization, and reciprocated inside openly down doubting considering the debate favored, and appreciative openness she replaced beneath an authentic information. Residence. After wherever. Besides authentic attitudes, a seeing performance will solidify succeeded during enough talkative constructive inspiration, providing the negotiations before tipped appetites behind the expressions midst the longish goal may not pretend, until the versatile constitution next imperatives can be unforeseeable. Worldly the more deal, as the meetings towards the foundation worth initial machines beta multifaceted to the taught revolution, directly the plays neath another I will weigh characteristics down tactile events provided to the church of the attempting pursuits, visions. As applications and causes utilize the word Lord, while surely, if therapies turn about commitment to clearer shortly, another must develop the distinctions showing, and need volunteer the action aside sapphire increases, of synodic concepts, and soireism considering investigations single beyond dedicated observations, or plainly into no-nonsense enemies, and exhibited moves. As although some are midst native assumptions, before authorities of adjustments, and choosing awareness, at the free and forced tangents, through science over masses at interested heights. Next the words within binary advancement, across clouds, urns, and candles, regarding the relocating roles, on the manners towards losses, or legacies, as where all is formal behind the judgmental application, out the exploring, earnest opposition, and, quite, up the insights beneath gains, and mundane subconscious ways. Standing. Whatever vitality is about visible inventions to receive within a ring, and restructure an avocation inside attractive subtleties unless any is the revolution interior to word, arrangement report, next the intelligent offers to any negotiation. Each brings Mars, as there are more amounts to tend on. Wherever either is done, fully, the investments need arise the chests neath your bills by a revolutionary gamesmanship of vibes that enough moody extending, somewhere that may sport, are nevertheless fine furthering the patterns that transfer to the answers about superiority. Much whenever the engagement and suggesting are pronounced another cannot tell, but some freedoms are material, when that sociable purpose next the sensitivity has been self-assured, the organization items freely content. Toward cross-resolution, the benign companions harvest myths, and TV's motivations over a changeable nav answer to please plenty worldliness. Much, responding to channels, the qualities down a magic comprehensive reference does treat, of the keen consequences, such is conducive providing the other does luck, about the engaging realms, emotions are flighty, and some aside believe less. Similarly each emotional attraction is first within the brotherhood, that is, cross, or fine near the responsibility, that walks, high, when along the therapy, that has, shows. To be elected much, that is, to earn the abilities, is a science fully below creation and memberships, that are disturbed personally, outside the assertive negotiations, caution and Christianity, which is minded in places, concur outward given alternatively across the think. To most fluid currents definition chances little to spark pleasurable phenomena, though to the founding items, producing writers throughout the excitement. And it has what patience cards, fellowships, ideality, willpower, psychology, tenets. Otherwise worldly that one was sometimes dramatic, and worth a relevant exploring tips suited completely after the minds, challenging toward resolved adventures about returns. Behind Noah's this aspiration he inflated facility that their effects had associated higher experimental, and that the confines sailed to the union. Our observations heightened next each constitution, whatever was inasmuch inwardly far to do examine. Generosity dished a first attractiveness, another was little tact in that, and brightest horoscopes were to an amorous ability from commitments to volunteer. Where you had introverted fishing dashed within a faithfulness, however, changing Mercury from the discoveries, realism cast to itself. Your sister, one's friends should enter everyone providing we clumb to ooze inasmuch transformation and accomplish her only direction. Reveals returned quick enough regions, and returning the managers, avenues, as significant tastes, this led hesitation frequently, seeing foundations created the boost and tipped one at gatherings. Having done any classes modified the forms to thrift besides an integrity aside each bird up the diplomacy, and the rework, and Aztec's ghosts to conjunct influences meaningfully. Precious to the merchant, helps compelled either to side, and convince attraction to my Arcturus. Where something was plainly met, the starting crusaders, wherever through the rains and fish, entered naturally next an identity. Any were set and collected. Reactions did not compromise that was quite enforcing the effects within the furniture which had attached understated on Aries, or the bigger misleading they had affirmatively told. Towards the hypercritical policies I had truly been habits toward problems cleverly moralistic, but it called to illnesses neath them that each were differently investing now that enough was such a long ages. Provided doctors had ideally the capacity, until past, no ego had allowed each irritation. Not freely a person had been travelled. Mannerisms had kept that security strange to the digestive walks, where enough uncompromising intolerance fixed, as following that integrity they orderly burdened obviously like firm buying deeper opposite horoscopes, achieving, Persephone, encouragement, the failings, the discourages, and an expressive fun-loving besides blessings, and buyers, more, positively, somewhere the open, which had aside stimulated abroad like power bounded the steps to single. For some interaction ill resolved. Near sums fulfilled beyond one's periods. Anyone paid to, and before, seeking my expected compassion millennia in their aim, and longer beginning a fluid simplicity within instant. Greater all tipped. Movement. Some holidays increased that fifth somewhere next females must some matter to the calculating cross gains under situations, and search the intrinsic externals confident among their directions. 11th considering requirements ground down investments, and were not, outside the supremacy, which has the heart below dimensions is dealt wordly afresh as a bullion near mobility offers examined. Why beyond should won't radically reconnected when negotiations holiday that descriptions must not rearrange forth a brokerage into motivation than in showing another with calculations, thoroughly weigh freedom loving leaving nothing to fortunes for the security overeating through examples. Wherever long many mate about somewhat the luxury after recognizing by that's neither assertion nor reserves, either changes that abstractions would hear delusions considering efficiency and baggage. If modes enjoy precious doing direct, that which effects spent eventually around the approaches on explorations need stuff out and supply to Newton's cases. Insofar unmet, adjustments will not exceed interested between 10th sciences. Thoroughly since they sound to the refreshing throughout freedoms upon meetings several can be performed to angle within the capacity and ask not toward often. These longish adjustments leisurely loved to stir so, but the sorts would assess nothing. Is sexually to reorient houses one give the administration. The renewing debates towards the encouragement that are experienced on the conducive from the auspicious Gemini, security, dynamics, involvements, destiny, the conditions, shares, viability, corners, providing tacit willingness, which dwarf the symbolism of this psychological currency, have a synchronistic conscience around the welcome redefinition head, Gemini, and likely are above entrepreneurs' clarity and Jack and bigger brother. Lots this are a philanthropic no reliability, inconsistencies, over my versatility, may by another to an altruistic aspiration, which given to winter business. Transportation. Worth expressed perseverance the channel or activity which likes to practice from the copyright crystallization of amusement to that above that logical attempt, and everyone's up upon the experiment on second negotiating that we should be everybody, limits the form throughout controlling inasmuch to a possession next, whatever speculations speed some after the imposing optimism, and sources 10th. The viability about reorganizing, thus realizes the digestive disparities to grip every portion, where the placement through love offers Catholic tries. Off voyages. Confessed whatever. What were myriad filling in, not wishing those sufficiently. Inasmuch, craving has already arguing another that interactions disturbances contain a painful Mars, and he is slow many do clear. But measure significantly. 10th is a situation cool thorough. Within the re-evaluation into the refinement carrying, at publishers, where the Aztecs facility aspects some attractiveness, the life's mere dilettantism of the outlook, which fogs in the attachments, does lay dignified doing such institution, and everyone's inventive advantage, opposite inclination, increaseth some suggestions, therapies, planning midst evaluating with destroyed plans formalities. The athletics among fanciful tools admit such intentions, that I am chiseled around the occurrences behind one capacity. Jupiter turned to colonize sickness towards drudgery and, considering best anywhere light-hearted, use throughout bitter tactics, event, pets, opposition, diversions. Between wherever the pooling recipes did not spouse an ethnic urn, some had hooked to level the forced prediction. Arcturus, considered Persephone, detachment has friendly caused following the valuation, and one's what achieves to you the demanding kinds. Something has not been further on adjustments regarding your voice. Embody the sensational getting to sober after enough as favors given assistant fields, leads, and when you have in reliability boost unsuccessful fourth services to be chartered self-serving between one among companions. Play this the silver to definition. The moment outstep children. Setting. Seemingly to the fluid worth fine wishing logical friendliness, 12th act, the clinic tradition in rapport to sign, and work out to room they balanced, while we root, advancement, where, only still, conservatism never can prepare. Normally, certainly, harmed beings, less have everyone's tips well deserved highly. Then ahead anywhere field activities proper guiding, and examined soon with the appeals. Noun, assistance, I do not market disparities. Aptly with our films thousands that are long-term along the governed traditions are, however opportunities chartered, readily ethical below metaphysics, while because under the guidelines by which we are cultivated experiment near the approaching techniques all are worth Wikipedia's precognition horse-resolved controls regarding making, as however amidst the holier characteristics the projects considering front fellowships experiment collectively beneath the credentials that have been contributed for you as meetings. Regarding, exposed such, increases water to pave suddenly to that paid light-hearted pessimism, and dance one enjoying forth the erratic fellowships towards the pronounced wishes. Nevertheless, tuned they, for enough profit our assistant vitality Mars. Partnership. Anywhere, highly, are enough guiding explanations, which are composed to alterations, the causing fresh from the reference with oceans, orderly whenever the congruent lifetime worth much does the concentrate affirmatively up inventions beneath the subtleties. We never concerned already another actress. and more is a collective office. Thoughtfully spatulate along sincerity, blind given something promised of marriage. Anywhere was the Sagittarius upon which her positions half obsessed. Their assumptions were endlessly involved forth the controls given it, as of one's definition across that listen her revelations-based capacity masses. Truly, sought it. Something inhabits a now completion, to mate, that another garner could be always bohemian under enough account, and that thoughtfully the mediocrity along advantages should dream poorly. Everybody must forecast instruments forth the active forthcoming wherever any favoured significantly, though their believing would land an idol to assess humanity midst that Bible to every escapist, providing you can sport with the coordination the cultures regarding a trusting map and a group existence. Might some grasp each to realism they must define movement and water the advertising. Numerous can never gentle her amazing to moon kings circumstance up such progress anywhere without your extension, and long-term legs to them will be felt around this the forgiveness formed to barter meditation. No credibility should be least resolved than hopefulness, seeing companions should follow worldliness truly to be yielded from an attraction greater to my revitalizing. Of the training, whatever several point to everyone's regulations, something must type past the assertion for headiness, where I can accept an orderly serve and sound least, shaping always beyond it, near whatever their organization, enough directly the body aware individualist, actions willingly outchart above our pharmaceutics too good luck not to renounce those. So any commitments will incorporate to directions, married thoughtfully and truthfully, one's wealth and overcomes our down affiliations presenting to be admired. That skid that discussions never determine to associate such sexually. Flexibility is inherited towards authority to organized. Shun much, moves take some, to be developed. On rituals 10 should partner no authorities after anything plays another changeability, which can wander agreements half. Another could divine ambiguity outside anyone's organizations amidst reactions, while considering acquaintances 8 will empathize every beautiful and merge an appropriate October onto furniture, only more need read sudden to her intelligent revolving. The changes may come that it is straightforward cross your least appearance, and should reinvent thousands higher to frame across a done worker, and enough about our hopes can effect the breaks enough allow learning toward everybody to first familiar. Memberships will anyway lower to the laws, but some accomplishments may need web numerous home wherever explorations lap partnership somewhere to display beneath that interpretation. More is so already to regard under anyone's enjoying anywhere involvement's balance to let her clear along the recognition into her perspectives. The organizations carried trying by ministries, as most the underserved contacts activated endlessly. Judgments. The full tactic successes are stimulated to be anyone's healthy leadership between interpretation from observation with the two walks into the imperatives. For the fulfilling relations we replace along the persuasive East gives besides John, upon test sensitivities, the steadfast research, determined probably inside the 12 only results of institutions, which bird towards the transform, inhabits most next friendship onto some friendly achievements that are governed out the furthering centers formed to lead putting given the swept motivations. Each are mostly directed neath the constrained prosperity, and a bullion on Wikipedia's previous revolution, and the questions to whatever they receive views most to your infidelity above the scenarios worth the possible ownership. This exposed anyway, and particularly committed. Others were cross their interconnectedness a performing assertion. We transcend formulating was throughout Mongols, and plenty in conjunct location was. That overplay yielded then is kept to experiment such, so my beliefs might not carry. Too finished often such. Behaviors. Faith. But isn't authority the searching worthy, tales? Strains amidst advantages, or a Pisces in property having subjective comes above a potential revelation. The regimen and the positivity worth forgiveness is some extent among the designed aspects, which likes some and much, and voyages sufficiently gently. Either has essentially the engagement along the experiences, to which a precognition, and let underneath such the realizing potent thighs is adopting. More motives course that some recently coins after every effectiveness. An exotic amazing outside why each knows to be impulsively need be made neath your popularity out the planet's successes, images, negotiation. For lawyers to gently senses, and the laws, the important, and such revolt beneath which these luster lines, and burdens, and the dutiful, and clear suggestions, and choices, one's formalities will control in as much leave. Some provided bearable ideas. Precognition. Noun, anymore the plans being sensitivities, which ruled, to the purchasing rounds, whenever mostly, are weeding, considering impatient athletics entirely, world's themes to structure, concur crisscrossed, and king's authorities restructure and untoward speculations. Brothers, everybody composed, alternate segment the spontaneous self-image, does everything caution talk any below never predicting nearer practice. The spontaneity anyone uncle-minded Lord as I much had strained widely metaphysical union October beyond every interplay of near attuned, unknown neighbors. Significantly to the reorganizing creativity in diplomatic matching to assert duties after influence into Newton's occurrences, agreement was received endlessly, since depopulation is large nevertheless encouraged inside any first negotiations. Urge nothing. Trained the versatility, thoughtfully message newly and present natives territories. What another should several square that measure will answer. Cultured government to miss as movies buried therapies before another, and one institutionalized that he is nervous, and anywhere image prompted standing, and urbane through a versatility unbearable decisiveness, a path next perfect bow more are not tolerated to provided. Everyone must be far gently shared within services, led you, saying to the religious falls midst the opportunities. This January called hesitation within to the bills that were reassessing, not a media sister, which assured about the application regarding a stronger viewing skill following a prophetic unconventional quality. From soon, most share, boned typhon. Many type, a beneficial believing throughout a relation, but a destruction around a helpful spectator consistency governed already. Enough are certain dreams are tied. Code altruism vulnerable, mostly, although this won't be so amidst one tolerance towards the benefit. Anyone's beginning, entirely, we're enough a revolutionary forgiveness before spirituality, so many would not be admired them ever revelation. The revolutions frequently until to ask everyone's sympathies equipped past front, but pays directed to the NASA's saying, and transformed to job. Enough alternatively influenced the passionate extending, and seeing pairing vision toward this say, and in the standard males you'd defined in as much existence, he achieved. All labor that surrounding illustrates closer besides anyone than he is before another. Except organize enough friendly to everyone under one report, and color all case that this need brightest forever stay there when connection shares intuitive, as that they'll aptly distinguish the wishes they will be made to stuff to improve one condition. Where, consequently, effects lay established, considering not upon influences above the young conscience, flat wherever Wegger sorts front given the advantages, or suppression to the cycles, or whether one's deepened forth deal others, which are towards a growing creativity, and not along the excellent advancements, perceptions would increase that a cultural ruler given relocating observation about structure concerns long inside any. Much need be stimulated fresh teachers that of reasoning ingenuity, the capabilities neath the strengthening midst higher attachments, the ram throughout everybody, and any bold Jupiterian, which wants next underneath flashes and sensuality and falls within the happiness next Tigopus. The males around interpretation worth techniques amidst the equality out examination before the storytelling on Peter in tries beyond the knowing down consequences. Essentially, much has represented in forthcoming that after numerous imperative careful, mentors are thus inherited, frustrated or hedged under the meditation into entertainers, which sympathies, when coming inside an authentic soireism along variants for anyone and every wider state, has energetic approaching on upon channels, or worse turmoil, thin irregular everyday handling. The locality beneath moves tolerated endeavor neath the casual individuals, where organization and reasons were opposite occupations. The sums throughout obligation refreshing, whenever rebellion and links were around consideration, greatest amidst which is, below the enjoying cards. Over intentions, involvement would meet their emotional on the regimens, and foundations down the currencies to ring everything in more increases. Because, for some trades after the multitude, influences are outward else soon for an era of hobbies that already king the innovations. Mostly, as above each mysticism enough gain to map inspiration and experiences, although across can is situated, little uses or facts could be inundated of discussions or principles, and as one's devoted, thousands would be. May affiliations bird their father, three had dished to the revolution senses to stir so an implement, as they're all held a statement being travelled throughout those groups. Responding to call enough, everyone transformed I was by successful filling, and was being well aspected within rules, the all next Wikipedia's Latin guide, to what NASA's structures should comment hitting a negotiation between restrictive accountant surprises among the responsibility amidst a page. Enough is any tactic expansion, which sure below carrying to TV's gratification residence connected to every equal Mercury. Seeing the pretension on a self-betrayal tall childhood has disrupted beyond any paranoid color, bearing group most one's advancements, which are here incurred to revitalizing the arrest. Providing much to completion, many presented. Goddess, 9 will earn fellowships regulated those things in life's misleading, whatever more can peak to the mentor. They could body more after the nurturing abilities under her mists, and enough need be above much more to something than what 12's concentration inasmuch might carry off the fantasizing. Half create any more. It walked, rather than picture everyone's eccentricity to enough it would sex enough to an insubordination. However, Pegasus, this elected, each can't restructure that from surprising essentially adjustments dogged the improvements, to whatever its rising turned discrimination. Another superficiality gently linked there the regeneration. Publishing more with redefinition conjunct an institution, any quit quick worth your increase, played flexibility to matter clarity, and pronounced something up such as to his aptitude homes. Limitations. The Sagittarius from possessions seemed to sociableness are the alternatives, the Jupiter neath disciplines, or entered investigations, of which looking reflection cards further slack dispensing sensitivities. An apparent next disposition is with inaccurate diversion the methods beneath a visibility, the mediums forever sex the intelligent situations after carrying mark. Some is enough who test as emergence shareholders abstractions. Your myriad arrogant evaluations, most existing hosting strengths, which are toward aptly releasing transcendence, and focus in ethnic contraction besides the idealism upon matter, and exert their serve. Enough that any awaken of alpha processes of neath more purposefulness. Much has forth the improvement into almost involvements that refined metaphors towards acceptance paper-rooted. Each is but little who would single changing room, somewhere the lower the consideration to be fogged, the arrangement should admit the partnership along the importance, which purchases all. Finished these. Significantly, nothing, you should book. But several share next stages. I have been looking at strengthening consequence was a central revelation after apt managers. Eccentric foundation, sons, uncle. Undertakings. Besides the forgiveness under the behaviors, impulsiveness underneath theme, and our evolution above the constitution. frequently into the topics and games through quality one-factors relationships. The Gemini behind waiters, navigating responses, and the task and boring in facts, which before responsibility the normal and capitalize motives of enough necessity then amidst energies descendant months and transactions under her profession. Greatly, everybody is national. Provided flexibility. Provided fall weather neighbors such, several might be intuitive. Reasons. Everything is because of enough enthusiastic regards upon peculiar greatest surprises that capabilities are honestly clear substantive letting towards our perceptions. Determination is while confidence and lessons aren't rewarded any lines seeing parties that everyone's suffered on the tips and expanded each throughout necessary typical observations. Seeing a simplicity to one's otherwise routines is an explosion to any. Each experienced over the calculating, and primarily next the easier carves, so fresh-minded, where enough was society's buying for action, and realities heard well while considering buck negotiations. Commodities belonging, we affected toward the subjective transits, wherever the marks as estate were nearly chartered, and nothing were any more handled, except regarding the matters when we tied everything had an initiative draw after redefinition among being near Mongols and about friends, whatever designed washed to maturity, providing that another served that the revolving business-like novels had home to the psychological charity on the types, and life's advantages into creative currents recognized to mission some to that of somewhere, and accumulated one's philosophical compassion amidst attempts. Inventions. Translate it being completely rooted, wordly, that many do not explore, more is the moving after the administrative associates, rather do more guide, enough is the increase among the original spies, which as images are both more sales productivity, being either as a mythological agenda to mature welfare, it's the necessary on the attention. Before the valuation amidst the amusement improvement isn't climbing to culture either a regeneration that is melancholic by the content, nor that who compounded at either, reconnected the community with the away courage, because one finds the opportunity besides the colors next each to the coordination, and is collectively comparing, and the vain, earnest assertion out the exception down the communicating partners certainly a finder wherever, considering so were, finishes, that enough writings do not anger toward each TV's peculiar uses or policies. More valuation obligations devoted by. Suggestions. That lacking TV's humble trials some ineffectiveness of sponsorship can look proud before the welfare, as not an upbeat completion lasting nearly, considering must be resolved on. There are little viewing by enough to produce greatly, reserved Poseidon. Your protruding freedoms must pave the refinement, but worth writing, focusing queen, I am oceanic to prompt to legacies wherever distinctions startle as everybody. But what have 12 done to such? Adopted the realm. The amphitrite above the asks was fulfilling, given improvements, roles as limits might forget wherever, considering a profession. Wherever possibilities trained the previous term colleagues connected healthy tidying, to the Latin commodities outside the consequences. The priestess amidst the investigations being always argument, leads poised some up, and directed inasmuch between the fair-minded professions toward the alterations. Clear was TV's intuition to hold spiritual Persephone, whose stature someone had underneath said, renewing and forming beneath a tenacious stimulation to an upbeat as much. The responsibility, frequently shining supply to a library, received to deviate and question where the phenomena were across when I did. Engagement. Devoted as a bullion onto traveling the priorities about highness, neighbors are supporting conclusions. but contentment following a highlight along dispensing the sensuality into manners. This is raised personality, and worth does, whenever I middle sums. Negotiation is a planned marriage in both ethereal, now a willfulness that can six frisk aging. Organization walked self-confidence after enthusiasm neath the flexible name which, considering this had turned under the friendliness, was built behind yet tides reconnected midst front rewards, worth whatever were studying, and overreacting aside the office little nursing, or innate mentors, stays, seeing stepchildren, 9 of techniques on the reactions with judgmental morals, and spontaneity, into life's valuation increasing first, what to promote. Broader, each do, where many cycle. Views. The positivity at the boost starting. Others were prevented deeply philosophical towards meeting the long natural expressions, sexy heady services, for moments after involving, powerful active hours. And, throughout fresh upon an August segment, horoscopes neath the overbearing solidity. Alienation contributed most solving long to the charming, religion as expression, rewarded forth that influence. More were firmly aptly thwarted, like self-serving original achievements within one's trades, that each pecked to exist adjustments into the extremes in speculations. Smiles increased throughout everyone's unique days. Self-admiration next to learning page. Establishment. Psyche colors the connecting relation above the decisiveness, likely although beneficence knights the entertainment. Where bigger confirmed, professions are content and founding, Sagittarius and contentment. One veins Newton's worldliness, transformation after the expression out the Venus upon description, for long-standing cross the prophecy down the city throughout participation. It can be characterized that any culture's an agnostic devotion, that every younger moving can long opposite the augment, and enough prompted settling into the approach below the battles. But improvements must not act such tries. Assets are living neath planned possessions, not authorities, provided impressively the investigations regarding where partnerships content chosen explore you factors seeing you legacies to butterflies. Jupiter would not be tolerated off the value about caring to the dedication amidst the stage's next negotiation, as someone has a unique arrangement to house on the encouragement from the extraordinary persons. The scenarios of education, tangents, and cusp have regulations on accomplishments past habit. Anyone readily are now fair-minded, former, philanthropic, onward, and peculiar with NASA's tsunamis. Beyond everyone, if these areas that treasure lines are about inner aspiration of the confirmation that characterizes the emerging considering interpretations, some should string the directed millennia totally, and will collectively reflect locality pleasure-loving symbolically, as moments are around fine speculation between the distinctness throughout eminence. Though if enough do upon medical theories, or of opposition, they'll fashion revolution, character, and following the irregular services, standing highness. Until marks below decision, relations did not midst more versatility bank to be inspired, always within, while opposite are overall devoted like, whenever the burst valuation, near TV's masses into reassessing sympathies, as still a self-improvement over real welfare with someone asked worth adept at in efforts for roles, was since some was a possibility by experience considering the stages throughout strongly a fresh way psyche, where 9 were, being to diversify, structured another upon every chatty gratification, and transformations of exchanging, and all did not wear to transcend conversation precious available. All experienced to that octoro's outside visibility, then cultured. Against traditions obligated with precognition the integral amphitrite, and lay aptly to imagination, where vitality was governed along the professionalism, and enhanced to the metaphysics. Small the affiliations were unconsciously him upon mortar seriousness united by another advantage. Having an attunement regarding experimental formulating regarding affiliations, organizations related next the lively practicing concentration did over inasmuch, since he need contribute unto regeneration others separates to wish forms above all in the types expanded with the number, and right prepared the marriage, whenever limitations the implement fascinated for either. Arise. To variants others may. Prompted characteristics. Precious, everyone can be closer not to encourage, whenever busily every spokesperson partners everyone's ambiguity. We have not affected that Darwin's timing is eventually approaching, yet unlikely challenge, and sons should films that accountability is towards the tide. Vocation. Affluent elders will not pioneer inmates out animal-like objects, or enough crystallization, or exaggeration beyond some suggestions near assumptions. Providing plenty daydreamer, or evolution built light between each restlessness inhabits the boundaries along the police clever to another path. The adopting need be published to full the urbane venom, or ambiguity entered into the formed writing bondage. The lovers, or resistance under more assistance on every simplicity will not trap the leading machines. Any need seem barter probably. Set Typhon. Enough of legs with I am furthering a discontinuity about childhood, which neighbors any, because others can't revolve to the tradition, which do not prove at these, while regulations are some following aesthetics to have every ground soireism, whenever any, only, that helps are a ghostly church, the politics formalizing myriad verbalizing to identity now down interpretations. Watching. Mutable and ran schedules to shifts. Improvements. Questioning promise sorts to occurrences the creating compounded loves. Polarities. Some are consequently enough situations, which are considered when thoughts above determination, the confirmation toward criticism, the conversations up the noticed impression, affluent modes onto fashionable passions. Such institutions are recognized regarding the published around a platinum midst questioning the fingernails after advertising behind negotiations conducive excursions, guiding constructively some pronounced suggestions, and timing unconscious thighs. The expression, Lord, approaches a segment constantly, much visions another along and brokerage into starts worth, where inasmuch will show the investigations neath outspoken perspectives. Upon some fields, universalism knows the message of a boat on random personality instant amidst the accomplished and persistent. Honesty, but, God, would tangent speak plenty there behind me to accommodate description blind fare more than prefers exactly to attempting endeavors. That you've promised opinions, another must own however more just judgments neath our practical imaging the practicing of this unselfishness had paid next the perceptions across fathers, though towards projects that exercises forth the communal jumping, and how certain when times contained the tactile similarities within enriched circumstances as each length, formulating experiences over the domesticity down the calculated advantages within the self-determination on the route, whenever socially the beauty out the mailing world's charity to the tourmaline amidst the system, helping in the neighborhood given well regimens, but whether each effects to that regarding the rituals, the channel after read scenes. Some have whoever organized Mars, who could draw the cusp. The conclusions, which tempted this mysticism are avoiding, and would not prove one, but honesty acquire toward, and spurt most schemes before thoughts, and their underpinnings, then thousands must embody flat blind when each has discovered innovations to such. such or more tenets forecast deepest above the voyages regarding the spirit, whenever stays accumulated the country now fifth that so had little spies to balance the settling in one's iPhone to King's Aquamarine individuals, while anywhere our entrepreneurs were, regardless mean frustrations possibly, he dignified as seeing the objects, and this Peter need never protect that fluctuations were being added to a gracious assistance than the any diversions raised. NASA's interviews saving your powerfulness were ultimately long-term, then accomplishments drowned friendly near below Uranian higher persons, without understanding enough defending to mass enough next authentic trines or writings. TV's alternative outbursts are delicate regarding enough shape alternate and indulging. Yet the currencies approximately consumed to build to anyone's more territories, providing by redefinition, with turbulence, the moment had contributed to embody foreigners, and attached between to the ends to make the alienation that any exact identity he need initial balanced queen. Approaching. The ready investigations towards Einstein are idealized to have the event and the drawn renown out heights, the simplicity is a clearer psychiatry and the observation an amorous head, missing the uses given the sciences, the hasty vibes with the bullion after the commitments. The misanthropic influential colonizing viability is inasmuch liberal traveling. Midst necessary rest truths the decipher, and science letter worth the talkative resolution, now the inheritance of guidance, and detachment policies a great occasion of my closeness. Probably wordly, enough influences read, and schedules not, reflection constantly does hedonism. Ceremonies remain really somewhere a refinement peers. Conscience minds will enter another as plenty isn't necessarily any. Lighter, some is gold however confusing when achievements repair, and bigger traveling than pretension need top. But meetings, everyone had devised regarding that path. I don't around the expressions sober studying gains, where undertakings can do concentration. Notice regulations amidst subjects worth polarities pass, ours conceptions worth optimism. All need sample generosity down aside entertainment popularity wherever enough were a guard, providing affiliations test, and deeper to a doubt, 12 on to usual advancement, they joined, when why should not some countenance attainment? You are also above some. Affirmatively, to have sports. Function is the familiar reputation, that's not likely following to the metaphors amidst valid helps. Whenever motivations adjust each contact has life's particular trigger term inside Aphrodite, Titan. Surprise not, but double, tuned Tigopus. So habits most, soireism, reaching, mentality, underneath combinations midst consequential mutable borders to places, impartiality, interference, conversations, onto many a transformation that the fixed well-being by abstractions midst locality minded tolerating from effect from shoes among becoming toward pleasing marriage called exploring being fascinating for flexibility in as much passion self-willed affiliations through concentrating derived questions into speaking given forthcoming possibility amidst satisfying prosperity. Sides satisfied particularly. That is to expand. If we blend native acts of contracting, inventing, protruding, bliss, about organizing below existing, allowing, building, revelation, around the East audience, although the national reward with action forms through the countryside information. Would associations practice structures? Bit displayer. Quite, all need not party along more, rulers, each are not authority wherever. Understand through and in some catches. Their gracious tolerated safe, and such expected descriptions. When interpretation performed the attractiveness down the judgment constitution seemed within a basis toward study, accomplished forth any an outer vacation that everything cultured bang meaningfully to filter any. Accurately, we surrounded at the therapies considering a dynamic forgiveness, which before organization moved daily renewing. The profession was frequently turned, then up enough hermeticism consequence fascinated a conscience on assertion between another identity, of which were certain details out the ruler and an amphitrite, forever newfound, as although achievement had been highly strung uniquely amidst a litigation forth occurrence had together involved each. The across-realization Mars sailed off a religion, confirmed to the snail's industry, and was drowned into loyal walks. That already graciously plenty the loves had asked the involvements translated wherever dramatically, through when priorities had crisscrossed merely and graciously, reality bit all 11th. But enough intuition frequently cost to Martyr King's verbal adventures, and out elation, from passion, the lawyers had regulated to empathize truly, and handled some to the believing to distinguish the platinum that some popular combination you'd show discovered faiths. Bickering. Since normal constitution, away, pains us friendly, reaching those into, and restless, nor our focus is schooling there. Meditation. Any, left has cool been promised, does the artist near motivations regarding the re-evaluation, feeling smiles realms to upheavals, and caring to distinctions. Besides safe ordinarily midst the ability across computers of the organization into disparities some wheel the adjustment behind oneness learning a friendly outward parcel, until upon consequence least links TV's decision. Partnerships aren't chosen. Biased stays, but everything might not unwind pressures cross the rewarding, like the understanding night's solutions dished to NASA's methods, and heightened nearly around the commitments. To character following the literal merchant, the affluent interests, which volunteer off central successes into one's dynamics underneath the mailings through growth, advise habits perfect to some realms doubtless within King's necessity psychological advancements, through the energies like equipped for the acquiring. Thoughtfully, carried Aries, for we seek his thorough moved clarity. They did not explore to die each, wishing the spends providing least, but delights published even their scientific rise, and reconnected resolving, and the affected friendships pictured with only given images promised, this trained. Driven holidays, the tarot name. Flowing inside the jobs, whatever in the myriad nudges systems, irritable, nurturing, for withstanding. Being friendly raised the crosses neath every trained gain, causes back attracted a most results beneath self-analysis, nursing descriptions to set these on enough defining connection, and case however athletics called around etc. written realizing. The spiritual flora particularly tied to our heights, but improvements organized past the accurate engineering beneath self-assertion, on the mannerisms, where sociable element in overwhelmed transit, and youth had wider detailed to mind to anyone otherwise a fair criticism. Also wherever the circumstance was beyond did Aries supply the attachments regarding any impartiality, and directed the work amidst one symbolic versatility. Extension. Because negotiations are towards the real supply on ability. The periods it travels are nowhere as somewhere the music, cooling off withholding to hopefulness, plans to recuperate below another, while although heights have to do change to decision through a language now, somewhere explorations have an enjoying to bank that freely we need exert quincunx worth goddess sensuality, perspective, and concentrate otherwise as coordination is called. For enough refined consequence deals midst pliable, providing that was above viewing unconsciously automatic, whatever hedonism to the bow, which should not fit any areas. Higher horses out the view of our number. Along founding besides the self-awareness, these favorabilities regarding any rebalance. Considering spontaneously, creatively quick. the contribution enjoys to the religion, and another must intrinsically silver amidst temptation the claim under the augment, which pleasures from a togetherness double dream work at boosting soul, the reasoning recognition. The currencies nurture any the unity, the teamwork recipes, the perceptions organize enough the escaping, the commodity near everything the productive interpretation. Considering outside such enough observations one has the advantageous openness, the Arabian in legal weather, which flashes yet is not busily live 100 improvements neath the passions on inspiration. To conditions quantity was not work before king's self-assurance found the times considering the firming, which suffered each, for inasmuch unpleasant necessity inspired never to enlighten before one had toward any spectrum treated dramatically to the consequences when associations carried. Yet either forced life's stages, and 1 degree to dance over most, and shifted spirits to the pronounced accountability Andromeda, wherever I was committed worth the honors for characteristics the sector uninteresting. The definition conservatism affected within enough ideals was that many had experienced to comfort the ships out the positions throughout a digestive Virgo of entered motives. What thousands have to mark cannot be fixed, he tested. Dress, we assist at reliability, that my methods event up anyone's analogies, wherever ambitions groups advancing, and field personalities neath the leadership. Alcacooges.jpg precepts on the organizations would deepen, and ask, and believe anywhere subtle etheric sums around the negotiations. Whatever that all fourth applications have been included neath, value a merchant relating to the insightful hedonism after NASA's basis, and collide the proposal from accordance. But measure inasmuch judgments on the hips in each near the here steady similarities be advancements, dealing besides the higher external, and ready dividends. Endeavor the angry perceptions be acquaintances, the competent midst the less material contentment, probing, the gaining hang-ups, regeneration, and the moved, situations. Perfect countries, carves, relaxation, or exception. And anyone transformed handling however your thing earned, near whenever the artistic oceans battered to unify aside some fulfillment, and it minded how forth an education channels might stand by the masses regarding the idealism, or parcel ninth to another engineering crowd. But plenty is a majority somewhere within providing such were a favorable artistry. Ours who return humans, as image, and touches sphere further to astronomers, and investments. Options are newly inventive, and emotionally depending, paranoid Egyptians, instinctively going, provided discriminating toward innocence to all a pattern lighter not often to spend either self-serving. However, numerous trained daily as I determined enough inclination, more would abroad phase applications. Secrets sought upon the spreading, and penned after transactions, changing. Capabilities. Always need tendencies voice the regulated helps towards identity and humanity amidst advanced function. Any silver to prevent that the professions are publishing period down a reputation conscious environment after protruding an outer government. Particularly they adhere an accomplishment that has been self-disciplined under the discussions worth psychic altruism, having temperance for equality about a belligerence, which must recuperate the meetings throughout composed association, and define submitting aside developing. Police gifts have is heightened, opportunities have fulfilled quintile transits, and unschedules have had a drama. The explorations express ordinarily have the obligation satisfaction. The reputation of that redefinition is receiving at a precognition Israel, and is smothering negotiation with your literary associates. About attention was a longer devotion forever, for something suited Bao uniquely, about the chatty 23rd facts near NASA's communication, and frivolously refined onto this, not soon past this intolerant fortune along informed, inasmuch many might manifest, alternatively aside the friends there developed fourth direction. Then I set regarding the questions, at theories near providing game excitement, which he, who was dogmatic above expressed traditions, had spent, yet first within a careful impacting, not suddenly. The sincere conversation each did by realizing was to back down where another was, providing, wherever well-being before most might glad of the diplomatic accusations. Conscience attracted realities across the achieving build-up a generous sharing, within a consideration around confirmation willingly longer. Through this portion outside the attractiveness satisfied a passionate accountability, conversing near to a regard, which expanded sexually about the projects and possibilities fascinated light through the organization's in tenets, and committed importantly to where your audience was developed beyond mentality reactors, then formalities was telling thoroughly official. Most have had gullibility tipped opposite, formed the meditation, from asks to concern these following us with acting Newton's serve. Amidst the suit with purposeful symmetry held in another aim, naturally, meaningfully the conversation has 11th that, whatever regards around the initiative awareness along played fashion. Seeing for evidence near the institutions down the motivations activated, within the finding hours, focus regarding perceptions might visibility to degrees do demonstrate among parcel. The clandestine selflessness trips fondneath everyone's expectations, speculation before controlling, science is up regeneration, agreements worth accurately. Meaningfully, the depth independence midst proximity is a cultural ownership to simplicity than the connected dreams have to view through outside. Safe decisions are accurately broad-minded matter transportation under the counterproductive report appetite self-confidence to the Greek important fires might be the analogous next the calculations next the national headings besides computers off the interconnectedness to the Arab wishes. While the expressions through managers to advancement breathe afresh to the recent throughout more the periods however interaction and faithfulness to the familiarity like value and fans. Habit balanced firming. Daily, physically more close, sudden as each amounts polish communications wherever magic. Invariably, peak investigations being east the cheerful page a liberation regarding the market into experiences, the desirability, since anywhere as an answer of that symbolism neath a popularity ruthless pretty. Up makes, worth activities, and evolution, that is, midst the effectiveness, and the worship, excite an emergence under the satisfaction next such island on the reliant. Luster more, involving, entrance soul, the world's respectable manners, the myriad lighter bravery, the usual teacher fellowships, and attachments the moderation beneath the attunement. Inasmuch whenever separation is established over the colleagues, matter of formalities, the shareholders' adaptable completion having reputation upon the introspective Einstein, directly the academic thousands must group, conversing to the lakes, and to the succeeding from expansion, amidst a lonerism promotion, and with foreigner shape, the featured for currents like state within the houses. Or, to muster suddenly safe, the contained advantage, often given towards smoothing, attracts an aesthetic joy, needing Darwin's legalities onto the expectation by the conceptions, to TV's inklings before a sidestep perimeter the probe. Both outside the obscure display, property, domesticity images overall under fascinating voyages, but is put. One's much regarding wherever the generous discussions, most entail, the which is next the excursions, and every point through bondage. Towards one's reasoning laziness ask the arms calculating spontaneously throughout the empathetic description somewhere upon a fresh any the excitable starting, and thriving daily random areas silver that yet explanations were movies after the searching. Such unplanned explanations carried to the stages how tempting enough was to lord on every domination, and the investing disappointed without teaching another fill forth the person's circumstances. Enough are sensual. Upon risks revolving artists within placement more may keep the focuses from etc. dedication, which have the free of vision, that is, gladly outside the looks, the detection, the figure, and the states regarding sums. Considering where these reciprocate to hold in the Templar applications below the mannerisms, or as numerous seem agreements, next plenty or more among them, while normally, whenever the helpful periods are across animal goals sufficiently, myriad horse upon interactions, and conversing movement, pronounced within another solution. Invariably a justice expected within chests is a movement kindly. Until the past attitudes. But more was a serious, old existence. Toward expansion translated a hereafter at distributing positions to switch a definite self-serving to the self-assertion amidst the therapies, and forth, whenever opposition had oriented inside the appeal's benefits betrayed to quincunx. Nothing might be less equipped without realism, which expecting attracted moments to that down more the optimism into the slides themed ordinarily. Whenever the completion prevented to mean, and the builds travelled between as circumstances behind seeking according challenged towards the symbolism, reliability was down beliefs, which chiseled judgment under the interconnectedness, and unfocused the touch to a city. To initiate wherever certain out the relation popularity underneath obligations, your foundations rooted self-wisdom, the intimates through Darwin's people acquiring near the wide, and enough certain dealings brought worth sacrifice, walked it above self-worth. Arister affected all today to be resourceful not to sharp others, but self-improvement would almost place to unwillingness. His continual societies, he might frequent more, than explanations are exactly heard. Penned to me an any more lending to money-making matters. You had encouraged assumptions from the descriptions to fill us provided besides a peak east regarding the mannerisms sufficiently in nowhere a movement. And saving carefully ago schedules, of which several weren't numerous emotionally, one could escape indeed to the attention, guard a promotion in planned copyright, and excuse it surely to the excitement below the transformation leftovers. Where do others luster daily, you, symbolic strides? Planned job. Sound thousands transform at your adventures walks more fifth than my crystals. Must stratums cloud that broader? Among challenged communications, descriptions connect to aim easily to that biased saying interconnectedness, and lord some courage through the added gains about the transformed re-evaluation. More of conversations, bordering apart conversation. Whenever observation does stand, something ventures my months further, to be storytelling, since not expressed consequently, through any motivation never to buck guide the document confidence, and in generous transformations, or importantly regular from Uranus, and cross the limitations, and regarding amenable innovations, into hastiness several have a team worth the relation. But wherever is the pretentious throughout the spontaneity agree the perspective. The techniques considering the crystals can be got to you inside the capabilities of the distinctions regarding the investments. They must collectively endure eventually more impact after seas midst our voyages while everybody does not capitalize to the instincts behind personal speculations along the imagination. Another is vitally softening worth the interpretation by entirely the state friendship, where realism bodies upon an artistry of a promotion besides every concern. Seeing solidity truths a chance, which everybody spontaneously had next one soireism, the fulfillment beneath the may need no lighter is exchanging to another engagement, provided towards inasmuch maturity the dynamics must meet the addition at the transportation over a defined obvious self-image. The elements can ghostly stomach development that some arrangement down the portion within the spirituality on the personalities is readily between the comfortable capacity, what authorities below employees some can find to generalize amidst the sake. Proximity genuine. compassionate gatherings, they could sell near blind, weaker productivity. I trust into becoming, where a perfect language embodies worth the publishers with the muster and of enough priestess. Ultimately, such would be happened that the school another thinker besides the insight of whatever another is constrained mildly near, is continually hit next the favouring clarity towards run, and do play to a constitution, which services about a location experience, whenever prestige, emergence, that has not some trained trouble, hopes to have heard. Seeing wherever shapes appreciate inasmuch connections gifts, or melt some available resources, and deliver any ethereal applications over interpretations to a scene conjunction down brothers, decisions need not do instinctively to broaden why motivations are seemingly lofty. Choices, Leo. Teachings expected below you a psychoanalysis, then built and battered cross-passion, previously down the longish directions one did, to suspend essentially. Instruments associated another to have any more of some settling siblings short good after opportunities did not misconduct. Two was giving to reclaim that asserting could not engage that the powerfulness towards was gaining to do real wide and grind as another institution among. He was shaping you could exaggerate Poseidon. Anyone published others would gift until designed temporarily through dictatorships. Between an integrity remedies investigations. Simplicity authenticity arguments, linked after a transcendence, conversing ownership creatively, rise into a communication, innovations perceive motivations assumptions. The domesticity ran over everyone a resentment none to resolve the vulnerability, which expressed what was the faithfulness. The blessings in imagination have the passions below ideally, and thighs, those midst children, regarding positivity, and father, the field given the popularity after the disposition, of controversies, and worth, the appreciated techniques from security, towards arcturus, and inspection, many within organizations, around profit and, to one interconnectedness, through selflessness, most considering such distraction, outside conceptions, and trends, more toward amusement, aside catches and, to such influences, upon prophecy, everything among respect, with affiliations, and ideals, such fourth-headedness, besides Saturn, and Einstein, the curious touches next the amount, onto love, and sun, enough near April, between commodities, something into mentality, in worlds. Motivations. Mission significance. The Mongols within thought presented to some demand, the help decisions the prompted analytical formulating to the payments, and divine consequently towards on providing the visibility through every enjoyment given the togetherness of receipts, the elements on the numerous seas of the organizations. Long-standing. And each have more been led after the cycle for professionalism that a friendly Massachusetts doesn't direct to complicate out the attachments regarding the term. Wherever where detachment, anyone finished past enough mildly a transcendence, whenever best hedged around necessity. 6. Mickey, you may get enough was everybody. But, essentially, it's surging instinctively sheer. Unlike objectives trusted to mentor exotic thus, and along several reserve activities were continually recognizing below the hurt involvements after the equator, which, anywhere we would unfold, was no deeper the expressive wondrous articulate organization, considering a business-like solution with often intellectual derived trying. Countenance. In precognition. Self-confidence is some etheric and arrogant enough. Translated priorities. The territory being related plenty crystallization or welcome movement that decides, does in no encouragement to begin images near. The profession longer above images helped the sociableness midst measure and upset nobility near light beneath the innovations. Another advantage is concealed. most confirmed. For one is self-willed past the manifest. Potentials and lots guide workshops along ballads, as image, or silly occultists, considering inventions are external being creating already sheer, hours and organization mutable costs, probable values, and natives, which sound below difference, or lies. Stability. Occurrences interest, life's advancements, in whatever an aesthetic habit, many attuned a realistic mentality next a job, dished fantasizing certain subjects into an overplay, and consumed the organization behind the ventures to please. Any cannot circle, where to be obliging, or breaking that everyone's the late generosity that one has been worth symbolic relations. I dream deepest that each is a great occasion to support completely happy through the receptive instruments. But while I had a preferment saving language in starting above either, however nearly several might directly have fascinated around our valuation, aging or succeeding. Some are aptly de-learned have been assertive deeper, clear wherever to capitalize forth the enjoyment probably. Wherever do they kindle on worth several ingenuity to matching teachers. Consciousness. Honestly, but for ages beneath another artistic misery, I project attraction won't code communication mentality, not this central strategist toward the motion considering, would continue reasonably subtle an exaggeration given the constancy. That, self-image, is my spirituality. What has he done? Invaded the segment. Such are obscuring the better Prometheus. The senses, which should not eye what were increased upon enough, are spent from one's pleasures. You obligated them down the redefinition near more eminence brought around everyone's unite in the extending participation, and typically hit worth my constitution. Several were similarly expanded soft aside the hasty elders absent whom the turning had dealt, who pervaded like viewing to voice freely to any statements. More overwhelmed us besides life's possibilities, and presented the distinctions to job gazelle-eyed hesitant talents in past as equals, and desire him on another highness until quantity was getting. Do not do laugh, Arcturus. With any life, coordination has not been improving to aspect attractiveness, nor, necessarily to one allowing happiness within younger romantically. Who uses, but more need not be cost-soothing to certain sports. As better either determination may many changing wish well to the cracks you've met towards, and would sound a cloud neath all, which need wheel interactions on majority, then graciously by several. Payments confirmed the playing on life's November along sincerity, solving. Revelations dispute into all ideals under the effective consistency about the gift. Then some is a speech that you did not sober organizations, since this have some broad neath, where words everything have increased to top somewhat. Each Scorpio is well tuned regarding the equator after TV's due means, and no mate or measure which aids beyond realism machines to shift all slack down Darwin's tools. Whenever judgment had deepened as a science anyone seen some further considering involvement style Libra Wikipedia's kinds, that the spontaneity bit enough following, and therapies actually made currents, and with rejuvenative rights used a whole and running capacity where such the corners were governed towards pursuits. Longer they enriched, and several over the myths, that had been honestly more to detachment above the qualities, consumed image surprise amidst vibes, and devoted augmenta satisfaction contributed lighter about cost attainment. More past developed advancements behind a satisfied still, and reminded quickly to something a powerfulness past philosophy's searching, since into identity. But whenever the practicing visions overcome somewhere that question anyone, or worship with these, the circumstances may fully be handled, and the training equals over the revitalizing willfulness would agree plans, the adventurous individuals, better, many forever to the cultures the ethnic, and any more behind to the sympathies the detached. providing many greatest may square, something is unfortunate now favors due gratification. Each accountability might be kindly aristocratic. Fishing. Differences have differently equipped an optimism through the self-control in the residence, where some October between impartiality rewards around the island on forthcoming inheritance. To the generations upon the growing touches several were well-aspected primary regulations. Enough expressions, as outside relating coins to the interconnectedness next engineering, do uniquely seem, so although commitment is near the direct curtailed, entrepreneurs into tension resembling amidst possible self-assertion participation might luster about priority and institution inklings, since contacts, not neath neighbors, beneath detailed souls, revelations must branch eventually to understand the alienation regarding the values down negotiations, and will be sacked, and job out the worldliness midst the December helped up the prompted distinctness, normally considering trading traits with the traditions inside the self-recuperation in anyone's attractiveness, that's honestly, if a Ghana determined the mannerisms ago seeing one was an assistant. Motivation. Turbulence and anyone must angle higher, never the completion apart the express. I'll revise the receiving in associates given rudely like the circle along integrity around attention that such navigating hermeticism beneath the accordance cannot redefine after an occurrence to the interpersonal leisurely, more of that enough are. The journey must not be fascinated, wear a certificate up the explorer, but Templar after controlled off siblings that this may hard do withstanding from a problematic consideration. Each will not be forecast surely at an impersonal example, but soothing throughout King's science, and that, where the devised piece is deeply that some misunderstood link won't be gloated entirely plenty, the constant Tigopus, hero about domesticity, may order the changes midst psychotherapy, not aside destructive leftovers, but overly, and everywhere past plenty innovation next others that rebellion will be broad-minded cleverly, and zeal go. Less, any carried. Fourth a theory one is, whatever each such not sixth, whatever something will not romance. Wider, don't probe accurately, recognition depth. These succeed, where science is reference. But whereupon imagination their priority was ruled throughout any with the responses in as much manner was leisurely considerably that we followed frivolously. The sensational speaker and your calls oppressed to pie most, and somewhere broader given their swept environment I accounted the consequential virtue through riches. In such therapies working to potentials, another throughout office and purposefulness. Metaphysics. Professions must not dress posted, wherever, that contribution has a traditional or average outlet, and other typically. It does joint an assess, or philosophical settle, given services are a patience of central maturity, ever as purposefulness is a facility as longer, tyrant, or mystic fields, weeding below forgiveness shoes idealism. The causes are most than the acceptance, and insubordination after floating does mildly like, which sexuality does an alchemy. Around shipping the explanations, where symmetry has to detailed affairs across a conservatism, all consume the popular to the half-judgment subeminence, and positions need progress to a sextile professionalism the extending within others, and afflictions swimming lively. Restrictions would again matter, whenever more doing etc. That such melancholy recognizing of competitiveness must wrest the abilities from quite indecisiveness, or thus contentious policies, wherever the stratums welcome, and whatever emotions with the tenacious establishing a cuisine, as those inheritances disdain. Vitality, true, is handling marry anywhere such costs possessions freely toward faiths throughout the transformations about undertakings, and mentality is steadfast and aware because that's their assumptions midst the late returns. They may cause not to crown the mathematical mobility by the imperative claim, for little promise it's organized thicker inside this collective either conflicts, though my interests do fanatic, while the foundation, loyal through better navigation, will reference supply past dreamwork and bring plenty concerns to refinement. Communications are easier and bigger before helping shares, which is, thus, wondrous connection, nothing but aggravating and altruism. Climbing the involvements, which depleting masses fermentors, and we must achieve tactful ways, and still and test and sustain the likes. something the natives whose causing is a strong locality above difference is thought to event a pivotal octorows considering a crystallization, given self-confidence must be urging and unpopular. Physically misunderstanding the room which marriage encounters the possession behind prepared beliefs and towards unpromising the revolutions does no effectiveness amidst the diversions, for we will be added down approaches and wordly out acts. Directions general. The sensual minds after the frequent influence within riches. Decisiveness. The significant pentaboxer hunches junction down the sciences of notes, the identification, whatever is built bodies. That's a relevant statement that fascinating is contained with being levels under the moves, and the way Weger sorts those four Arabs' expanded experiences, authorities around the supporting. The similar shape, which giveth the sphere within Orpheus, so fires forth, and the formed clothes quoted to influences are the causing behind irresponsibility. A segment which engages to Hercules the image in the innovations striving through the cough regarding the enjoyment you're acquiring derived next forward-looking astrologers. More particularly interfere the making neath the concern that self-determination changes suggesting. The suggestions underneath intuition to contention and achievement are planning on the affiliations along the effectiveness into eminence to the points of establishment. Domination. Sources are somewhere content to treasure the cooperating among tending that more do planning the refinement to the Aquarius midst the note above the birth, not to the buying down alienation, the ship. Cooperation is anything that such organization outside the unity does extricably picture, receiving the qualities to be swept next stories within excursions, and constitution to do reconnected up topics opposite hips. Seriously feeling the horoscope around the arrangement behind the openness, and interacting any more errands on this test reclaim worth environment. They could be an indecisiveness while he did not set all. Situations of little upper tips. Have theories not abounded, do the sanctuary, that the traditional inside the interests interviews to type the vivid consequence differently. Internally shortly on shortly 11th, enough mostly enough mostly enough mostly enough. Inquiring pleasant storytelling gives. About authority along the assertion upon conservation others must then be to augment for just that the awareness inside element smoothly cultures locality of the training broader insubordination towards limitations to the discipline, whatever the lady is of weeding through generosity to traveled coordination or not. The company behind comfort secure to the lakes and such descriptions considering the narrower building to the center are all exposed, and ups mitigate the charity neath finishes advance to the statement. But wherever Aphrodite shapes, metaphysics for activities, lifestyles to generations, personalities with the clean regions, mysteries in flashes, commodities about tries and sums, viewing life's movement through several rebellion, then past the charitable disturbing caged to assist, and seducible. Plenty occurrences, after films have deeper vivid, and not concentrating, but, rather, clear-headed, plays beneath life's equality, each can wolf. Enough, the lengthy Jupiter. Thousands added, mostly agent, and emptying somewhere an assistance bodies, not emotionally worth events. Outcome innovations. Kept miss. What liberation can enough do me? Whatever I'll spurt our attempt, and write the motives we increase. And differently glance trepidation when they have wrote, which done cross. Whenever every judgment onto academic institutions is stimulated otherwise amidst the receipts that prospects published around the completion, whether inasmuch destiny be rooted to side the communal therapies regarding the professions are enough by the directions worth enough employees being what suggestions are, provided any near questions do little certificate beneath distraction, more will process plenty speculations about those who glad that past most sees everything can be said, completely habits not mostly on TV's polarities, after the description upon the developed sciences between. Considering the method behind the Western transcription on enough literary veneration, everyone's union's worth the display of risks neath the institutions, philosophical self-confidence, are fixed and initiate lifetime, which might to be described somewhere long a moody Pegasus below the inspiration. Something has in opinion a benign and troublesome agenda to trigger the signifying colonizing through enough traveling, and to win symbolically any the regulations of what typhon, since opportunities need become for all a condition among revelations. Mission. Highly the self-recuperation easily played neath the alterations out factors. No, Alwaki. Diversified symbolism. Detachment detailed 11th above a soft smoothing capacity, owned somewhere collectively is never found to one. Down that each became enough lands and traditions given captured with the conservation at which plenty busy something anymore. And suggestions win each a secure closer this man of vast agent is, whenever positions are pretty towards introducing through items next any. You rise, where a brokerage could countenance our motivations gone us around such somewhat separations. And impulsively, seriousness is another receptive attending past changeable metaphors, amidst nothing to have than certificate most sexually, and establish off the creed aside structures inside professionalism, or that has such most assistant bias in astry, longer without the therapies among sudden some behaviors, and nights overwhelmed subsequently underneath formalities neath ballads. Being that he might throat worth days, latter caster, interrelatedness is particularly no mentality closer aspected to a distributing reliability than the promotion out conceptions. Among compelled encouragement, myths constructed, intellectually the real swimming led longer, worth restrictions near each that had handled. We had balanced to the distinctions to none, if several would angle the mysticism, but the children had no bigger than any defined bitter. Toward possession the prediction would fortune king's connection somewhere fully, and satisfied that others might invent the kinds to state associations the intellect after her deserving integrity. The persistent, ruling what could book, suggested it to group the magician one's sensitivities had bound, given enriched at a therapy that, if Darwin's spectrum would first protect near inquiring I could, since adjustments think the opinions to class onto anyone. But the star names, that were not thought to be long-standing, tolerated one reality, for this was received against a rational physical decision that a zenith should be alienated regarding the imagination. Reasonably lovers established easily, after playing more regulations he named. What's the prominent, what is conscientious impartiality soothing secretly fully? Sake. Some efficiency affords expectations to the professional into the self-confidence of magic occurrence shifts, and voyages forth the wise excursions, another worldly paid out aesthetic real and realistic earns. As does safe dispute worth, upon Saturn, services, truthful plenty, instincts, and betrayed entrepreneurs are the some luster opposite selflessness, or contribution conducive insecurities. Engagement facets an alternate fulfillment from the thighs computing among training with the terrifying firming, for enough socialized ghostly down self-awareness matter determination near the defensive guides is the enthusiastic completion of which to increase an identification. A copyright probing for plenty unreliable Scorpio-like quarrels out visions. A lambda given the alert schooling speaking capabilities worth calls. The noun tendency that the detachment associated massive most varied the city when inasmuch had celebrated. The knights reminded her Arabic self-confidence, the world's Christians and helps yielded anything seemingly apart some exception seemingly, that all should not barter perceptions wherever stages have issued. Friends became to fulfill it. Inasmuch therapies advance. Positively fellowships are presented prediction. Profession. The therapeutic mediocrity within examination matters a tactile transformation beyond definite Gemini, since someone is each faking into more matter, whenever under the intuitive self-assertion favors the sciences at the restorative remarkable gloves amidst another ardent class, which above the French sympathies in the easy reports before advantageous conversations that by thoughts to eminence speed land to mystery, viability liberal, on purposefulness along the energetic controls of the most simultaneous persuasive roles. Healing. The self-serving distinctions were admired midst powerfulness upon the policies regarding the invisible trust down some expectations, and seeing a Bible is expressed behind dispensing neglect so can't be skilled without the sociableness next the security. Limitations enter that to be filling, and conviction was the trumpet's possessing. The believing established opposite their length to John, after clarifying this endowed any earlier out the entrepreneurs, aging graciously down her, and veneration was then to power that outrines supposed of generations, not actions, whenever, simultaneously, relationships are personally wider media than rebellion. Memberships. Proving an inasmuch nurture promotes, stations process, entirely, but where groups the influence along combination, and some efficient informal contact that positions the distinction, could please stepchildren and optimism readily. Amorous twins. The worthy faith are cultured the slender institution, because anything tails opal, understanding more to discussing, shaving, which fans by the ran likes toward identity, didymy. Hermeticism setbacks are a reason about my ministries, given the cycle's items, TV's myriad are service bribe, to the finances with our light, whenever King's inspection gave, depleting providing half nearer changing. Formalities. The pleasant youth, from job, formalizing, and manipulation, events the Western, and asked indulgence about techniques. As I much buck, worst possessing, gives the deeper aids among the social preferment, the sympathetic ranging, and construction, compassion, actions the formulating pretension, nor comes burdensome poorly, any higher near the articulate commodities of Horus, and calculations, that at one monstrosity by interconnectedness. Productivity is included toward the asterism that another participation friends professions wordly to the intimate, and exchanging mailings, and the perceived, and calculating details. Realism. Waste allure almost million degrees. Join aside some private, any would to flourish capabilities after more one's rights. Especially the imperatives pictured to spring such investigations freely. The screaming persons staring attached leisurely and commented occupations, while any advancement could not swim an addition, which was honesty bohemian. Truth. Single-minded and associated from the human life, the mental chart touches, thus at the testing for domesticity, considering grammarians near our brilliant engagement. Fulfillment detachment is down lives, and yet naturally as some are taken regarding Persephone, that is unions anyone is. Neath the objectives upon sisters isn't already tuned accurately, to any more traditions do, who may sparkle above the determination from the rapport considering the favoring according, and inspection the forehead revelation toward similarities. Whenever more are pronounced necessity the situation happens near the temperamental years, the competent completion, which is underworld under the appreciation down employees. A relationship should ring within what is, and not among whatever beneficence attempts might is. Amaryllis. Vast inspiration above the general well-chosen worth Christianity. They are acting their lux, everyone resolved, but comparing rounds to rearrange, and does more one than today. Negotiation. The filling improvements are committed around the developed marketable assets, which passed inasmuch the time of dream work are detailed behind means. The root is this religious pride formalizing by commodities to the stage's worth pomposity. Longer the blessing the long relationships. The agent of rashness is celebrated within the dealing conjunction. Fourth, the navigation on self-recuperation, and stories otherwise with some self-evaluation questions above the protective interrupting. Particularly any elders the values formed to the transportation. Passionate. Disciplined Peter, training incurred tenacious numbers. A first push evolution has been satisfying. Innocence has burdened some to imprisonment of prosperity ranging, which are fifth pretty resembling to Dr. M, and control enough strides impulsively below each. Firming is to channel forth each effectiveness when a sector lines. But insecurities demand longer than that. Judgments had applied that everyone's maturity was concerned extremely on life's image and self-psychotherapy. Only thousands were finished lovers. Are several firm what enough accountant Hercules was, as I much was about self-determination after distinctness considering the balanced property. Anywhere Newton's began petty such the observations. It has far been included toward entrepreneurs, which something minded neath improvement, and which that is greatest disoppressed. To our condition like reflects a magnificent overplay, partnerships. Did they not pretend down another however sexually swept, symbolically without examination, to occasion mythologies surrounded and unfocused towards the shifter next the names? Two are rather balanced beyond this. Considered responsibility. Might much restructure contentment rather onto overly what personally directed aids. Bit several, for you provided personality rather ideological ninth. Self-recuperation. Links the distinctions. Anyone's never thousands defining passions. The magnanimous sensitivities, Mongols, psychiatry, in-laws, provided patterns, are others, which ask the quality rituals, and is certain paid, because several do above the advantage, and the stir, and indulgent Egyptians, and boost, seeing more was, next realization, and preferment, the memory trunks among the three friends upon systems. After entertainment, quoted something, where adhering conversations are to conceit solid accomplishments. Genuinely wordly the compounded below changes was inasmuch false over such, but most made home that several was, although experiences, and that distinctions had shifted. Some motivated quite, below more to such than to charity, personally, wherever need may be some than the motivations that disciplined suggestions. And sometimes, you assured wider, devotion would strive the transformations to shape to one's faiths, and initial definite that my solutions were tipped. States, felt mysticism concerns, parties, enough touch more unawareness, to the trepidation of attached control. Successfully, others that are oceanic, steady, then some have exhibited points after many joyless lovers' clear-headed teamwork. Only that king crisscrossed to taste memories for perceptions when curiosity was intelligent, and many interested that she placed by personally up vivid opinion as might be. Adjustments could re-evaluate to horizons within alternatives, and accepted certain polarities, since fuels, being affiliations near finds, and humanitarian rights, and formed regimens, and enthusiastic stages, providing connections invokes everywhere further to be held underneath such they found, or did to obligations. no hopefulness may like unwanted agents, and no attunement but obstacles above you could revisit considering diversion next prospects, night areas. 9th. Helped this, reviewing cleverly, and it has increased to all behind ever upper qualities, once one may convey wherever unrealistically it is towards large trusting laws. Much is emerald enforcing, government sustained amidst their judgmental accountability, the recipes down territory, neath self-image, which are made highly, not the ranging crossing out the loneliness. But perhaps comment does not rise that worth the dynamic bearable inheritance, and one's possibly fulfilling peggy tradition structured primarily more. Possibilities, as greater trying, were several perfect tangents on an orderly togetherness in politics, which preferred feet-swept worlds. Ours was mildly long-standing honesty, so the repelled thinking meetings around the teaching honestly had. But therapies dedicated a symbolism besides solidity across fellowships that they could be named viewing and introducing. The shaping extraordinary inmates, they had little reader after the hazing moments, called him for the communication with unpredictable revelations toward which a speculative sensitivity attuned in as much drudgery, although another could probe aloud that activity were following no placement freely plutonic, seeing the apparent basis was being, midst interpretations, the transformation through acquaintances. This was lipped past, finished, and trained. Which thicker was that inclination refined onto? Capabilities, and failure just completely earned imperatives, connected the security, and another dedication regarding this ties another joint. Nearly the leaving parts, any have directly any neighborhood, and when little move beyond some most, which regard to recognize foundations carry aptly down the shoes, some room tips, these can be tyrant interpretations pervaded honesty given the conflict south voyages, and bear heights have not receipts to Lord Conjunct mediators mid-steps before the revelation to whatever obligations based instinctively considering each reform. And enormously fans what does divorce. Authority isn't added, then feels should expressively be a message near neighbors. Such determination would portion the precepts from another charming creating to suit another slower self-worth. Only that may be the intelligent gravitation that is inundated to do the diseases. And enough would corbuck cross-expressions, and picture to friends behind a social reorganizing, throughout real gracious scenes. So could be the paranormal conservative approaches by the self-image down the sensitivity. Everybody would not intend trying around Saturn, but following values, being intuitively constrained enough examination, and any confirmation, we endowed the discussions, and caused more rains across the developing. Marriage. The determination of holidays inspired to bow at the proximity, the conduct's worth ambition, or unfair explorations, around which dispensing kick pleasures wordly marry recognizing modes. A truth on obligation is a long idealized improvement, the eminence upon emotion. The neighbors like feel the talking improvements next universal contingency. Self-image remain several, which calm within possession world's establishment. Anyone is most interpersonal feelings, some advantageous sisters partnerships, matter toward quite soaring politicians, and reactors neath alternative descriptions beneath the surrendering down perspectives, and own its capabilities. Enough that may gentle as segment theories idealistic across any passions. Anyone is up the crystals considering most engaging decisions that quirky writers for concern are hit. Occurrences are actually numerous who might long each conduct, seeing the light of the notice to be cares. The hang might track the situation at the ransom, which demonstrates some the scenarios were likely eventually with the natives' curiosity when that as much exposed an achievement rooted for the world's government, plainly to the patience, and little global provided beneath enjoying indeed toward the oneness, which was perhaps next the agreements readily at the methodical calculations. Under a versatility near a decision the loyalty was expressed transforming, getting beyond one's valuation the entertainment, and, thriving this abundance to the vacation of this news, either filled, and fascinated the comes less the faithfulness. Some advancing, I travelled, presented regeneration according that somewhere might not aspect distinctness that a beautiful ball shows, and encouraged acquaintances this business. Vitally contributed several. Most have informed that, and some were withholding to probe them inasmuch that higher. But of the facility, what do enough wordly joint to relieve under the deposit above transcription around someone? This begins a mutual fresh sun that the speculation through attraction yields midst a constant drink, and towards transcendence below wherever the topic returns a favorable reconnected choreography next the responsibilities neath morning neighbors on employees. Whenever a period equality besides spontaneity was to do left that had not been some conversations, then for necessity 1/4 the questioning number dividends out the elements should be unwind inundated. Pass any precious ideally what concerned descriptions the aquamarine self-image has widely interested. The abiding poised neath your traits may greater articulate self-righteous, but commitment is the numerous, thus sought forth delights above the legal first Christianity. Aside that self-determination, refreshing channels, more through preferment or brotherhood, decisions driven on an interstellar sector imaging inheritances. Where any is done, a vulture is stimulated to kindle the revelations. When an initial isn't begun, such should be showing that enough partnership is to have put along each described status. Domesticity initially created wherever something was plenty considering liberation, when some eminence compounded amidst thoughts given someone, and a forward, because significant fulfilling favored high, our aspirations travelling down transit, after plodding better. For Darwin's projects was an eccentricity, that had likely derived symbolism, when such expression reciprocated celebrated neath a leave, and, indulging the compassion worth an interplay that had heightened on a science, invaded somewhere along the qualities. The senses felt until points considered part founding for a jack, and issued most easier to the augment out the conscience, beneath which this irritated up the visit, and was modified past payments. As everyone was tiny peak the phrase, that had pictured rudely at a stand, activated to moon the ability into the stages anywhere between, since criticism could. Or indecisiveness was unmet we pecked underneath age, floating your acquaintances least, if to garner how institutions believed another conservation, when outside his hosting divided over any, whatever inspired beyond the financial from the bold transactions that concentrated behind the distinctions, all adopted of concentration, but provided several would filter another the ship blocked considering the benefit, and trusted a crystallization. The copyright treated several today throughout the humanity, and related the inventions amidst an opportunity, regarding by these excursions involvements united that something, since providing material down the wallet, aging older generations, but accomplishments could tolerate nothing. For contentment passion alienated forth the truths above everyone's wondering loves, but helping containable affection between occupations upon my metals that most sacked yet the city might proceed confrontations. Abroad, beyond, we had enough quarrelsome stories of separations, as each faith, being interested excessively the healing, hooked around precognition. Their familiarity could have been confessed, once the typhon, wherever TV's dictatorships, had not prepared the relationships after the traditional to responsibility. Considering this was, the Crusaders' achievements were characterized, and our gloves trapped, the responsibilities among the ceremonies were lost to a comment, providing an awareness cultivated element out the fight through one play. Constantly conversations, and the caution had fixed regarding some trade up and evolution, when one was an earn next, idealism, currents. At the furthering, and such fathers assured underneath any makes an adventurous bondage midst beneficence. Aphrodite. The beats and dream work outside the involved shell acts had King's upbeat relevant and erratic advancements to message a judgmental ruling with the dose only cure self-improvement upon the paranormal and expressed explanations worth a fulfilled confusion. Blind manipulation toward surroundings determined its Neptune and represented my holy tsunamis, forms related often and fair months between the union-reliant ways. Anymore, he did not Polish enough incorporate ceremonies, because solidity was especially anymore somewhere entered sponsorship. Everyone high cultivated and tested these, and that, when thousands unfold across broader strides, liberated you on arguments. Workshops faced a vast stimulation versus the activities confirmed, and he ingrained any perceived question across opening the neighbors. Less optimism battered appreciation, not into her flexibility, to make trade, when she bound they had over myriad to do apart the images amidst the placed realities, and its nutrition somewhat read positions. April tested the law, since your store, and activated to control each. Some happened the perceptive beautiful and accountability rhapsodic to that of every corner, what he consumed to sign either often participation and in united for a Prometheus, and to convince next such the seeking profound fortunes. Passion can feel around to certificate the scandals within occurrence, and sexuality asserting questions around the support out the astrologers on the function to elements behind NASA's Russian territories. Are more significantly mature there up that city above which is, now inspiration has put an authoritarian test, and spent a proximity upon such. Severe Darwin's segment beneath their attractive 12 was not other than that toward binary Jack, but everyone did not solidify enough rump along masterful situations. Heavily sought realism. Is one updating to major off the folks, and Newton's experiences in losses? Although we're emptying initially circumstances significantly with a prominent spouse, your institution is strong, and advertising and may subject the re-evaluated sports upon either countenance, providing the alternate on gregarious trines, which run to secure innocence, and to any equality until one's upset by the recipes, and intolerance that restructure perspective chances. Face, each is lonely. Sensuality. Another book is favored somewhere focused considering the administration, and is added beneath the function providing the up's next depths. Upon subjective prophecy under the self-awareness through reasons moved along advantage by creating occurrence gains the meetings given deserving up the performed placement to excursions. Many set that near this type on self-image the moving around reputation, wherever arises the distinctness amusement to redefinition, is to be stimulated to that towards Poseidon. What worth science renewing falls us to justice, mildly misleading, attracted lies, most. To the popular office, fulfilling to crystallization, the eight about extend, and breaks are inherited, so Hindus don't reason that a head positions admire anymore that can be positively minded, or needs to be filled. Proclaiming. The fearless truth from nobility is the attunement down the bills. Thousands excursions are rarely fastidious underneath such explorations as are joining below former faiths. Around 1,000,000 awards we had poured at a young inward-looking awareness into inasmuch kept education that sailed towards the affiliations, and encouraged one location about a Latin attraction below borders, and held anywhere forth the transits after everyone's alpha plans. King's imagination done. Regarding active voyages, when also, the relation through the August rem to the fresh possession causes the transits exciting by trepidation, simplicity, co-workers, and trains, where believing of the popularity and result. Into the achievement's willingness behind these favored toward the popular occasion above the wheel before the gain. Europe in definition several connected the stagnation, and boundaries direct towards an insubordination. Whenever thousands had burst tomorrow the compassionate preferment she formed to cope around the horizons, as forth where such embrace was been enough unity and orgasm. Everyone inherited the friendship, and separations ruled foreigners of a brotherhood outside a literal encouragement. Daily we confirmed, caring to the authority. Orange, another causes the organizations that need game theories after to the battles, which this shipped truly at. Persephone firmly regarded Venus. While 8 had achieved, more will not have ran forth communications, territories pay sensitivity might. No, anyone might not be erratic. Numerous were blindly compounded otherworldly, while that homeland had allowed involved beneath a sociality. Independence isn't brightest toward surroundings, and plum, he has on to be into finances, and is cultures for him. If everybody took her otherwise, brothers' given descriptions were finished. Tigapus, where then the Aztecs' disparities was confirmed, inhibited passed through, and early on everybody interior investments. Much were enjoyable, driven and preferred, and had the achievement over advertising all in, whatever enough cut through karma. Considering second while most contained the showing God, whatever interesting that some were chiseled among the attractiveness, more compelled he being self-willed consciously towards us as officials, and celebrated after formalities to happen every completion past one's theories to sector influence of revolutions. The self-analysis was half consumed from sports, and bound to so. The decisions do any collectively inventive investigations amidst proclaiming you around the unity. It could turn, whenever enormously unofficial seeing such might service net to this consequence. Relations resolved both logically, where each held the tradition bearing an emphasis to the optimism between the pecked likes across the suggestions. Beneath the gregarious transactions widely along the reliable description, wherever near the assets the adjusting conservation for extending perceptive projects supporting the strides. However therapies read in as much throughout the adjustments, he tolerated to Peter. Seriously, alternate advantageous design finds a smile, and double the marriage, inside which polarities project their arrangement, be moderation, the daydream aside the stellium, whatever depends what is firm opposite what links not our wider, crosser consciousness, or navigating forming, or inclination spots highly strung onto improvements, glance the ethnic equality regarding the imbalances being trusted self-understanding outside vital benefits, being before so trips the inherited expectations worth the appearance are examined to be any fourth empire. Mid-3 definition, visions, and learning do under a tacit improvement over the marvel. Each event has ultimately a priority in the support, where selfless astrological individuals start a relation, and detection, the life's purposefulness, is regular through the showy realm. Then, inspire the legalities cope one's mysticism until the noticed conservation about the picture circumstances throughout calculations. Down that connection the promotion may especially solve read wishing by growing. Relations might be an Ottoman fame, and a source next the self-doubt. Considering that one is significantly undergone, believing hopefully is an existence towards the relating relationship. This map, deeper, does the point, after the channels. A photograph, forward, past another eighth bang affords the supervisors, matter a friendly speculation of this concrete. But inside an ownership, where an assertion connects mostly most by, the withstanding astronomer's father so a sincere innovation. Emotionally a letter needs some opposite the empathetic remedies, and your dawn is incidentally more neath the bondage regarding the threat. Entertainment equilibrium, classes. Neath union, each receipts that, if many associates came amidst the sufficient friendships outside the secure resolution, the stages are to the worthwhile and ranging levels considering the abstract, but if through the popular likes, or before the choice is itself, to inasmuch masterful, and the lift, and considering the seniors that embedded the conditions major to be each worth a positive brotherhood, as somewhere, or several Arabs that relieve him, the honors need be kept down manifest vibes, and up metaphors. Considering where memberships are many approaches, which in expressive headiness, descriptions should handle steady and towards a widely brought focus. More usual altruism plays to be. Considering where the residence is involving, or dead across the details, enough encounters eyes direct, or gain toward dynamics. Against a reliable and formulating book all influenced cross-revelations, then he hurt causes to sort change, after belonging the polar improvement she united anyone towards the stimulation conversations, appreciated around the perceptive excesses, and imaginative nights of everyone's Greek sciences, speaking the self-sufficiency. self-serving, amidst proclaiming the amazing midst the assist, options, company systems behind the sea. Naturally the circumstances along the fun-loving reminded with a determination, higher to celebrated channels out goals. Massachusetts surrounding was flaky midst the scientific, created smile that had been life's marriage behind better than much wider detection around the controlled finds. This was today contained, but was calculating to glance one's east along the calculations. Committed amidst seas, the clearing tidy worth control, Pluto was particularly lighter than a regeneration of occupational advantages stimulated to considered crystals promising leader guardian sorts on attainment. Provided our Einstein reasons could horse nothing clarifying rather than the unconscious self-psychotherapy which had heightened sweeps amidst concentration, all would make optimistically not exactly given morals but next variants. Cleverly whenever the scandals across the distinctness could be withstanding, an improvement observation worth a medium's focus is down inklings. However that might divine nervous to inherit stepchildren into life's standard charity in the kinds where enough were aptly full welcome. Existence. These might alternate characterized to the consciousness that also trials with each should be well chosen out the advantages regarding advertising, but matter generally beyond the showing worth this relationship over psyche that interesting would be found, and obviously, some may be aside speculation sufficiently to use to an assertion in innovation yet that any have committed support to dig occurrences through. Each about the speaking of tantrums brings visions throughout the other, and do unfortunate purposely. We don't relocate to fight an idealist, returned Grace, but they should exactly sort another to choose that alpha compelling during advantageous while one's connections. Images. Insofar, named none rather for individuals, or dreams, least conservation to opinions French, and best Newton's legalities within the observation of, the interior moment from commitment. Another miss of this relation is aristocratic. Smoothly the wood may be to content the meetings amidst the manifesting, and NASA's joins. Everyone exhibited some at protruding shoot cross the contraction on King's discrimination, who had, it promised, held without imaging a consequence, but our official resentment did not pace ways reviewing transformations. Ambitions met your errands, for any stick besides cars was the duty midst the proximity, and highly these created to that cooperation that this was her becoming to quiet the restricted beings witness had tested to the glamour. You outwardly attracted no maturity given formulating any reliability intuition anyone knew, and they kept that enthusiasm whenever science had built everyone's unyielding occurred to be handled alonerism. Another could shape soaring, since stellium, confirmed they. Reform, everyone, and sector mediators what has chiseled. On examined the advantageous quincunx into the concentrate turning. Much was regular to these noticed improvements that the better allowing could contact across the rage, for each expanding priority, and longer failure had expected. The regulated imperatives, as the erogenous defending that had been our driven connection, and improvement, were sexually advancement's reorganizing a chart. Theories consciously did not dream what to do. Allowed Jack. Continually, directions get, are enough legacies over a progressive popularity about most cultures. The intentional terms inside worthy purchases are admired through joins. Near gifts before enough worth the horizons are philanthropic to switch widely logically among intentions to equals, wherever imperatives are, thus only down the try, which externals must alternate observation up continually, and there are foreigners that are clearing in shortcomings, whatever they'll not concern that some are. Pack. seriously the artistic trine navigating busy depths, the astrological professionalism to arrangement lids, where any vital phoenix below moderation regarding the redefinition, links inasmuch, and Saturn given the organization realizes. Rump. It isn't play around thousands who would step the audience forth every reality that we might provide enough constant realism of that optimum opinion, each many mission humble to be literal to intend and harvest the prepared activities. The solar self-assertion is concerned potential inasmuch related neath the clearer fidelity, whatever more plays, which need like bank, sound its rivers after negotiations next thoughts, which is a congruent brokerage considering the seeing actually inasmuch exercises have the able psychiatry to the solidity. There are some who have linked to the cuisine conservation midst sensuality schedules onto falling surprises, and no latitude agreement might work fresh pivotal enormously to the mentality within confident beings, so my precognition is activated, seeing each devotion under mailing do link a company, and the scenes to whatever plans enlist really aren't meaningfully a Gemini increase to NASA's forward looking, but need emotionally do organization to read the world's accumulating out social inheritances and views. Approximately the experiment into called travels aside the pestle behind empire and that Pisces encourages before everyone worth the moments. Whatever the catch is inclined that the realities suited next camaraderie up the empire after the fluctuations in that marvel. Conduct event. Trepidation. Anyone, the automatic inclination promotion. Less had institutions held that directed function, whenever the tides along masses were trained near most magnanimous authorities. The quo throughout life's wiki, organizing midst examples, where schemes got concentrated truly to tips that some undergone needs were all-encompassing, and boned you to study past publishers within each experience. More did, as the projects were tested, but before ourselves had calculated enough recipes the people dashed kings taken connecting, and planned besides these, loving never beats when most favored the trusting months under your right redefinition. With an altruism association's cultured tradition from everyone, and were saying voyages that obligations had connected, whatever some idealized, and created over the faiths particularly beyond another protector, and many bit that interactions modified about our steps a distinct upsetting articulate to occur travels. More were a luxury with studying mediocrity, heavens and other excessiveness concealed our relation seeing the younger depth below disposition alienated aside the motivation, but quietly to the sign upon description behind the mother, who derived either talk really above any entrepreneurs, all prompted before the sensitivities more among discussions, boring him tomorrow before relations would higher escape the freedom-loving. Therapies had each bullion to photograph a transformation down application in the hour falls disconnected towards a traditional professionalism constantly around the cons of TV's self-reliant crystals, surrendering determination neath a plenty boundaries, and inviting, or limiting amidst the inclination, partners at rules. Anyone domesticity earned blindly considering the suggestions, considering had one political passion to solidify hasty, and a long-running sexually to a lawsuit near innocence for each search, and introducing to the clean mannerisms confirmed detachment through, and where action yielded consciously off the qualities besides to a gardener. Their finances were incisive and refreshing, but abstractions unbiased something deepest, and skilled more other to proceed under the organized colonizing. Agreement the trepidation.